y regresamos con la segunda parte.
Steinmix!
5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban.
You feel like the same vibe from them?
They definitely had some very clutch fights underneath some of their towers this game, which is the best place to fight when you're at a deficit. OG, a very, very aggressive team. Just, you know, we keep harping on, like, you know, don't play into their aggression too much, but at a point when you're a certain amount behind, the map gets so small, like, you have to fight and you have to defend your areas, and they fought very, very well together. The snaking on the Nyx was counter-initiating with Carapace into stuns, and really was just a menace for OG. And later in the game, they identified that, like, we need to kill this Nyx first, right? He is a huge problem.
And we have got the draft for game number 2 in terms of what the players thought were the problems in that game. Looks like OG are now on the dire side, by the way, with Tundra on the Radiant side, but OG ban out next to the Brute. Also the Abaddon. Fada's Abaddon instrumental for that victory. Going for the Axe as well, and Tundra banning out Io as well as the Axe, leading Nyx Assassin as a first pick for OG.
Yeah, they chose first pick in the priority, and so that's what gave Tundra the Radiant. So yeah, very interesting. They're now going to take the Nyx, which of course leaves in our Mirana as well as the Tide. So if Tundra just want to go that route, it is available for them.
Yeah, that is true. They could go that route. Ooh. I also would not mind Dragon Knight, depending on how they haven't really showed many heroes besides Tide. So they'll probably just go for Tide, but I think Dragon Knight could also work very well. And
Radiant team
I also would consider Ryan as an option for them, but they have not played yet. But it's one of my favorite heroes against Nyx, and they do go with their bread and butter, so to say.
Yeah, but that is interesting though, because it opens up the problem of the TV and the Luna both being in, because now OG could theoretically take one of them, ban the other, and that's going to put Tundra on one of the subpar carries per se.
Yeah, it could be Luna time for sure. How much has OG played Luna though?
I will tell you, never.
Not meta. That's not their jam, you know.
OG has literally not played Luna. I am looking at their drafts right now. It's never been played by Sumail. No Luna, no Terrorblade. Correct.
Interesting. I wonder if they will. Yeah, there's the Terrorblade though. So here we go. They asked Sumail, they said, do you want to play Luna or Terrorblade? Right? This is your moment. He says,
we'll ban out the
I
other
really feel the Luna today. It might be better, but Terrorblade, you know, that's my jam.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, why not? That does mean that we're going to probably see on the side of OG a bunch of carries banned out, leaving Tundra maybe searching for the right hero for Skeeter, who has so far only played Luna or Terrorblade this entire qualifier so far.
Would they possibly pick Luna into Terrorblade?
I think they would if it's left in. Even if we think it's like a counter, I think they would still go for it. Because I think that in a vacuum, the Luna is still like such a terrifying force for farming stacks and just taking any objective off a team fight that, you know,
5 seconds
it's not worth it. I personally don't really believe in like counter carry matchups being a thing, but it is nice to have the better carry when the farm is even, right? So if Terrorblade and Luna are even, right, you favor the Terrorblade, but if Luna, you know, Luna does well in lane, Luna farms ancient stacks very early, right, Luna can get ahead of Terrorblade, I think, in the early to mid game, and if they can abuse that timing, I could still see it working.
Something that we didn't see at all in the previous game, and something that I feel like we should keep in the back of our minds is the Winter Wyvern that we've only seen once mid from Tundra, but I just wanted to put it out there, and never mind, just got banned.
Yeah, with the
because
TB.
it's generally pretty good against TB, but yeah. Never mind.
No, it was it was a good suggestion for sure, and I feel like that hero might just be OP right now, and probably like it's like first pick or first ban. So just the Holy Locket build with the Cold Embrace is just one of those things in Dota right now. You're like, yeah, that's
5
broken.
seconds remaining.
And then the other hero, I guess, is the AA, but because they have the Terrorblade on OG, they're not necessarily as afraid of it because they have the ability to use the Sunder. So could be something for OG to look at. But of course, we know that No-Tail's not really heading in towards the meta supports. You know, he's digging a little bit deeper. Then again, we said the same thing about the carry, and they currently have a Terrorblade, so.
Yeah, Fada has played Abaddon, Nyx, Clockwork, and I think that's it.
I mean, he hasn't even played Clockwork. It was Snaking that played the clock when they had it.
Right, it was.
But it's just about an Nyx Assassin, so we're gonna see him play something entirely new.
New Fada here, what is it?
Yeah, when Fada plays Dota, he, you know how you have like your little hero portrait on your UI? He actually just takes a
10
picture of
seconds
Undying
remaining.
and he just like tapes it over top. And he just basically pretends that he's Undying
5
or Ogre or
seconds
Ab. It
remaining.
doesn't actually matter, right? He
Yeah,
plays
so-
the same hero every time.
Well, it will be a little different. But you think it's going to be a melee?
Yeah, it's just the body, you know? Chuck something
Yeah.
in there, be Fada.
You wouldn't say
He
like
just like
Lion
those.
or Hoodwink would be options for them.
Probably not for Fada, no. I would highly suspect that they're gonna pick some like Ogre or something.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't reach it, but
Oh no, it's fine. It's not that bad. Like Ogre, if they wanted to do the Luna, right? Ogre Luna would be great, or they could do Ogre something else. I definitely could see Ogre being the pick for Fada
Radiant
for
team
sure.
ban.
Just trying to think like what is that best melee hero, like Elder Titan maybe versus Terrorblade. Like
Yeah.
what's the if you're gonna pick a melee, what's the best melee versus Terrorblade?
yeah, meta-wise, it's probably ET. I don't T, but I mean, it would suit his playstyle, that's for sure.
10 seconds
Some of the
remaining.
heroes he's played as 5 is he has played Tide as a 5, so there's
5
a
seconds
kind of a
remaining.
flex potential. But Viper and Brewmaster come to mind for heroes that he also likes to play on that offlane, other than Undying. Offlane, I mean, at position 5, other than
Oh.
Undying.
Brew 5 is definitely a game up kind of hero. That's when you're feeling yourself a little too hard, the cursor hovers over the brew. No, guys, trust me, the Wind Panda's so good this game. Definitely worth it.
I personally think it could be fine. I think that the Panda is actually pretty good versus Nyx too, because you just kind of enter this like untouchable state. And the thing you have to remember about Fada is like this guy he's been playing core for like 7 years. Like he's an
Radiant team
incredibly
pick.
like capable 5 player. So him playing, you know, these more difficult high skill heroes, I don't think is really a concern. It's just a question of whether or not he's played them very much recently, or how confident he is to kind of go back on it.
Alright, well, they have the pick
OG's
out of this
turn to
ban
pick
phase.
Lina.
They've gone for the Lina. Okay, so Nine's Lina was very, very good previously, and we've seen Nine on that before. That was the second time we saw him play it in this qualifiers. And is there any kind of flex potential still for that Lina, or are we just straight up saying that's going to be Nine's once again?
Could
10
very
seconds
easily
remaining.
be a Fada hero if they chose to pick some sort of a
5
stun,
seconds
but most of the
remaining.
stun heroes for 1 positions are pretty bad against Terrorblade, I'd say. Like the Wraith King, the Sven,
Radiant
the
team
CK.
pick.
Invoker.
I also just remembered that I know Snaking has played only Mirana this tournament so far, but the Fata Mirana also one of his classics. So there is still that curveball, even though I don't really see it be likely as
10
pos
seconds
5.
remaining.
No, I think in these grand finals, you will see people
5
on like
seconds
the heroes that
remaining.
they've played on the tournament. People really just want to oftentimes play like what they're familiar with and what they've,
Yeah.
you know, what they've been.
So,
you want to win or lose with your best stuff, especially in the grand finals.
so now, does that make it worth it to go like the PL, do you think, here with like the... Because this looks like a pretty good PL game with those 3 heroes, but the
OG's
Luna's also
turn
still
to
in and
pick
you've been playing Luna.
Enchantress.
But
Sure,
they don't go that way, they want to
yeah,
keep it hidden.
Yep, and
Which
they get
makes
the
sense.
Enchantress. Enchantress is, I think, very good against both Terrorblade and Nyx Assassin. Terrorblade for the reason you can take the illusion that might be split pushing, and Nyx Assassin for the reason that you can
10
actually group up and
seconds
push
remaining.
towers. I've mentioned this a couple times, but you can group up and push towers on any minute. You don't have
5
to wait for a
seconds
catapult.
remaining.
So that allows your team to just group up around objectives and not have like that one hero like delay your push. You know what I mean? Like you could just dive
Yeah.
the tower, force the issue. Which is going to make Nyx like not run around using Vendetta to scout your team and get those little tiny pickoffs. He's going to have to team fight, which he's not that strong at early on.
And she's not a melee hero, but she basically plays like one when you're 5. Like she gets a creep,
Yeah.
you put the body in there, especially
You are-
against all the right clickers.
Yeah, you like it calling it the body. I always call it like the wall is the word that I
Yeah.
use, or the tank, I guess, is another word. But I always call it the wall. You call it the body. Same idea. Like you're on the front lines. You're the guy who's like, you know, kind of baiting them to go on you, right? Enchantress is one of the better heroes for that, because even if you die, you may still have your creep, and you have something to do while you're waiting to respawn.
OG taking quite a bit of time to decide on this their 4th pick over here, and In terms of carries still in the pool to take out the Terrorblade, I know it's been mentioned in the past, but the Phantom Lancer next to the Luna still, of course, in the pool as well. What is OG talking about here? Oh, never mind. They go for the Timber Saw. We got ourselves our Seb hero.
Yep, this is their 18 pick. This is their strongest pick. It's got to be a core. It had to be the offlaner. The draft is looking a little light on the disables. Terrorblade and Timber are very much like all on damage. So I'm a little bit hesitant. I'm curious what pick they'll find for their last pick to kind of tie it all together. I'm hoping like some heavy catch, hopefully.
I wonder if this will be a no-tail or a Sox and Nyx Assassin at this point with their lane setup.
I think with having the Timber Saw, I mean, you don't see your carry matchup yet, but provided his matchup versus the carry isn't too bad, and there's only a couple heroes that give Timber Saw a hard time, this is where you can like pick a stronger safe lane core to fight up against the Tide Mirana, and then just let Nyx sort of like pull the wave and then just start roaming at like level 2 or 3 with Tranquil Boots. So Nyx, because he's such a bad laner, he loves playing with self-sufficient offlaners like Timber Saw, like Broodmother. You know, any of these heroes that go like first item Ring of Health into Hood, they're gonna be fine on their own after level 3.
And
Am I an idiot?
What?
Sorry.
Why? No, why?
So
No.
far, all 4 heroes that are picked by OG, they have not played in the entire qualifiers.
Well, we definitely
But none of them.
They're also all extremely meta.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a good point. They are not as familiar with these heroes for sure. That is a fact. But I think today, at least in the Enigma series, they brought out like a lot of new stuff. I thought. I'm sorry, in the OG versus Enigma. Sorry. I feel like they brought a lot of new stuff. So these guys are just, you know, maybe they just had like a conscious discussion where they're like, let's just adapt, right? Like, we're the better team. Like, let's adapt and just play our game.
I love that Shadow Demon ban, because like they have all these no-tail heroes still left in that he's been showing, but Shadow Demon again would have been something that, yeah, sure, it's like super meta, maybe they haven't been playing it, but it would have been so good this game with the break and everything.
5 seconds
Potentially later. But yeah, so he could play his big stacking game, but like with the Chen or the Naga Siren, but then you go back to what Peter was mentioning in terms of like really just a strong, helping out, like Witch Doctor kind of hero maybe.
I also feel like you could just potentially pick like, you could do the 5 Nyx if you really wanted. It's just that top lane is going to be kind of rough, I think, for a Terrorblade. And you could pick like a more like catch hero, like a Shadow Shaman for Saksa. It's a hero he likes. Gives them a little bit more tower push, not necessarily going to have to... Okay, Hoodwink.
That's a good balance.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit of both aspects.
Yeah, he's pretty good at... I think Hoodwink he kind of fills the same role as Treant Protector in a lot of games. He's very good at slowing down the games because he'll play in the safe lane where the enemy team is trying to speed up the game by pushing your towers, and he can kind of hide in the trees, delay creep waves, defend the towers. I think they needed that, and this will give them the ability to defend their towers while split pushing with Invoker and Terrorblade, and then that'll force Tundra to split up to deal with the split push, and that's where Nyx will find pickoffs.
It's a tough last pick, because you could go for like just the PL, for example, but it feels a little bit ugly into that lane of the Timber, and then you might get forced in the jungle in the earlier rounds. Okay, they just go for the Big Daddy. All right, that's a little bit annoying for a Timber in some ways. And then the Soul Ring comes out, and it's not this huge deal though.
I think it's a good pick, and I think it's a good pick because of the reasons I kind of mentioned before. Like, OG is kind of slowing down this game with that last pick Hoodwink. They don't really have a lot of catch and disable outside of the Nyx Assassin, so, and it's also a 5-position Nyx, so it's probably going to be a pretty slow game. And yeah, the split push coming out from probably Boots of Travel Lina plus an Enchantress Creep plus an Anti-Mage, OG is going to have a hard time, I think, grouping up.
They almost never pick tower pushers on OG. It's like one of the things, because it's almost like they don't want to take the tower sometimes because they just keep baiting you into those bad fights like over and over again. You know what I mean? Like, how many times do you fight them 3 times in the mid tower and just keep losing your advantage there?
Yeah. So I like Tundra. I think. Yeah. I think their cores look just much better on paper. I don't love this like no disable kind of 3-core from OG, so I'll just go Tundra 2-0.
Snake King? I don't know, Snake King, undefeated Mirana, coming back with a 3-3 tie. They get their big opener. I don't really think it looks like a bad tie game after everything that's happened. Like there's not really early BKBs, right? I mean, Thompson's gonna try and get his on the earlier end, but then you got Seb and Sumail who are kind of susceptible. So, I mean, it's easy to go for Tundra after they make that comeback in game one, and I think I'll hop on the train.
All right, using snaking
Choo-choo.
undefeated Marana. Tundra is undefeated everything. At this point, they haven't game yet. Let's see if they can continue that streak and take this 2-0 as my analysts think, or maybe OG will tie the series 1-1. We're finding out together with Lyrical and AY.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you so much again, Shiver. And yes, Aoi, we're into this game number 2. You said at the beginning that if Tundra found a way to win it, you thought it was going to go to the 3-0 series. Do you still stand by that? Were there things that you saw from OG that sort of gave you some hope going into this game number 2? And what do you think of the draft?
I think Tundra's favored in this draft. I think if the teams play the same as they did game 1, actually I'm not sure, because OG, they played really well for the first half of last game. My same as like, I mean, if they play the same with that type of draft and they can win from that type of draft disadvantage, I feel like they're so strongly favored that they're gonna 3-0 them the series. I don't know though. This game, the anti-mage pick was actually really good. I was thinking of like PL, but then you're picking PL into Timbersaw.
30 seconds to battle.
Enchantress anti-mage should actually win this lane, I think, as long as Enchantress buys enough souls for the anti-mage. And I feel like 3-3 is going to have such a good game this series. People think that Timbersaw counters Tidehunter, and he does to a certain extent, but just because of how Kraken Shell works, the Whirling Death is not as effective against Tidehunter as he is against other strength heroes. So I think they have that going for them.
The other thing about that too is the game gets later, obviously. Tidehunter, like Refresher, Ravage is just so insanely good, and you can see he's doing the same thing. So this is the build now. If you see a Tidehunter in your pubs with no items, either be really afraid, or this dude like knows the Helm of the Dominator build and is about to kill with it. So you know, keep your eyes out for that one for sure. But yeah, the starting here, the anti-mage, a hero that I feel like we've seen a little bit in these qualifiers. So you think it's just like the mixture of the laning stage, the matchup against the Terrorblade? Is there anything that he needs to be particularly worried about on Skitter?
And Terrorblade is supposed to be an anti-mage counter. You get that reflection and mana burns him, you have really high armor, and anti-mage just has like the most pathetic stacking in the game, so you can hit him really hard in fights. But the thing about anti-mage this game is I think the lane versus Timbersaw is quite solid. Like, you just mana burn down Timbersaw, and he's a really good mana void target for you later. Offline Timbersaw, if he doesn't have a good lane, he can't get to like Bloodstone and stuff. He has to go some stable tanky items, which means that his mana pool is always going to be relatively low.
That is a frustrating one to deal with for sure there. Seb gonna have to deal with that pressure coming out, particularly once the Enchantress gets a creep. Currently, they've only been body blocking that hard camp actually. So there is a Mud Golem that's spawned over on the medium camp. If eventually they want to make that move over, but Skitter,
My thanks to
down to
thee.
15 HP, but the salve will be passed over. And I don't know, it looked like maybe there's a chance there they could have gone in, but taking
He
the
still had the fairy
opportunity.
fire. He was being very calm there, not popping that too early. And they did build up somehow sort of a double creep advantage, which is why they were able to pressure Skitter there. Just more creeps means you're stronger in these fights. Fada, he will bring out only Tangos actually. I'm surprised. I feel like they should bring out another Solve right away. Maybe even Tangos and Solve, because anti-mage, like, you need to be at full HP in order to trade. And how the lane works is you trade with your opponent, and then you solve up, and they solve up, but they've lost a lot of mana, and you have more resources.
Sounds to me. We've seen, as we're actually getting a little bit of pressure up there top, but also mid, the really good performance from 9 last time around is just trying to bully back Thompson as much as possible in this laning stage, and already 11-2 versus that 7-2 from Thompson. 9 definitely standing out on this hero.
Yeah, it's definitely one of 9's preferred heroes. Top lane, 33, he already has his Helm of Iron Will, and you know, Terrorblade, he is free farming with that first meta versus no item offlaner. But I don't think 33 is that sad in this lane. He has eventual pressure when he gets his Helm of Dominator, and he's even feeling pretty good right now.
Has the 5 regen, 6 armor. It's really good to deal with that type of pressure that comes in and sort of gives him some amount of sustain at the very least. So we'll kind of be keeping an eye on that one, but likely with 2 heroes having a bunch of armor, it's not going to be a ton of action. Down bottom, things still getting a little bit testy with Skitter and Fada. as they are attempting to sort of deal with that aggression that comes out from the Hoodwink. So frustrating to know to deal with, and the Timber Chains through.
I just feel like bottom lane, it should be a bigger lead for Tundra here if they bought a lot of stuff in Enchantress. You don't need any net worth on Enchantress to be effective the game, at least in the lane state. And he has realized that. He's gotten the Solve and Tango coming out, but a cool ward coming in from OG, both scouting bottom room and blocking that hard camp from Enchantress.
Very, very cool. Gotcha. LSA there in the mid lane, going to connect on to Thompson, but then the turnaround afterwards, and Nide and him trading a couple of hits, be able to force back that Invoker again. And we saw Fada make the run over to that hard camp in the triangle, take away the Satyr creep, and now it's going to come back with it as the meta's popped up top. 3-3 able to back away. And both safe laners trying to deal with this pressure in different ways, and 3-3 definitely getting more farm, at least in the early part of it, as Sumail and him trading hits, looking for those body blocks. Sumail, I mean, this is such a hard kill. With the anchor smash, he actually doesn't care at all. Mattel's just clocking him to nothing.
Yeah, just a combination of the damage reduction plus the plus armor from Helm of Firewall, and even the level 2 Kraken Shell just means that Sumail hits him for nothing. No, getting arrow here.
A chance for a kill. Right clicks coming through on the first blood. By 3-3.
And this is the best possible hero to get first blood, because how it works when you're rushing an item like Helm of the Dominator, you can sort of think to the Necroba back when it was in the game, is if you accelerate that timing, all of a sudden you kick your opponent out of lane that much earlier. And they are putting a little bit of pressure on Skinner now, but now he has his Ring of Health. He's feeling pretty stable in this lane.
Fight me!
Let's have the continual, actually Fada, just since they didn't win the lane at the start, is going off to jungle a little bit, getting these hard camps and taking them down afterwards. We'll see what he ends up doing with it, as Soxa does make the move on in, gonna get that clarity broken. And they'll end up in a little bit of a battle here. Bushwhack comes out, they have the net and the skeletons, trying to soak up some of that acorn shot damage. Thompson won't even be able to get in range. Oh, but Soxa, does he go down? The right clicks, looking for the chase. It's not quite gonna get there.
He still has a fairy fire. He's pretty chill there. This is one of the strengths of Hoodwink, is that he just does so much damage on early levels because of acorn shot. And also, he's just 320 MS, so it feels very smooth
Radiant's
to play.
middle tower is under attack.
Feel honestly a little bit overtuned in my opinion. It's a very strong pick right now. But top rune, they want to get this away from Lina.
That was mid leap. They get the second leap out afterward. And Snake King going to get away. 9 looks like he's going to eat through that EMP. And the turn now onto Thompson, misses the LSA, misses the arrow, misses everything, and they won't miss on No Tail. Can they find this rundown though? The Bushwhack comes out, nice reaction. OG coming together a little bit there in that mid lane.
And 9 has no TP. He actually walked home and TP'd mid, so he's ready for the 6-minute rune fight. Snake King's getting chased down here.
Yeah, Soxa makes that move, and again, this Hoodwink, it's been so deadly throughout like all of the qualifiers in the regions that we've been watching, and again, showing its prowess.
Honestly, that was like a very weird sequence of events where you just had, they're trying to kill a full HP Invoker. He has 1100 HP with a Fairy Fire, 2 No Talisman, just a relatively tanky hero at this point. And as a result, like 9's net worth, he was doing well in lane, but now he's below Invoker. You can sort of see why Invoker's counterpick to pick against Lina, because you have high regen, you burn his mana with the EMP as he's doing now, and Cold Snap is a great tool against him.
And the Bushwhack, long range, trying to bring down 9. The right click's coming through the urn. Is it going to be enough? LSA, but dead. Soxa attempting to escape and has a Fairy Fire. He's fine too. Lina, after such a good early game, just getting wrecked, and the person making all these moves is Soxa. He is absolutely carrying OG through this early game. Look at these wards like that they place down too. It's just like this little triangle, and then also back behind the tower, they see everything.
I feel like there's a little bit of a weird disparity here. Like, where's Fada during this? He's playing Enchantress, probably the strongest roamer in the game. They didn't really win. Oh, big rotation for 9. This could be his catch-up.
Okay, that's what they needed. Seb gets caught out, and Skitter pairing together with 9, able to find that kill. Exactly what they needed.
Oh, and they're chaining this. Fada, he wants to get active here. He smoked up 9. And Can they kill Invoker though? This seems like a little bit of a hard kill. They do have a dust off already.
They have the net too. Enchant trying to get into position there for the net into Arrow, and they will find it. Arrow comes out perfectly in time. The Bushwhack to get a little bit of separation though. Do they have enough? Trying to find the finish. A couple more punches go in. The Rexes come through and they get that kill. But Saksa hoping to find a little bit of retribution. No Tail's moved in. 3-3 is here too, but he doesn't have the mana for Ravage. I don't know if they clicked on him or not. He's just body blocking No Tail. Everybody in the mid lane, with the exception of Anti-Mage, as the Infinite Shot goes out, trying to take down No Tail. Still not enough mana for the Ravage, and the Illusion almost kills Snaking, alive on 11 HP. As they chase them down, and it looks like with the body blocks, takes back over the Mud Golem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But doesn't go for it.
Yeah, just 8 heroes in the middle lane at 8 minutes in the game, as we
Radiant's
expect in
top
normal
tower is under
Dota.
attack.
Snaking, he hasn't had more than 1 lead charge for like the last 4 minutes of the game. And that's criticizing Fada's early rotations a little bit there, but he pays it back with dividends. You know, he's part of the play. Well, not really, to kill the Timber Saw, and he smokes his leader very quickly to get Thompson. I think he might also block the smoke coming in from OG. They want revenge here. Maybe.
Well, they have a lot of people though. 9's in the area too. And Centaur lifted up along with Fada. The Bushwhack afterwards. They're going to kill the Ench. And Skitter realizing as to get a little bit spicy. Oh, the turn. A chance. They have the hooks up afterwards. Can't connect on the Seb. Able to Timber Chain through. So a trade there of both supports each other's lives, but it's going to be Seb that's able to try and put the pressure on. But a good play here with the Helm of the Dominator creep, which is going to be keeping the creep wave off of the tower on the bottom side. Or
that's an Ench creep. The Helm creep is so many creeps. There are so many. Just a lot of Ghost Push coming up for Enchantress and Tidehunter with this build. They really want to kick No Tail to the top. You cannot let the enemy 5 or 4 just sit in this lane, and the Helm creep is going to scout them out here. They have a Savage Arrow maybe?
Good impale.
Radiant structures are
able to interrupt. So he is going to stay up there. Tundra gonna try and keep that pressure on now, and the mana burn. So annoying to deal with as this Tidehunter does have a Soul Ring. But
Radiant's
they are going to mount this pressure here. Nobody else showing up at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower
he pops meta, takes a free bottom tower. He's chilling. You know, Seb had a pretty good lane, and now Seb's just going to come top and defend this tower. This is a huge map control move from OG. If you can ever take the enemy safe lane tower and defend your own, it just creates a lot of disparity in the map, like the map, I don't know, map control?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And now terribly, he's just gonna farm all of this area. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage, he's sort of stuck farming waves as they push into him.
Ooh, Laguna Blade thrown out a little bit wild. 3-3 again, not quite there with the mana. No Tail chasing down 9, trying to find that kill. They buy back. This is double Centaurs as well. The Ravage will come out. They connect now onto Thompson. Tries to get in range. Hookstomp number 1. Hookstomp number 2. No, the Bushwhack. Interrupt, but Hookstomp number 2 comes out afterwards. Arrow gonna connect, but Seb able to block it. Thompson still living through it. They take down Fada, and 3-3 just has to back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Couldn't stay strong in that mid lane. And they end up punishing OG, looking good and Snaking. He just came back to life. Brought down again. 9, hoping to find something, but he's already used his Laguna Blade here.
Radiant's middle tower
the creep
is
wave,
under
but
attack.
Seb, not deterred, just gonna stand there and tank it.
A little bit of space for Skitter there, but OG, they're just running them over. That was the Ravage expended, Laguna Blade. Even the first Pottermore is a very valuable ultimate, and they got nothing there. Sort of, you know, Snaking, he bought back, by the way, and he just dies back instantly. It's a long respawn. OG, they're getting map control, but the gold, it's still pretty even here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Misses that stop of Fada. He's gonna get the Arcane Rune. Able to dodge away from the Bushwhack, but I don't know if he's gonna be dodging away from this one. As Thompson finds the last touch there. These supports just getting one time. One for him. 3-3 dies. Also OG. All across the map, they're connecting with these kills, making the right plays. And again, it is space for the Anti-Mage, but this Anti-Mage trying to get in towards that Battle Fury, and it's feeling like it's going to take Skitter a while.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to stand against the Terrorblade timing. Like, honestly, at this point, I'm already thinking about like how the high ground defense goes for Tundra, because OG, they have a lot of tempo in this game, and they do have the Alacrity Terrorblade. It might not be a high ground defense, but it's the same concept when, you know, you're fighting around these objectives, the tier 2s, tier 1s, and Roshan. I mean, it has to be off like bursting a hero with Ravage Arrow and Lina spells, but it's looking hard, honestly. Antimage, he's not the type of hero that gets an item and puts pressure on your opponent to help you come back from behind.
That is not really the game plan there. It feels like if there's gonna be moves to be made, it has to be around like 9 and 3-3, doing some big stuff. And you talk about like being able to push this Terrorblade out of lane with the Helm of the Dominator creep. 3-3, they haven't taken that top tower.
Do you see the midway for Dire here? 3-3 has stacked up multiple ways with his Helm of the Dominator creep, just so that they could protect mid tower.
Oh, whoa.
And now there's gonna be a triple wave here.
Yeah, it's coming in between the tier 1 and tier 2 right now.
Okay, so those are actually the top creeps. So they hold all the top creeps.
Down bottom though, they catch Skitter. Oh no, they won't get him. Bushwhack afterwards. Instead, they're gonna find Snake and get him in, but will he die? Meanwhile, the Ravage for the turn. Who's deciding to go on? They're trying to kill Thompson. It's ambitious, but is it gonna be good enough? No. They
Radiant's
can't
middle
get him.
tower is under
And
attack.
now the rundown 9, hoping to escape, but there's nowhere to go. All of OG grouped together and taken down Tundra. What a finish.
Look at his move from Sumail. Instant fight into TP mid. He's going to chase away 3-3 and then hit mid tower. This is the best meta you can ask for. Kills into objectives.
Really nicely played there as 3-3 is going to get ran down. Doesn't have anywhere else to go. Seb finds the final touch, and they are just getting stomped in this early going.
Radiant's
This
middle
did
tower
happen last
is
game,
under
and look
attack.
at top lane.
That's true.
Antimage, he's trying to catch up. There are like 14 creeps here, but OG know this. They're trying, their objective coming here is just to stop them from farming all these creeps.
Skitter does a little do-si-do action, but Seb moving
Radiant's
in.
middle
Fox is
tower
there
is
also.
falling.
Skitter's just AFK farming. They're clipping the wave on him right
Radiant's
now.
middle tower
All he
is
wants
under
to do
attack.
is hit some creeps, but they won't let it happen.
Radiant structures
And
are
this creep wave,
fortified.
I mean, it could go the distance.
Dire's
This
turret
is
has been
going to be a
killed.
lot of pressure.
Radiant's
Tipping
top tower
3-3
is
who
under
started
attack.
all this mess.
Yeah, all of a
Dire's
sudden, this
bottom
four
tower
wave,
is under
it
attack.
was supposed to give Antimage a ton of farm, but instead it's just, you're just building up a huge wave. Timbersaw, he takes a tower, and
Radiant's
now
top tower
you
has
still
fallen.
have like 12 creeps here to do damage to the tier 2.
Yeah, this is problematic right now for Tundra. Do they have? God, they still have a minute until Ravage is back up. It feels so impossible to fight without that. But at the same time, like you can't just let them take this tier 2, which it feels like they're thinking about it. And yeah, it's already in there. And avoid. Oh,
Dire's bottom
all
tower
right.
is under attack.
I like that.
Skitter. That got
That's
him
a
Battle
good
Fury.
mana void.
Don't run off.
Radiant's top
Farming
tower
mana
is under
void. Who would've
attack.
thunk
Yeah, but look at Fada. It's 16 minutes in. He's level 5 on Enchantress. 0-6.
About to be 7.
Well, 6-6 there, I meant, but
There you go.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
he just.
Radiant structures
I don't feel
are
like Enchantress
fortified.
really had impact this game. Like bottom lane, I feel like he had to buy more
Dire's
souls, and then there was
turret
like
has
they
been
got out-roamed on the map sort of by a hoodwink.
Dire's
But I
bottom
don't think
tower
this is what
fallen.
Tundra's game plan was. Maybe a bit of inexperience on the hero. Maybe something happened, like the breakdown of how they talked about the lane was supposed to go.
Oh, wow, my heart
But it
is
just
beating
hasn't really worked out
fast.
for Tundra this game at all.
A 3,000 gold lead into the favor of OG. Not insurmountable, but this is the type of lineup from OG with the Terrorblade that can take full advantage when you start to get a little bit of your lead and then just never let go of it. So we'll see what they need to do. Your thoughts for them and like objectives over the next couple of minutes for OG? Do they just sort of keep the pressure on, or oh, wait a minute, 3? God, I mean, they keep on finding Seb in this series, whether it's the Tidehunter last game or the Timbersaw this game, and it's really difficult to take this hero down.
Yeah, he's done a good job in both games, just sort of positioning himself where Tundra want to
Radiant
farm.
are scanning.
And I think the timing for OG, like the goal here is to prevent the
Dire's
enemy team's
courier
net worth from
has been
increasing.
killed.
When you're ahead, it's better to get more ahead by preventing the enemy from farming than just farming more yourself. Because like gold disparities mean more, you know? Think about I'm 50k and 15k and you're 10k compared to I'm 25k and you're 20k. The 15k versus 10k is much more compelling. And we can see 9. He gets caught again bottom.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, the right
is
click's
under
coming
attack.
through there. Oh, LFA.
Arrow.
Laguna Blade, a chance for a turnaround. No tail. Doesn't have anything left in the tank.
Radiant's
Help us, buddy.
courier has been
So
killed.
they take down Thompson, a really big kill.
Oh, snaking.
They're
The
still
bottom
under this
bottom just.
ward.
Wait, did 3-3? He dragged another creep wave to anti-mage mid there,
Dire's
so he got both
courier
top
has been
and mid
killed.
waves. If you farm 2 waves, like 2 waves every 30 seconds, it's basically farming like 1200 GPM or something ridiculous. He's accelerating on anti-mage like crazy.
Could be a problem here. And I mean, the thing about this too is that, like, Tundra have been able to keep some pretty good vision out there on the map over the last few minutes that have enabled this type of stuff to happen. But they are going to eventually chase down and kill Snake King. So they find him bottom. But staying
that
about
was
static.
I mean, that was a good turnaround, to be honest. OG were pushing towards 5k right now, right? And now the arrow has sort of gone up on the graph because, you know, anti-mage, he's just out-efficiencying them because of 3-3s holding with the HOTD. And then the turnaround count of Voker, like, that was huge. Nine was able to not have a game. They catch the Enchantress, it happens. Just a boy trying to defend his tower.
These things are, this is the life that they're gonna lead now, it feels like. But yeah, it's definitely the avenue back into this game is all through Skitter. He has to be the one to carry them here. They
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, they scan right where he was. Skitter, Alina, Courier goes right by and pops it. They get caught, but not enough afterwards, actually. Now the bushwhack, Skitter jumping away, trying to escape, has Blink back up in a second.
Dire's courier
For
has
the
been
escape,
killed.
but he solo gets the courier kill, actually. But eventually will get brought down by that spear vessel. So a good catch there by OG. So they managed to catch
Radiant's
Skitter.
middle tower is
I
under
was
attack.
mossing over Thompson's cold snap range as he went towards Lina there. I think he was like 50 range away from getting cold snap and an additional kill. But Sakta, he's caught snaking. They pop meta.
They are falling apart right now on Tundra. Sunstrike goes out. Is it going to be on the mark? No, not quite. Snaking able to escape. I mean, I guess this is what they need to do, but they just keep on bleeding kills.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing like cops and robbers right now
Dire's courier
on the
has
Tundra
been
side because you
killed.
can't fight your opponent at all. They're too strong when
Dire's
they're
middle
together.
tower is
But the
under
problem is you're
attack.
running around the map against an
Radiant's top
Invoker
tower is
and
under
a Nyx
attack.
Assassin who are hunting you down. And Simel, he popped meta. He doesn't get to count snaking, but they just use it to get another objective as they go for Roshan here. Alacrity Terrorblade, always a classic.
Wait a minute. Look in the Dire base right now. In the Dire base, they're trying to snipe couriers with the help of the Dominator creep. Not letting them get in there.
God.
Anything at all to slow down the game. That is unbelievable. I mean, they're taking
Roshan
Roach at the
has
same
fallen
time. They're
to
not
the
on
damage.
control command right now.
Did he get any? He got two of, like, he got No Tail's courier with
Radiant
this
are
range creep.
scanning.
Dude, this has to be so annoying because something that I really love about Dota is Dota as a game is inherently.
Dire's
Oh
bottom
wait, one
tower
second.
is
Top is
under
gonna
attack.
from top here.
Hello, friends. He gets the arrow though. Run away, Snaking, but he is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, he's not even
finds the kill.
bothering to use his last sleep there. But one of the things I love about Dota is the game is so complicated that a lot of the reason why top players make a lot of mistakes is there's just too
Radiant's
much to
middle
do.
tower
If
is
you
under
added
attack.
additional elements like, hey, I can't use my courier normally, I have to send it around the side, oftentimes it can lead to sort of like unforced errors from your
Radiant's
opponent.
top
I mean, I guess in
tower
that
is
case it'd be
under
forced
attack.
errors,
Right.
but the same idea. And man, Tundra, they're behind, but they're being so annoying.
They really are.
Like-
It's unbelievable. Like, they keep on catching these waves with
Fada.
the Enchantress. Oh, will he get caught again? Looking like he's gonna go 8-2 here. As the break tornado lift up, does get some heals afterwards, but ends up dying. Oh, Courier back in the base, looking for it. One more punch, comes through. Oh, but he got into the fountain. Able to live through it. Back and forth it goes.
Look at how the courier has to move. As he dances on the top side, who wants to go
Radiant's
back to kill a
top tower
random
is
range
under
creep,
attack.
right?
This is the craziest thing. Do this in your pubs, honestly. This is gonna be amazing.
God, this is insane levels of creativity coming off from 3-3. It's so cool to see plays like this because, you know, even though they're behind, you can really see like Tundra, they came back 3 times from over
Radiant's
11k
top
gold
tower
deficits
is under
in
attack.
this qualifier, despite going
Dire's bottom
7-0
tower is
until
under Radiant's
maybe
top
this
tower
game.
has
And
fallen.
you're really seeing now, like, even when they're behind, they're eking out every advantage, but OG, they don't want Tundra to have that chance. They want to go high ground
Radiant
now.
structures are
Alacrity on
fortified.
Terrorblade. Metamorphosis with the Arcane Rune, they're looking really strong here.
Dire's
You
bottom tower
can do the
is
Q
under
plays,
attack.
but it might not be enough in the end.
Dire's
They do
turret
take back
has
over
been
the
killed.
Terrorblade Illusions with that enchant. Yeah, but the tier 3 tower is going down. Seb is up there tanking for him. Arrow does connect.
Power.
And Fata gonna back out again. Sharpshooter not gonna get him the mark,
Dire's
but
courier
Fata gets hit
has
by the
been killed.
Sunstrike. Not enough for the kill. Another courier goes down. No tails this time. But buildings are falling, and that is definitely
Radiant's
the bigger
top
objective. They're
barracks has fallen.
trying to kill
Where you
another
going?
one. 3-3
Dire's
out there
courier
on the
has
map.
been
They're
killed.
not even in the base. They're just hunting
What's the
couriers
good
now.
do-da-da?
Fata dies. Meanwhile, Skidder just keeps on trying to go for the AFK farm play. They have definitely given up this Rax as they'll take down at 9
Dire's
to
middle
boot.
tower is under attack.
In the mid lane, they're trying to pressure this mid tier 1 tower. They just completely gave up that Rax, but they do have another cut of the creep wave here. Terrorblade Illusion getting taken by the Enchantress and then pushing out top lane. Backdoor protection
Radiant's
is up.
top barracks are under
Rare
attack.
micro mistake from 3-3 because he actually had a creep dragging this top wave, and the creep wave just magic kill. I mean, he
Radiant's
did
top
kill, like, he was doing
barracks has
16
fallen.
things at the same time, so we should forgive him for this. But they do eventually get the creeps, and without backdoor protection, they're going to take the racks. Honestly, I think they took that through backdoor protection, so it's not like 3-3's mistake did anything. Sumail, he is just so farmed. He has SY Dragonlance Skadi and over half a Butterfly in 24 minutes.
Is impressive and terrifying if you are a Tundra fan or a Tundra player. But Sumail, definitely the king right now of the net worth, and looking to try and find a way to close this out, most likely around that second row. She still has the Aegis for another minute. We'll see if they try and do something else in that time period. But smoke up. Oh, 3-3, they do have that Ravage.
Radiant's middle
although
tower
on the
is under
Aegis
attack.
Terrorblade, he said still a minute away. 9 gonna try and slow this down a little bit. The big wraparound though.
Radiant's
3-3
middle
and
tower
Saking
has
are looking
fallen.
for that back line. Jump forward, finds Fata. 9 gonna pop that Laguna Blade, looking for a jump. Do they have an opening? Thompson right on top of him,
Dire's
killing
turret
off that
has been
invoker.
killed.
Huge kill. Sumail, they're trying to leave him for last. LSA, a little bit of kiting going on, but it's a Terrorblade. He is terrifying.
Radiant's bottom tower
Seb
is under
there to
attack.
protect that TB as he jumps pretty aggressively in there, and the rest of Tundra, they're gonna back out. It was a buyback from Thompson. That might be enough for them.
That was 2 buybacks for OG. Notel and Fata also buying back during that fight, and you know, anytime you're behind it, you can force out core buybacks on the enemy team. It always, in the back of your mind, you're always thinking, guys, we have a chance. If we clutch Thompson again, they're going to be down to core hero. And I mean, you can be the most farmed hero in the game. You can't 1v5 in this patch without allies. You will get kited, they'll eventually get halberds, you know, it won't work. You need allies to stun them and disable them so you can hit them. Much like Snaking's getting stunned and disabled into his death taunt.
And that was, again, just pulling these
Where you
creep
going?
waves. They have Fata
Come to
taking over
heel.
illusions, and then they've got Snaking pulling the waves. They got another one as Skidder tries to take that one down towards mid, kills the wave, runs away from Sumail. They're being unbelievably annoying in this game on the side of Tundra. Like, I don't think I've seen something like this before in a while.
This is giving me the good old Cloud9 vibes, you know? Fata channeling our former team's energy. I'm loving it. I mean, honestly, from my perspective, having played a lot of these games, I think it's very, very low percentage that they win this game. But I thought the exact same thing about game 1, and they pulled it off there. So, I mean, they're... he's just hitting
Dire's
time.
bottom tower
Yeah,
is
tried to
under
TP
attack.
out of there, but Nyx was right on top of him. So another catch there by OG. You can see the highest net worth at 25 minutes, 7th highest for him. So having a pretty freaking good game on the Terrorblade, if we do say so ourselves. Definitely the time to do it in the grand finals for a TI spot.
Yeah, and this isn't... Oh, Skidder, he got caught here. He has no TP.
Oh, they also kill Fata. Looks like Skidder's gonna be okay. He's backing out of there.
Perfect.
Can they pressure this at all, knowing he doesn't have a TP?
The thing is, if you don't have your TP, you can't push lanes effectively. Like, just not having a TP takes away a lot of your net worth. Normally, he would like to be at these ancients, farming his 27-minute items. Hey, OG, look where their wards are. They're ready to deal with the rats, you know? There's no aggressive wards. I mean, they do have one bottom. But they're placing their wards just to deal with what Tundra is trying to do. Ooh,
They
Echo Saber
do
looks good.
finally, oh, interesting. They do finally have a creep wave mid, but it's dead now. Backdoor protection disabled as up top there's also a wave shoving in. So yeah, the rat-tastic plays are finally going to have to be put on hold for the moment.
Are fortified.
They're smoked up here. They have Ravage. They want to find Thompson. They know he has no buyback.
They spot him. There's the big jump potential. Do they go for a no? They get the tornado and Thompson too much on that mark. And the sharpshooter's not quite going to connect. But a really good play there by OG to stop that pressure. Round 2, jump forward, Ravage. It comes out on top. They bring him down. Sumail, he gets exploded. He doesn't have buyback either. Zeb getting caught now. Can they kill him off? Tundra haven't lost anything. The chase down continuing. Oh, and I think the 3-3 dropped an Ironwood tree to break his Timber Shade. That was really nicely played by Tundra as they explode the Terrorblade.
All right. They holy like.
Are we getting a repeat?
I can't believe they're clawing their way back into this. They bursted a free farm Terrorblade with, like, what did they just popped their BKB on Lina and they just killed him. I don't know how to word it otherwise. And all of a sudden, OG, despite being so dominant in this game, they might be still up to go to the ENG. The momentum, it's swinging.
Looking for a quick pick there, maybe getting a little bit grasping at straws for the moment as they tried to blow up Snake King, but it doesn't happen. I feel like we've seen this story before, Owie. Cold Snap there, tries to catch onto one. They will get the pullback. Tornado afterwards. Arrow not going to connect. It's only a 3,000 gold lead.
I need to know in this game, like, how much gold the Couriers gave them, because it's very possible that these plays are only possible because of, like, the general net worth that you get from Couriers. Couriers are undervalued in Dota right now. One Courier snipe can often be the same as, like, killing a tier 1 tower.
Look at the little Courier, the little creep heading out on its mission. Thompson.
Oh my god, it's still there. It's what is this?
All right, take 100 gold. You know, you gave us some with the Couriers, we'll give you some back there.
But like 100 gold to scout an enemy in their base is worth it, you know? Like, you're never really, the opportunity cost is very low for Tidehunter here. It's just such a beast play because it's so much attention, it's so much thinking power here.
Thompson. Oh,
he would have to get arrows here to die though. I think, ooh, they're setting up on him though. They want this.
Yeah. Thompson though, recognizing the potential there, is going to back out. Moonlight Shadow now, and then the retreat. It's wild though. All those little plays starting to add up a little bit here for Tundra. But will it be enough? You still have, like you said, this free farm Terrorblade. And when he starts punching people, it hurts. Vision 9. Ooh. No Tail right on top. Has BKB ready. Stun, not gonna connect. BKB for the turnaround. Laguna Blades finding that kill on a No Tail, maybe not quite. Popping the mech afterwards. Have to be wary. Sumail doesn't have a BKB. Oh, 3-3. He has Ravage, but they're waiting.
Nature attend us.
For an opening. In some trouble. They get the lift up there. 9 gonna BKB back home. Fada gonna die, and 3-3 also goes down. So they don't decide to jump with that Ravage. And now BKB delivered for Sumail in a moment here, at least. It's on the Courier. Roche, how far away? 30 seconds.
They don't use any of their big spells on Tundra, so they might potentially still be able to contest this Roche, and meta is going to be down. So despite OG winning, I mean, that was a good fight for OG, killing 2 heroes there. You do have a little bit of a timing window coming up for Tundra. Maybe if Skitter can split push bottom, force a bad TP, we might see like another miracle happen, because honestly, Tundra winning team fights in this game is honestly a miracle to me.
I mean, look at this. They're just waiting. They know that, like, this is the timing with the Tidehunter dead, that they want to take the Roche. It's going to spawn right now. And no vision in the pit at the moment. Oh, it looks like they're going to get away with this one. Tundra not able to get there.
AM even.
Oh,
he's just being annoying. Okay, I think this read for OG was perfect, because even though, like, they don't know when Roshan's going to spawn, right? If it spawns a minute later, they're going to look silly in there. But they understand that if they do not get this Roshan right when it spawns, they will be vulnerable. Now, because you have this Aegis, you're sort of compensating for the fact that you don't have meta. That, I don't know, Seb used a lot of resources, it doesn't matter, so they used Cataclysm. The Aegis covers for all of that, and now, you know, Tundra, they wanted to fight there. They smoked out for it, and they got nothing.
Ha! Now smoke plate coming in from OG, snaking the one that they're going to run into. Drops the triple meteor and no tail with the stun right on
Dire's
top.
bottom tower is under attack.
Exactly what they're looking for. Would have loved a bigger kill, but I think they're happy with that one. So we'll have a pause now from Fata.
That was Snaking's gem.
Ooh.
So he ran into the Nyx, but Nyx was uphill. And that's, I mean, they got this gem because they realized that they need to win every single fight in order to win this game. So you're investing, like the biggest investment you can make in Dota, it's probably a rapier, you know? But gem to a lesser extent is the support version of that, where you're saying, if we don't win this fight, we're going to be hugely behind. We need to take this risk. We're behind, take some risk and come back. And I mean, now OG, they have full macro control and a gem. All these wards, not that they have any, are going to get completely dewarded.
Furthermore, it's going to give OG that confidence to know that we can play that aggressive way forward. We know that they don't have vision of us, and sort of have that confidence to take the fights on their terms. So it's looking like it's a dangerous territory right now for Tundra. OG, 11,000 at gold up. Again, some of that from the gem. But are you feeling like the anti-mage is actually starting to come online and become this hero that we were worried about for OG in the draft? Like, does Skitter have the tools that he needs to take these fights?
So what I thought about anti-mage in this game is I thought anti-mage Enchantress was going to win their lane. I thought they're going to trade souls for a lot of Timbersaw regen, his mana, and then he's going to be able to pressure that lane. And I thought Timbersaw would be way lower farm. The fact that Timbersaw has so much farm is a huge worry for anti-mage, because I've actually seen games where Timbersaw can outscale an anti-mage. Like, regardless of the TV matchup, Timbersaw, once he gets to Aghanims, Bloodstone, etc., I saw it specifically, I don't know if it's a TI or a major or whatever, but it's like Moo Dota on the Timbersaw, killing anti-mage solo over and over. And then you put in the fact that Terrorblade is, like, conceptually a good counter against anti-mage, just high armor, reflection against anti-mage, a lot of physical damage. It's looking really hard for Skitter to carry this game. However, like, I mean, they won that mid fight that I thought they couldn't do. They won last game, which I thought was completely over. Like, Tundra, they've been pulling some, like, skamazes out of their bag this tournament, and maybe this is one of them.
You goddamn memer.
I
love you.
I can't communicate like normal humans, so I have to talk in memes. It's the only way I can do it. I've
Look,
been playing Dota for the last 15 years. I have nothing.
You know what? If it works, it works. I think everybody listening has a good understanding of what you're talking about there. I mean, it's what it's felt like. Like, just how the hell do they keep on winning these fights and making these comebacks happen? But the question becomes, is it just one step too far in this game too?
So
Can
I don't
OG
think
pull it even?
anti-mage can carry this game, but I actually think Lina can. Like, last game, Lina was doing so much damage. He was chunking like some 6-star Tidehunter in a few seconds.
up.
9 just finished his MKB. That's a lot of damage against Terrorblade. It's not like he has any magic. They're going
Jungle Ravage, trying to find it, blowing the bar! Oh! Thompson didn't stand a chance to mail spots! Round 1! Oh, they found the right BKB already. And the chase down to mail doesn't have BKB available. The right clicks come through. How is that the fight it takes? Sumail does manage to get out of there, though, it looks like. Thompson with the buyback is there for the help. Wow. What a swing. But the question is, now round 2 of this, you don't have Ravage available. Can OG just brute force this down? They don't have meta. Wait, they do. They do still have meta. Okay.
they have meta, but they don't have BKB. Is it like the worrisome thing? Some random arrow into Lina spells, like, they're scared right now with OG. They use 2 buybacks.
It's really, really scary. Looking for that tornado opening. Finds Fata. Bushwhack now onto 9. He doesn't have his BKB either. They start to take him down. Cataclysm comes out. Able to get away. The Yule Scepter alive on
I'm
nothing.
ready to
But
put that
Skitter,
place
in trouble
behind
with
me.
this arm, jumps out of there. They lose the range rack. Sumail now with that
Radiant
alacrity,
structures
turning
are
onto
fortified.
melee. But they don't want to give this
Radiant's
up. Sumail
middle
finds a
barracks
double
are
kill
under
onto
attack.
Snake King. He's from downtown finding the punches. They got Laguna Blade back up. How long will
Radiant's
BKB?
middle barracks
7
has
seconds
fallen.
for Sumail. He needs that little bit of extra time. They're looking for an opening here with an LSA, but they won't be able to find it.
It's
OG
just not
sensing
fair.
no Ravage. The BKB
Radiant's
comes
middle
out in time
tower
from
is under
Sumail
attack.
as the chase down continues. Do they have anything left in the tank? 9 trying to live, but it won't happen. Sumail with the ultra kill, playing the carry, turning on to these tier 4 towers. They try and blow up No Tail, not enough in the take from Skitter as they set their
Radiant's
sights
middle
on a
tower
game
has
3 with
fallen.
the series even OG. They're gonna run it down, find themselves.
I renew
Skitter,
my oath to
and
defeat
try and
all
finish this
sorcery.
one out in
Radiant's
style.
ancient
No
is
Ravage,
under attack.
no answer. OG, they're tying it up. Skitter tries to find some last gasp here for anything at all. 3-3
Radiant's
doesn't have
ancient
Ravage.
is under
It's
attack.
eventually
Cast upon the
buried
tide.
into the ground, stun afterwards onto Skitter. They focus back all of their attentions onto the Ancient
Radiant's
now,
ancient is
and that
under
is going
attack.
to be about all she wrote. So they might think about diving the fountain for no GG
Again,
out on this one.
we run.
The buyback comes again from Snake King. Arrow out there, but it's not going to happen.
Victory.
We're all tied up.
That game got real spicy, real fast because Tundra, they had this great read on the team fights. They were able to take these fights that were insane, ravaging the right heroes, always getting two-man mana voids off on them. But OG, they had an even better read. They understood that once the cooldowns are down, 9 uses be Snake King.
En Instagram como masoku.gg y en Facebook como Dota Masoku.
¿Y a ti, Stinger, dónde te pueden etiquetar para las historias?
En Instagram como Stinger D2 y en Facebook como Stinger Dota.
tiene el equipo de Immortal, no le tiene miedo.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Anymore other than maybe some fixes here and there, right?
Well,
This is the first time that there's 3 months in between.
Hey, you know, every year has been unique in some way to
Dire
Dota,
team
right? Like,
back.
we didn't know coronavirus was gonna do what it did and change the scene how it did, but it did. So why? And we didn't know Valve was gonna cancel TI and then delay it by 2 months. And I mean, here we are. So why not? Give us that big balance patch. Give us a fresh, huge change to Dota. Tell the teams they got 2 months to figure it out. It'd be like TI1 all over again.
And hold a warm-up tournament so everybody gets some experience on the patch with all the teams that are already going to TI.
Sure.
Or the new qualifier.
There it is. First pick
Go
Terrorblade.
again. Yeah, first pick Terrorblade. Hatchy, Ioax again, and the Nixie Assassin. You were right, Peter. Getting banned next to the Brood, and
Drow Ranger.
that is a first to Drow Ranger.
I love the fast draft. Like, yeah, we know. You know, you guys want to do your TB opener. We had this prepped. Instantly, Lion, very annoying. Drow, very annoying.
What's the best hero against Drow Ranger?
Remaining.
Spectre.
They already have Terrorblade. It's not happening.
5 seconds
Offlaner.
remaining.
But something that can get on top of Drow.
I thought that was your point.
Dire
I was
team
just
back.
testing it. I personally think it's Timbersaw or Furion. Would be like my favorite picks there. They go with the Abaddon, right? Getting that Fodder comfort hero out of the pool before it goes bye-bye in the ban phase. Also not a bad idea.
The Mirana and the
10
Tyrant are still in
seconds
the pool,
remaining.
and
Turn
last
to
time it was
ban.
OG picking those up. When you have a Drow Ranger, obviously she's one of the more squishy carries. However, last time OG played Drow, I believe, well, not last time, the time before that, they had an Alchemist with that as well, and they gave her a very fast
10 seconds
axe,
remaining.
making her actually very sturdy. Is that something you should be worrying about when you're Tundra?
5 seconds remaining.
The Drow at Alk combo they did before.
I think Terrorblade on lane he really likes playing against Alchemist because he has such high base armor that he doesn't really care about the acid spray as much as other heroes. It is something that they may go to because it is comfort. However, I think that there probably are better heroes. I was going to say No Tail played that Naga Siren support in the game. He didn't lane with Drow, did he? But I think that could be a good support for him. They could even do a Naga Drow lane, and I think that the Naga Siren can be very good against Naga support. Can be good against Terrorblade because you could just sleep when he pops meta and disengage.
Ooh, this is a
Dire
very
team
high-value
back.
Mars game too. We have Drow versus TB.
Yes.
Like, Mars is good for like either team.
Why is Mars good for either team?
You have your arena, and both these two heroes like to spend as much of the fight on the outskirts as possible, and the arena just breaks that ability because either you're locked inside and being focused, or you just like can't get in to actually engage in the fight.
OG's turn to ban.
Terrorblade also has the what is it, the
Terror Wave?
the Ags, right?
Yeah,
The Ags
Terror
on
Wave.
Yeah, the Terror Wave, which is a nice combo with the Mars Arena. Also, the fact that you can't attack range attacks from inside to outside or outside to inside, that's what makes
10
Mars so good
seconds
against
remaining.
really just any range carries in the game.
Yep.
5
And
seconds
even at
remaining.
Bulwark too. Like, you don't even think about that much, but obviously that has a
Dire
huge impact on the
team
fights
back.
too.
Yeah, it's a secondary thought, but it definitely does help out.
Well, OG is banning out those 33 heroes, so we'll see if Mars joins that. Because so far, 33 hasn't played Mars yet this tournament, but then again, they haven't really played that many games compared to some of the other teams. So
10 seconds
I'm sure
remaining.
that 33 knows how to play Mars properly. And on the other
5
side,
seconds
also
remaining.
offlane heroes, well, mostly offlane heroes getting removed with the Darkseer and the Pango. Yes, we've seen Pango mid as well, so a little bit of a,
OG's
of a
turn to
two-setter
ban.
there. Invoker also out of the picture. Substance Invoker previous game, of course, doing work.
One critique to Netta's gameplay is I think he is not necessarily like the best ganker. So like you mentioned Mars, I don't think Mars is his best hero. He used to be a carry
10
player and he
seconds
still kind of
remaining.
plays like a carry player. If you see it in his playstyle, he's generally like
5
very high up on
seconds
net worth
remaining.
and plays on side lanes more so than running around mid lane and smokes. You know, it's very uncommon to see him on like a, well, he did play the Sand King, which looked pretty good, but you know, no centaurs, no Pangoliers, right? Like much more of a, you know, tanky, beefy, high net worth, in your face kind of an offline player.
OG's turn to pick.
Marana is the last one getting removed by OG as they have the pick coming out of this. And in terms of Neta's heroes that he has played still in the pool, it would only be Sand King and Viper.
Dire team pick.
We have the Wyvern left in here too, which is also an amazing hero versus Drow and TB.
And Nine's Wyvern, pretty good as well if they want to go for that mid. But they OG goes for the Naga Siren, so that is the no-tail Naga.
I feel like Timbersaw would be very good for Tundra for 33 if you wanted to play it. I think it's a very, very hard matchup for Drow Ranger. I think she gets forced off the lane
5 seconds remaining.
around level 6, which is pretty much all you want to ask for. You know, if you could force the enemy core off the lane when you get your ultimate, that generally means that your 5-minute catapult will just be arriving, and then you can do a significant amount of tower damage, if not take the tower. And Timbersaw does a really good job of that, right? Because he just tanks the tower for the catapult, and tower goes bye-bye.
What about the Snake King Clockwork as well? If we're looking for his other heroes.
Yeah, I would not mind that as well. I think the Clockwork plus Furion or Timbersaw could potentially still be very good. Remember, this could also still be Sumail Naga and Topsun Drow.
True.
But unlikely, I would guess.
And the Alk is still in there as a possible next pick that Shiver mentioned. I wasn't really I mean, as you said, it's got its issues versus like the TB for sure, but it's also just like a, you know, our strategy. This works for us of making the Drow humongous.
We can think about some step heroes. There's probably not going to go Magnus. Could go Centaur.
Very good with Drow. Helps with the spacing, especially if they don't Mars, which we probably don't think they will based on 330 pool.
Has Seb played Mars? I don't think so.
No, too meta.
This tournament?
Oh yeah, he has played Mars before, I think, or maybe that was a Topsun Mars here. Hold on, look at this game.
Seb Brew.
Oh,
no, Seb played Timber, so No-Tail played Mars. Yeah, so I don't think that they play Mars on core. So that is maybe not a concern.
Team pick.
They decided to go with Coddle.
Ooh, and they get burnt. They get real burnt. Snag the Timber away.
Timber is very good against Terrorblade throughout the entirety of the game, I think.
And those two supports do not concern you in the slightest. Coddle and Abba. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
That's rough.
Is there a reason for them perhaps to run? They've done this during Deep Sea at some point to have 33 on the Abaddon.
Dire team back.
Because at the moment they're also one of the main issues. They don't have any stuns, and Winter Wyvern, yes, could be support, could also very well be a mid laner for Tundra. So still a lot of flexibility.
I think that's probably mid. I thought they were gonna Zeus, honestly. I thought they were gonna like the Coddle Zeus cheese strat, going like the massive damage or something. But I think that's a 9 Wyvern, and it's versus one Agi hero already. Whereas I think this really shines when it's trying to abuse the percent-based damage. I mean, there's other benefits too, but
turn to
I feel like they're outdrafting themselves at the moment.
Yeah.
I really think Tundra is on the bad side of this draft right now. I think that I think Wyvern works really well when you have like some combos with it at the very least. And in that game they had a Priestess of the Moon for Snake King, the Marana. So it was always just Winter's Curse into 5-second arrow into dead heroes, and they really lack a lot of control, and that's kind of what Terrorblade needs in games is control, so he can just right-click people. But they actually have no stuns outside of Winter's Curse, and Terrorblade can't do damage during Winter's Curse. So it's going to be a lot of disengage from OG, and I feel like it's going to be really hard for Terrorblade to connect on damage in this game.
All right, maybe they're going to Snay Wyvern actually, put the Wyvern as a 4 with the 3/3 Abba, and go for a Lina.
But why would you do...
Because I think the core Wyvern's really bad.
But
I don't know.
Then, yeah, no, I think that they should have taken the Timbersaw, or they should have taken their offlaner with their first pick in the second phase. They already seen the carry. They saw what is most likely both supports in Naga and Lion, but they chose to take their Coddle, and then they go Wyvern. It's like they already wanted Wyvern, right? Because I don't think, okay, they have a Timbersaw now, let's get Wyvern. That's not a thing. So they wanted Coddle into Wyvern. I'm curious what that last pick is going to be to tie it all together. I'm just having a hard time seeing it at the moment.
I think they have the right idea with the bans. That's like, looks like what it has to be, right? Someone who jumps in first. Because right now there's not really anyone. Like, assuming it is going to be the mid Wyvern and this is a 3/3 hero coming out, there's basically just Centaur left now, right?
Yeah, and I think I did mention Furion, but that's not what they need. You're right. Like, they need somebody that can go in and start fights from the off lane. Dragon Knight and Sand King are probably the best because they actually can just go like Blink Dagger first item. Most of the other offlaners want to, they want to go back for that Hood or Vanguard first. Opening up my hero list to see if there's any Blink Dagger rushers in here anymore.
Not a lot of time left either for Tundra. 20 seconds into the bonus.
It's Mars time, I think. I don't know.
There's also Doom. Oh, they take the brew. Okay.
It's brew. Not the most successful hero or popular hero these qualifiers.
That's scary. Hex and Drow Silence. I've seen so many brews die to this exact combo.
I feel like they first picked Terrorblade and then they didn't pick any heroes that were good with Terrorblade. So I really favor OG here, and I'm really scared for Tundra because I think OG just is, they have this momentum now, right? They probably feel like they should have won the first game. They came back in the second game and they did win the second game, and this third game they've just got to be having so much confidence, I think.
I got flipped. I thought they were gonna 9 Zeus, and I thought they were gonna Brewmaster Seb, and we wound up with this. All right, cool. That is a lot of... so what I really don't like about the Brewmaster right now is that you basically don't do Blink build, you do the Eggs, and so you ulti on a high ground to run into the fight, right? And they have so much good vision right now between No-Tail with the illusions being spammed out with the Zeus and everything that I feel like it's going to be really hard for Tundra to actually get that first jump. They're going to hear this Panda or see this Panda somehow, and OG are just so good at that, like, the collapse where they just, like, fall back, and then as that ultimate's ending, they just jump back in on top of you, right? This looks like a very hard game for Tundra to me.
5 seconds remaining.
Anything to add to that, Peter?
Hopefully we'll see some epic back and forths on paper. OG for sure, but as these last 2 games have showed us, it's anybody's game.
Yep.
Anybody's game. Well, whoever takes this game will be on match point for these grand finals. Of course, winner goes to TI10. Will OG be able to defend their title? Will Fada captain his first squad to TI? Let's see who gets to be on match point in this third game of the grand finals with Lyrical and AUI.
Good. Thank you so much, Shiver. And yeah, Aoi, I'm looking at this draft. The panel seems really convinced it's like a complete and total outdraft here, with the struggling for the Terrorblade. They have some great heroes against it. Is there any weaknesses that you're seeing in the OG draft at all, or is it just all looking good for them right now?
I think this is a really big updraft by OG as well. I echo the exact same sentiments that Peter shared. They should have picked Saw and succeed for their third pick. And they didn't pick it because they were scared that Thompson would play the Drow Ranger mid and they'd get a carry that's good for Silversalt. But the thing is, you've broken draft structure by first picking your carry. You're going to lose something in draft. And right now, you have no stuns. We saw last game, they early picked Sumel's Terrorblade. They had Nyx, Hoodwink, and Invoker to allow them to right click. This game, it's only on the Brewmaster split. Maybe with some Solar Bind, but I don't think it's enough. They don't have the outscale against Drow Ranger and Zeus, 2 heroes that specifically outscale Terrorblade. So the onus is on them to sort of control this game and win it fast, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
All right, well, we'll see if they can exceed expectations here. It's a team that's been able to do that multiple times, and OG with, just the experience of playing so many freaking games, drafting so many times in this best of 5s, they've been able to come out with a couple of different, arguably, could you say 3 draft wins so far?
I would say so. I think they've out-strategized Tundra pretty hard. In this series so far. I think Tundra, I don't think
to battle.
They expected to win game 1 or 2 based on the game plan. Honestly, it was 1-0 for Tundra, but I don't think Tundra felt comfortable in the drafts. I think OG still felt good about that. It's just some play stuff, and you sort of want that to happen. You want to be playing well, and you want to be messing up easy things to correct, I should say.
That's fair. Well, we'll see if they can sort of outplay their position yet again as we go into this game number 3 now. No Tail again playing on the support. Naga Siren has the Orb of Venom, a couple salves. Mirror Image, he's ready to go. 1-6 in the qualifiers. The lone win was No Tail against Nigma.
Good. All 6 of those other games are on core though. So on support, I think it's 1-0.
Okay.
So if Tundra do win this game, I think it has to be on the back of 9's Winter Wyvern. This hero is typically pretty weak in lane, so maybe they'll make something happen because I don't know how the lane goes for Zeus. I've literally never seen this matchup. I don't know if it's ever happened in a high MMR pub, but I should see Winter Wyvern like farming pretty comfortably in this one.
Up top, we've already popped Metamorphosis. Skitter doing some nice damage there onto Seb, but likewise taking that Timber Chain first. And they're trying to keep whatever pressure they can. This mirror image start is kind of annoying to deal with by the Naga Siren. The illusions just start giving, you just run them down a little bit there. You can do some body block stuff as well if it goes well, but he's going to pull this wave, No Tail, and actually going to take it to the right because of that play that we saw last time. Can Fada connect him? He actually lets it go. Okay, weird stuff in the laning stage. It's a classic. It's what we've seen a ton of times, and they're going to pull it back.
This is good for OG because Skitter committed Metamorphosis, so now he only gets to play 1 creep wave on meta. I mean, it's not like it's too bad for them, and Fada, he does prevent them from going around and denying a wave there, but it's a cool play coming out from No Tail.
There are other lanes that exist. Right now you can see down bottom, Snaking playing on the Coddle with 3-3 taking that Thunderclap at the early goings here. Curious what his build ends up being. This is a hero that definitely has found some like revitalization around the Aghanim Scepter and all that fun stuff. Currently, I think that he has the Helm of Iron Will coming out again. So Tundra just really believing in this idea of a Helm of the Dominator creep early.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see them use it a bit more cohesively as a team this time. Last time he got Helm and he sort of just played alone. I think this item should make you strong enough to like put pressure on your opponent. But so far, like Sumail's having the lane of his life. He's 10 to 6 now, and 3-3 only has 3 CS.
Yeah, this is a tough one for him, definitely. Sumail keeping that pressure on, finds the deny there, and you can see that Snaking, in the moment at least, is just farming up that small camp.
That's really cool. They got the lane equilibrium, right? So what you do as a safe lane against the enemy pulling it in front of the tower is generally you use pole camps. But Snaking, he just blasted twice. He gets his level 2 off it, and the lane is going to stay in front of 3-3's tower for probably this entire lane. I would say blasted like this, of course. Not sure about this one.
Yeah, 3-3. They want to ensure that they got that range creep. Takes a lot of damage for the trouble, but Soxa actually is going to get chased down a little bit here. Does have another Earth Spike back up, and 3-3. I think he might be dead here. As the right clicks come through, Sumail draws first blood. They have the Hex afterwards, and Snaking also will fall. But Sumail got a lot of damage from the creeps, and meanwhile, up top, they also take down Seb. So both safe laners a chance. Looking for it. 9 chasing underneath the tower. Right click's coming through, but it doesn't look like it's quite enough. Ooh, Splitter Blast. Stay close. Soxa down bottom. Snaking able to find that finish. So there's just massive action all around the map right now.
Yeah, and just a little bit of overextension from Tundra in the bottom lane. I think they really got baited by Soxa. He was like sort of manning up against a lot of creeps, but he understood his limits completely. There is this huge wave. Typically, Coddle pressures carries really well when you have a lot of creeps on the tower, because you can just sort of blast them. I think 3-3 is going to pull the next wave.
Lead played by him. Soxa gonna eat a Illuminate Blast right there, as they try and keep the pressure on to Sumail. Definitely not a hero that like loves farming underneath the tower with the creeps hitting him constantly. But in the meantime, 3-3 throws that Cinder Brew out now onto the creeps. They'll the immolation and eventually get killed off. And Soxa, another Illuminate Blast coming through. Will it quite connect? Not on the mark. But they're doing a good job after a rough early game of keeping this pressure on.
Yeah, 3-3, he's just playing his standard Dota of making the lane as non-Dota as possible. Pulling waves, anchoring your opponent, just doing anything, just like in last game, to be as annoying as possible. And honestly, it is working out for him, because you can imagine, and the CS is still horrible, right? Like, Jaw's 28 to his 11. But you can imagine, if they got double killed and he wasn't doing this stuff, this lane would be like 100-0. He's even going to drag the wave all the way in front of his tier 3. so he can deny away from Sumail.
Whoa, long walk. And I mean, at the same time, you're seeing that, you know, Timber, he's getting his levels right about on the same mark as what's going on with the Brewmaster. So he's also not doing great in terms of CS. Mid has been very even. Thompson and 9 both getting after it here as they're almost to level 6. There are more stacks that are built up in the jungle for the Radiant, though. And you can imagine that those might get taken eventually by Seb as a little bit of a catch-up mechanic, because we've seen these Timbers do time and again.
Yeah, I think OG's identity in a lot of this qualifier has been getting those stacks off. I'm honestly, it's part of the reason why I'm surprised he didn't take Timbersaw, because he has to be one of the best heroes if he has a good lane at going in and just taking all of your opponent's stacks. But we'll see, like, Tundra, they do have some idea for Timbersaw, right? They shut him down really hard in this lane.
Fada, TP mid, as the reaction comes, they find that kill. We'll get a return onto Soxa, but the bigger one is 9 going down and killing Fata. He was trying to TP back out and away, and he was just
trying to help mid lane. He uses TP, but Thompson, he pops the ulti and he just kills Wyvern. That's Wyvern using his first curse. Just a good rotation from Soxa. Coming in behind the Winter Wyvern, they catch him.
Just like that. No tail, gonna pop the mirror image. A lot of illusions. So many of them mid. Does have 3 points up in the Splinter Blast right now for 9. So talk to me a little bit about this Winter Wyvern mid. What's the strength of it? And Snaking's gonna run away from all these no-tail illusions.
Money changes hands.
The main strength of it is that the Egg Nims is one of the more busted upgrades right now. In the last patch, or maybe the patch before that, it just got given 25% move speed upon activation. It refreshes the Arctic Burn duration, so you're constantly slowing and doing % damage. And Wyvern, he just has like this good 50 damage time. Arctic Burn is one of the best spells in Dota, and I know this because in ability draft, it's picked very early all the time. I mean, you can, it's like a weird idea, right? But ability draft is just how good the spell is independent of the hero, and Arctic Burn is up there.
Well, something to keep an eye on, as if they can get to that unimpeded, and if 9 can make it to that point, could start to see some pretty strong performances here, particularly, you know, against the tankier heroes that we might end up seeing later on, whether that's the Timbersaw or whether that ends up being a Naga going. Well, I guess it's not going to be Naga going for anything really, because it's support, but we'll see.
And we can even see Knoxville in our stats chat. He said that Winter Wyvern's first spell, Arctic Burn, is 60% win rate, which is the highest from impact from standard deviations of any. I don't know what he said. He said something.
Okay, no, you can.
It's the best spell in ability draft. He said, I dropped out of college. I'm uneducated. You can't say these words to me.
That's fine. We'll get through it together. You saw right there as well, Seb getting level 6 and now feeling very confident in this lane. Skitter's still staying up here with Fada, interestingly enough. Are they gonna try and keep him in this area? He's TPing out of there.
I mean, Fada will try to drag the creep wave off.
9? No, he's gonna try and go toe-to-toe here with Thompson, but was already taking a ton of damage there. The lightning bolts just bursting him down low.
Try to just sort of sit top and absorb any EXP that comes in, but it's very scary. I mean, he's playing against a Timbersaw and Naga just got him, and they've managed to like create a double wave to hit this tower with.
Yeah, tier 1's starting to fall. We'll see what Fada decides to do. Similar story, as though not the double wave is down bottom. They have that Helm of the Dominator creep going for the wraparound with 3-3. He's also got that ulti up. Won't quite be able to connect there with the Illuminate spam, but Snaking trying to queue it up again, and Soxa catches him.
Radiant's
solar bind. Moving on in with the tornado, slow and steady, it burns him down, and Fata will die up top. Both supports going down in a very interesting spray there. Not sure what that one was, but managed to trade off supports again.
Has been killed.
Very even.
Radiant's bottom
last game,
tower is under
the
attack.
big difference maker was that Seb was able to take this top tower and then TP bottom to defend it. But I think they've got enough pressure this time on 3-3 that it's just going to be a tower change. Yeah, you can even see Fada comes up top. He doesn't want to let this tower die for free. If you can drag the creep wave off the tower against Timbersaw, it's not like he has any real tower damage. It's only the creep wave. Fada's going to drag this wave, maybe even to his Terrorblade in the jungle, and defend his top tower that way.
Nobody is coming down bottom to defend this one. 3-3 looks like he's going to get it for free. As Fata, and also that you can see here, Fata's connecting this up with the Terrorblade illusion.
Radiant's
so
bottom
you're still
tower
getting
is under
farm
attack.
on Skitter from this, all the while he's you know,
Radiant's
over on the other
bottom
side of the
tower
map in his
has
own
fallen.
triangle at this point.
Dire's
But they will
top
kill off that
tower is
illusion,
under
and now
attack.
Fata taking it on another trip. We'll give the high five, and then eventually end up dying. So big rotation up top to secure that tower. Tundra, they've already taken bottom.
Yeah, and I think Fata's really happy with that. He saw all these heroes, he got a lot of EXP, he's going to be level 6 with the book. And now there's space for Terrorblade to play Terrorblade Dota. Oh, they want to go. He used meta to farm Ancients, and they're chaining it into a play mid. They have the Brewmaster split, they have the Helmet Dominator, they feel strong.
I mean, meta's about to wear out.
Radiant's middle tower
do
is
they
under
want to fight
attack.
this? Thompson's in the
Radiant
area. They're
structures
using the
are
last bit of
fortified.
this to try and get the tower down, but as meta wears off, will they come to defend on OG?
They have a wagon here, so even just forcing
Dire's
OG
top
to
tower
sit
is
around
under
and
attack.
defend. Curse!
Winner's curse?
No!
Chase down, splitter blast,
Radiant's
dead, no
middle tower
song.
is under attack.
Nicely
Dire's
played there
top
by
tower has
9 to
fallen.
find that. And now, with this Helm of the Dominator creep that's turned into a melee creep, it looks like they're going to get a significant amount of damage onto this tier 1 tower, maybe even claim it.
They're just killing
Radiant's
the tower.
middle tower
They do
has
get
been
the
denied.
eye on OG.
Looking for more, thinking about it. Slow down onto Sumail, but the Hex and the back out. That Gust saving his life.
You know, we were saying at the start that it's really hard for Terrorblade to right-click people, but maybe the Solar Bind, like that was a big strong draw. Solar Bind combined with Arctic Burn. Like if 9 just tags all of his opponents once with Witchblade, which he's going for, or Aghanims, maybe that's enough for Terrorblade to be able to right-click. This game is, like, my understanding of Dota, it's hard in these games, you know, because this is so different than anything I've personally experienced. Like mid-Winter Wyverns, some Naga Siren 5s, no real stuns on Tundra, but a ton of like slow disables. And maybe their read on the draft in the game is completely different because they're not looking out of this at all. I thought this game would be way easier for OG.
Well, they are at the moment at least staying very even. An OG with the slight lead. But I guess that this is also a question of like, at what point does OG's draft start to really come online? Were you expecting it mainly to be around like the Timbersaw getting that tower taken, or do you think it's more so when like a Lion Blink Dagger comes out? What's sort of that moment that OG are going to be looking for?
Win together, slay together, slay together.
Well, they're a bit too far from Lion Blink Dagger. I mean, the one weakness of OG's lineup is that none of the cores really make moves, right? Like they're okay sitting back and farming half the map, but if you can't make moves, sometimes it gives too much of an opportunity for your opponent to open up the game. Like Drow Ranger, she's not going to run at you. Same for Zeus and same for Timbersaw. Timbersaw, he's going to shove his face in, but it's not like killing you in the same way. Honestly, I think a lot of it is because of how well Fata and Skitter were able to combine at top lane. Like they destroyed a Timbersaw
Dire's
who had the
middle
counter
tower
pick
is under
onto
attack.
Terrorblade. I mean, right now he's okay. He's caught up in farm a lot, but you know they've taken 2 towers. The map's opened up, and I think Skitter's feeling pretty good. He's comfortable using meta to just farm because they have so much map control.
Oh, 9. Playing things very dangerous there. Pop the Arctic Burn to farm, and now is going to TP out. The
he's TP'd on the
reveals
creep, though.
himself.
He's TPing on the smoked up creep from Tundra. They want to fight here.
Interesting. Okay. Sumail, they are
Dire
going.
are
Oh, there's a
scanning.
couple different places he could end up at. And they spot him over here. Sumail, gotta be careful. They're right by a tier 1 tower. This is dangerous. TP's coming in right afterwards. Sumail trying to buy some time with that Gust. Can they kill him off in time? Sumail down low, dead, and they get the lift up on Inaga, so no song to turn this back around. Seb trying to focus now on to 9. He's brought down low, Zeus in the area, able to get the rundown and that kill. Rada now trying to back out. They've already used the blue split. There's nothing else left in the tank for him. Saxa will go down. Snake King looking for the big eliminate blast. They've still got that creep in the area, but they have lost 2 apiece, and it looks like Fata also going to fall. So the final tally ends up being a 2 for 3. The caveat is that Terrorblade's still farming
Radiant's
during all of
middle
that.
tower is
Yeah,
under
Drow
attack.
died, right? Like this is going to be the carry this game. I mean, maybe Zeus is sort of the carry. And even like Seb, he can scale really hard this game. But again, I think they're happy with that from Tundra. I want to point out what 3-3 did that fight. Because most players, including myself, you know, you have problems microing the Brewmaster ulti, but that he stomped Naga when she TP'd into a lift up, so she could not song and save Sumail on the Drow Ranger there. It's just incredibly good, precise micro, and even though it's a 2 for 3, I think they're really happy with that engagement.
course, waiting for their timings on the side of Tundra. Got this Witchblade that's going to be coming out eventually, and Terrorblade in the meantime going back for his Sanj and Yasha. We've seen that Scotty timing be something that's very scary as well. Sumail, will he get the time that he needs to get to those items? So we'll have to keep an eye on it as Hurricane Pike is queued up for the moment. They're trying to invade a little bit and just make OG feel slightly uncomfortable, but the same type of thing is going on up top as Seb and 3-3 with Snake King are sort of squaring each other up, eyeing each other up. 3-3 is going straight into that Aghanim Scepter, so nothing to keep that silence off of him.
Must be
I
done.
think he's pretty much just gonna play at range with the Cinder Brew and
Denied.
You even see in his build, like he has a max Thunderclap because he understands he's never really gonna go in to use it. I wanted to say, like, I'd like to see Tundra. Oh, they're going on to Brewmaster top. He has no 3-2 stroke.
Doesn't have anything. 3-3 is super dead as they run him down, go for the kill, trying to get the KS there on Thompson, but nonetheless, that's Thunder God's Wrath down for a little bit. Maybe he was worried too about like people coming in there, and you know, if you get Bruce split off and the rest of Tundra's nearby, that could have been a turnaround. Okay.
Generation.
Solar Bind, pushback, Song of the Siren, and are they?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, they have Gust. Ready to go. Fada gets slowed. That Seb is in the area now. Fada starts to drop down low. 9 is there too, trying to keep Thompson out of the fight. Can they bring him down? God, look at the damage out from 9. He absolutely wrecked him there. But he doesn't have Arctic Burn back up, and it's a Hex out from that Lion. Meanwhile, Timbersaw gonna get lifted up as Snake King gets the pushback. Sumail starting to drop down low, and he goes down. So they keep him out of the fight on 9 for a little while, but now No Tail with no song, there's nowhere left for him to go either. Now look at this. No, Seb, he's stuck on that little cliff there. He's gonna come in and try and take down the rest of those stacks, but he's lost a lot. The rest of his buddies are gone, and the right click's coming through. Will it be enough to kill him? This dude is mighty tanky. Right now, sitting with 46 armor, but they will back out. One comes out now onto Fada, able to find that finish, but they got the Drow again.
Yeah, and another good metamorphosis and good fight for Tundra. I think 9 in that fight, he managed to hunt down Thompson, just him and one Terrorblade illusion, sort of slowed him down and ran at the Zeus.
Dire's middle tower is under
Good for
attack.
them, definitely. Right now, at this point in time, Tundra, they are hitting a lot of things, but they still need an answer for this Timbersaw. Currently the highest net worth in the game, and Seb has just gone for this build to make him so difficult to kill. Queuing up that Sanj and Kaya next.
Right now, I think he's pretty much unkillable for Tundra's side, just because Lotus Orb is going to take off Arctic
Radiant's
Burn
top
and
tower
Witchblade
is under attack.
But I think as soon as Aghanim's finishes, you can't, I mean, you can purge it once, but he'll just hit you again and reapply it. And then they'll have damage. I think Tundra is sort of waiting for that. Fada, he's in there deep. He's just a boy off on a journey.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, and look, the Helm of the Dominator keeps soaking in the damage. Fada getting away on nothing.
He just baited out Zeus out.
Right? Easy.
Oh, they catch Saksa bottom.
Down bottom. Oh man. And again, look at how close he is to that Blink Dagger right now on Saksa.
This entire game, I was thinking they need to kill Saksa bottom. But I'm just like, they don't really have stuns to do it, you know? From like 800 gold to all the way to now, he's sort of sitting in that bottom lane, farming it up. But now he just takes it into his own hands. Solo killing him with the Winter Rock. It's sort of showing why, you know, they showed it last time. I mean, everyone was sort of, is this hero broken? Is it just strong? Was it good just that game? I think he's showing a lot of prowess on this hero, and it's looking scary.
Absolutely. It's, you know, if you can find these supports and sort of accelerate your game, it looks really good as up top 3-3 gets a round and a salvo of Seb spells. Currently, what is he now? What, 3,000 gold behind?
Radiant's
but they're
middle
throwing
tower
out the
is
little
under
Harpy
attack.
Stormcrafter. Silence. The rest of the team is coming over. Seb, is he gonna fall? The chase down is coming, and he's taking a lot of damage. They pop Metamorphosis for this one. Earl Boulder comes in, going to connect, and from downtown, Seb tries to get a hold of the Song of the Siren, though, keeping him alive. Wait, but 3-3, he's on him with the Panda. Trying to chase. Who do they find? No Tail, still escaping from this one, but the rest of the team is here. Winter's Curse, back off cooldown in 8 seconds. They could look for a turnaround. Metamorphosis is still going. Do they want to fight anymore without their Timbersaw? It's a bold proposition, but OG, they're a bold team. Looks like they're not going to go for it.
Are scanning.
Oh, that was so close. I want to shout out to Nine right there because he actually waited until Seb used his Lotus Orb. He slowed him just with the Splinter Blast, just so he could get that extra damage from Arctic Burn and the Witch's Blade. It almost made the difference, but Dota just coming in with a clutch TP into Song. I'm assuming he TP'd. I think he did. But yeah, they barely say Seb. That would have been a huge kill because anytime you're playing one of these tanky heroes, Bristleback, Centaur, Timbersaw, if you're like sort of going too far and an enemy punishes you, it's not even about the kill, it's about like the fear that strikes you. And now OG, they realize the enemies use Metamorphosis, they used Brewmaster ulti, they're going for Roshan. They're not going for Roshan, I lied.
They were going for Roshan, Snake King right on top of it. They finally have a hero that can kind of scout Rosh with that Illuminate Blast and getting a little bit of vision from it as well. But it does look like towards mid, they're running. Oh, they also have an Alpha Wolf right now. And this is, whoa, scary stuff.
Do you see Seb's HP? He just got chunked. Just a Witch's Blade and Arctic Burn. I mean, he did not notice an orb off it right away, but he actually doesn't have any magic resistance. He thinks he's playing against, you know, Brewmaster, Terrorblade, supports that don't do that much damage, and Nine, he's pumping out DPS on this Winter Wyvern.
All right, well, looks like they're having some real lag issues right now, but the game about ready to go back and get underway. So a couple other things. We've got ourselves 3 points in ensnare for Naga Siren as well as the Meteor Hammer. The rest of the team wrapping around right now. Lion, newly minted Blink Dagger. Zeus has this Octarine core, so he's just going to be trying to spam out as many spells as he can. Question is, how are they going to take this fight? Are they even going to take this fight? Coddle isn't even here, and he's got Mechanism. And on the other side of the map is Terrorblade with no meta.
I think Tundra are just going to spam them here. They have a lot of spam between the Cinder Brew, the Splinter Blast, and it's not like... See, they don't know about Sax's Blink Dagger. So in their eyes, they don't think they can get jumped here, but I think OG, they're gonna get some kills here. Like Seb, maybe the reason why he's not Lotus Orbing it off right away is you bait them in a bit close. Like OG's the type of team I think who would want to make those plays like that. That's why they always live with like 100 HP. They're always baiting each other, right?
It's fair. And to be honest though, also, like with this pause, it actually probably helps Tundra a lot. Like the timing of this one and like, you know, thinking a little bit about, okay, you know, Lion, he's been farming for this long. There's a chance he could have Blink Dagger or something. I want to see what their response is, if they just back out right afterwards or what ends up happening. But regardless, we'll keep our eyes on it. The other thing actually is the shard coming out for Zeus afterwards. So getting his little jump away action to get some escaping. I mean, he's still going to get chased down by Wyvern, depending upon how these fights go.
Hey, it's a pretty good slow. It's 100% for 2.5 seconds. So if Wyvern's the one who's closest to him, maybe you can just use it to just get a bit away from him. And here we go back into the game.
And Nine backs out a little bit, gets to the other side. They're going to pop that glyph. And hanging out over here, throwing out the spam. Seb hanging onto that Lotus Orb. The wrap is coming. Toxa looking for an opening. Meteor Hammer down and Tower dead. Fada, is he the one that gets caught, or is it going to be Nine? Do they jump? They catch him. Aphotic Shield not able to get out. Oh, the silence down low. Nine trying to live to get the winner's curse off though. And able to turn this back around. They take down Zeus. Huge kill, and nobody on Tundra dies. Seb trying to get out of there now. Fada will end up falling. Get now looking for the chase. Seb dropping down real low with the reflection, with all the right clicks coming in with that Arctic Burn and the Witch's Blade. But it does look like he'll manage to get back. So they trade in the end an Abba for a Zeus, but they also lost that tier 1 tower mid.
Top tower is under attack.
That was without meta, without Bruce split. I think Tundra are really happy about that engagement.
Loaded to the gills.
I mean, the thing about Tundra's lineup is they have this huge power spike coming up in 200 gold with Nine's egg and
Radiant's top tower
Seb is not going to be able to frontline versus that item. I mean, he's going for BKB now, but that puts him sort of on a timer in the fights. He doesn't have any. I would really like him to pick up Cloak this game. At least something to mitigate how much magic damage is going to come out from Winter Wyvern.
Where's those neutral items at? Let's go. Need to grab yourself a freaking Nether Shawl or something later on.
If you got a Nether Shawl, that would be cool. He does have, like, you can't really be mad about getting Essence Ring, but I think Nether Shawl would have been really good this game.
Now that Aghanims is completed now. And
he's going for the Silver Edge Nyx as well.
Ooh.
But it just lets you get good curses off. We can even see last fight, Thompson got 100-0 from a one right click from Wyvern and blast. He just died. That's your mid hero with like sort of, I mean, I was gonna say high net worth in this game, but he's actually quite low.
9. They have to pop the ulti right now to get out of there. No Tail, is he thinking about turning onto this? Oh, no Meteor Hammer, but he does have the neck. 9 tries to back away, neck comes out. Slow and steady attempt here and a kill. 9 in trouble, drop down low. Soxa, he has that blink ready, jumps in. Oh, with the juke. 9 able to get away. Oh my god, I can't believe they didn't get that kill. And towards mid, they're going at the same time on to Seb. Trying to find this kill. Another pause. You hate to see it. That's not great. We got some misclicks going on as Wyvern is going to DC.
I think they're having some internet issues. I mean, it's an online qualifier. It happens. Really unfortunate this happened to File. They're all disconnecting it. It just sucks because they're playing so well, but spikes are going to change the game for you a lot.
Yeah, that is a problem. 4 DC'd now, and they are going to start to reconnect. So, I mean, it's good news that at least one of them is staying in there, but it seems like it's just sort of stuttery internet, and they're reconnecting to trying to like refresh everything. You know, you should trust my opinion because I definitely know nothing about the internet. And how it gets into my computer, which is definitely also what happens. But regardless, hopefully they'll be back in here in a moment. We can start this back up again.
Really unfortunate. I think Tundra, they're in Poland at like, wait, what just happened?
That was weird.
You in?
I'm still in it, yeah. But there was like some weird flash that went out. It's like a glitch in the matrix going on. Spooky.
All right. I believe the leg. I'm lagging apparently. So.
All right, well, we're back into the game now, so hopefully you can keep your eye on what's going on here. But it looks like OG, they'll get away with Seb. Was that another meta used?
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, they do have a cool combo where you can just keep following your Terrorblade and Chakra Magicking it to reduce the meta. Wait, he's still in Metamorphosis. I just can't. I can't see it because I reconnected. It looks like he's melee and throwing out these random bombs.
It looks like
they're gonna do that. Yeah. Okay. So they have Aghanims onto 33 now. They have the Aghanims on 9, but they don't have the meta, so their timing has now become a bit weird. Honestly, good play by Seb from like sort of, he's playing aggressive, but sort of towing the line where he baits up the Metamorphosis, makes the enemy think they can kill him, and they can't. So now they're timing sort of part of it.
So what does this next dream fight look like for OG? Because I'm seeing all these big items come out. Like you talk about the Ags, both for the Wyvern and for 3-3, and you know, obviously the Scotty almost completed. What's OG looking for here? As they hit?
A Naga Siren's Sleep into bursting the Kodo or Brewmaster. Whatever they go.
Do they see him? So they see inside the pit.
You can't see that creep, but it can see inside the pit. There's a line. Oh, they see it now.
Seb just saw it. Yeah, he's got to be careful now. Walks forward. 3-3, pops the ult. He's kind of in no man's land, but Soxa, he found 9. Pops in, trying to kill him off, seeing if they can burst him in time. But look at all the heal. Are you kidding me? Able to lift through his bot and try to keep him alive. And the winner's curse kind of weirdly plays Seb. Not able to get that Timber Chain off to kill off 9. Run away. They're still keeping this Naga under control. No tail. Starting to drop down low. Thompson goes to the jump away, but eventually they will beat him down. And in the meantime, 9 has been just keeping Seb out of this fight this whole time. And he lives through it all. Barely able to get out of that one. Back towards the rest of the fight. Hobson is now going toe-to-toe against Skinner. And they also have Sumail. The Thunder comes out. The right click spamming onto that Drow Ranger. And he's going to try and run, but will he be able to get out? No TP cancel.
That was a beast play from Thompson at the end there, but like Lyrical, holy shit! Naga got him by everything. Saxa finds him, it's the best target. They drop Zeus out, they drop Finger, Hex, Stun, Timbersaw spells. He gets healed up by the mech pipe from staking, itemizing perfectly to save 9, plus some Abaddon heals, pumps the Essence Ring, and he lives throughout that fight.
That was wild.
How often do you hear like, guys, we lost a fight because we stunned the enemy Winter Wyvern for 7 seconds and we couldn't kill him. With a Zeus Timbersaw Finger lineup. Like, it makes no sense, but this man, he's staying alive, and like even while running, he randomly hits people and does a ton of damage. And all during that, you're focusing Winter Wyvern. Skinner is beating all of you up, and Tundra, they get a good fight. They get Roshan. My idea of the draft is completely exposed. I have no idea how they're winning this game, and they're just playing fantastically.
I mean, so here's the thing too, right? Like you normally anticipate that you're going to be able to bring down that Wyvern. After that fight, 9 is level 19 right now, 2100 HP, and then on top of that, sitting with 17 armor. Like it's sometimes these conceptions of how you think this hero is going to be able to live, it just ends up not being true. And 9 showing that this Witchblade build, getting that extra armor from it, and you know, obviously having all the heals on his team, he can tank through it. Really, really good stuff from Tundra, as they have again found a way to either A, outplay their draft, or B, they had the next level play and just understood that the draft was better. So one of the two is true.
And I think even in the last fight, like we saw in Winter Wyvern, they're all focusing him. But if you focus a target in team fights, it sort of breaks your formation, and it might make you like have a really bad team fight because of said formation. 9, he got a really good Winter's Curse because they're all committing on him. Noto doing something really cool, and kill the Bounty Rune. You know, Tundra, they've been annoying all game, like all series, especially that game too. But I think Noto, he's been making those small little plays to eke out the advantage.
And now look at this, the smoke up. They find one. No tail. Sumail, they're both there. Thinking it might be an illusion. It's the real one. Reflection's out now. Looking for the chase. 3-3. Spots out Sumail, but not going to be able to connect. Now they have both Aegis and Meta ready to go. Creep wave pushing in towards mid.
Okay.
Winter's Curse punching himself, but they're going to back out. 9 might be in some trouble here. They don't want to go any further. So Song of the Siren down. Winter's Curse down. Thompson being a butthead, constantly spamming out these waves and making it feel impossible to come and pressure this.
Lose together, win together, slate.
Seb did manage to get bottom tier 1, and he's putting a lot of pressure on bottom tier 2 during this. OG, they're just sort of waiting. They understand that they have this pressure on the map, so they're okay with just chilling a bit.
This
has been Seb's place down here throughout most of the games. 3-3, got off the ulti, goes for him. Rolled boulder, they got the lift up afterwards. Can the rest of OG catch any of these heroes on their way out? It doesn't look like it. So Seb, he's gonna have to give up his life for this one as the right clicks come scaling through with the Scotty to get the lift up. Oh, they can't purge it. Oh, because the other one's lifted and trying to get out of there. Seb, nah, it's not gonna happen.
And this is a first pick Terrorblade Lyrical. He's 3-0. He has over 10 CS. Sorry, he's 6-0. Has over 10 CS a minute as a first pick carry in the draft. I think he's against 5. I would say these are like the 5 best Terrorblade counters in the game, potentially. Maybe PL is better than Drow Ranger, but they're all up there. He's he's playing super well, and he's just executing every team fight.
Oh, and they found Thompson again. Winner's Curse. Look at him chunk him. Thompson didn't stand a chance.
By the way.
That was, I mean, that's a Zeus at the end of the day, right? Like, oh man, they will catch Coddle.
He has Hood Mech. He's no joke, and Shadowblade up from 9. He has Night Vision. He has Shadowblade. We thought they couldn't catch us because they have no stuns, but if 9 just solos people, he solo killed Saxa bottom lane on his Lion, he's solo killing Zeus. He's just hunting everywhere.
Doing a ton of damage. And now, like, look at this. The entire map is open. I mean, obviously, OG have 2 heroes down, but they don't feel comfortable leaving their base, and now they're likely on Tundra going to try and get a bunch of map control. They are investing in these Blink Daggers, so both the Drow and the Terrorblade get one. Initiation feeling paramount in these fights. 30 seconds until Roche expires. There's the start of the fight. Seb, they've already popped the borrowed time, but the Sunder comes out afterwards. Seb gets called by the Hurl Boulder. 9 trying to survive through this one. Saking's there right on top of him. They get the blinding light pushback, and Seb trying to join with the rest of his team. The retreat is coming out, at least for the moment. There's a good blink away coming from the TV. They have Metamorphosis back up in 13 seconds, but again, you only have a little bit left. The Aegis about to expire right now. Chase away. Now, Fada brought down low. He's dead. No more Aegis. Gotta be careful. Jumps on top of Saxa, though. Finds that kill, and now they're trying to bring him down. Do they have enough for the kill? The Gust is there. Song of the Siren afterwards. Gonna have to cancel this one in a moment. Do they have enough? Meteor Hammer not gonna get it off. Oh, no! But can they bring him down in time? Skinner dropped it down low. They eventually find the kill, but it's a triple kill for 9, who chases down Seb with 4 heroes left alive and only Seb on OG. He too is going to be in a world of hurt. They wiped them all. 9 is the real carry here.
And honestly, a rare misexecution. I didn't quite see if the Drought Hound missed onto Wyvern or if Abaddon shielded it off, but they missed a Meteor Hammer after the sleep. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe Notel, he didn't have an obs to toggle the timing perfectly with. He doesn't transfer that, so maybe he overclicked or something. I don't know what happened. Anyways,
Radiant's middle
9,
tower
he gets a
is under
curse off
attack.
onto Zeus and Drow Ranger, and basically 1v2s both of them. I mean, 3-3 was there hitting them, but they're tickles compared to what 9 was doing to them. Wyvern, this hero straight up looking broken. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how they can win this game unless Wyvern is a broken hero. But I don't think like anyone can play it. How 9 has moved this game, how he lanes, how he farms everything, it's so practiced. And I know this guy, he's actually spammed this hero in pubs, by the way. I think he went like 15-2. I'm surprised, like, no one is really playing this hero except for 9, and it's really proven clutch. He has a Kaya.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, he's going Kaya Sanj, the just be-all end-all item nowadays. Oh, yeah, and again, back to that like misexecution there on the Meteor Hammer with the song. Like, we saw one of those earlier today, but gotta keep in mind as viewers, like, they've been playing Dota now for 7.5 hours on OG. It takes it out of you when you have to play that first best of 3 and then go right into the best of 5. But at the same time, that's what separates people sometimes, and sometimes separates teams in these grand final situations. Got to be able to win.
Yeah, and it is a bit of the upper bracket advantage that you get to watch your opponent play. 9, he's hunting. He has a Silver Edge, and he actually has 22.8 mana regen because of this Kai pickup, so he can stay in Arctic Burden permanently. He's just gonna run around with, he's 550 MS with the Silver Edge and just hunt anyone. Like, it's so hard to catch him. Like, how do you kill this guy when he's just moving around in the trees like this?
Yeah, it's impossible. It's
Radiant's
feeling very, very rough, but we will see how this one goes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Chase down. Saksa going to fall at tier 2 tower now, taking some extra damage. Tundra looks so good.
And they're already setting up, like 9, he's on the case. They've taken top, they have control of that area. He's setting up bottom. He has a Silver Edge up again, and they're smoking to wrap around OG. This is very scary for OG here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They realize it. They spot him. Jump forward. Winner's Curse is on the Thompson, trying to live through this. Do they have enough? Skinner, he thunders his real carry. 9 drop down low, but the Cold Embrace trying to live through it. Meanwhile, the rest of OG dropping like flies. Oh, they try and bring down 9. He's still living through this one. Fada got the shield. No-Tail trying to run. Seb gonna pop that BKB. See if he can take down this pesky Wyvern. But he's just gonna have to TP out in the end. Unbelievable execution.
He's not done yet.
He's Tundra.
Okay. Summel, link away. Wait, he's chasing him.
He is so good.
This is a speedy dragon.
Dire's bottom
they could not
tower
kill.
is
Holy
under
Locket came out. Abaddon heals came out. Asunder came out. And he's just going unkillable.
Living again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Skinner, he finds him too. If you deal with the Wyvern, afterwards you gotta deal with the TV as the right click comes through. Dead,
Radiant's
no buyback on these heroes. 34 minutes in. The Tundra lineup hoping to find an opening here and go up in this series on match point. Double
Radiant's
kill,
middle
no
tower
buybacks
is
on
under
anybody.
attack.
Tundra taking the lead.
God, I love
Radiant's
Dota. Like,
structures
anytime
are
something like this.
fortified.
Oh, Skinner, he's blinking in.
Radiant's middle tower
He's in
is
trouble.
under attack.
Thompson gotta back out. It ain't gonna be there. As it looks like they're gonna take down this tier 3 tower. The
Radiant's
question is,
middle
do they
tower
try and go
is
for it
falling.
all? I mean,
Radiant's
right now the
middle
buyback
barracks
status
are
is
under
there
attack.
because Bailey cool, but they jump in. There's gonna be the winner's curse. The right click's coming through.
Radiant's
Thompson
middle
will
tower
go
is
down.
under attack.
He has buyback though, but they're going for the tier 4 tower. 40 seconds, no timber saw. The buyback comes from Thompson. He's got to hold this all on his own for the moment. No friends nearby at all. 6 seconds till Saksa. Fada gets healed back up against all of the heals in the world. They're trying to finish this one right
Radiant's
now.
middle
4
tower
seconds till
has
drop.
fallen.
9, he won't die!
Radiant's middle
They can't
barracks
kill
are
the
under attack.
Wyvern. Saksa ends up falling. They tried to blow it all up right there at the last second, but it wasn't enough.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, no. Thinking about staying. I mean,
Radiant's
it's so
middle
empty. This is that moment. You're looking for it all. You want to go to TI. They find Thompson broken. Jumps away. away. Still trying to live. Can they get him down? Yes, that's a dieback. And with that,
Radiant's
Tundra
Ancient is
are going to
under
set
attack.
their sights one last time on the Ancient. Another song. Can he hit the combo? Tread switch, just one time for it. Will they get him? Skinner, he gets the blink away. No, it's not how it's supposed to go. They can't get it. And in the end, Tundra will go up in the series over OG. What a fabulous performance.
I'm absolutely fascinated, like flabbergasted that they could win this game. I love this about Dota because every time you think you understand something about this game, the draft, how hero matchups go,
como más peleadas que vendría a ser SEA, y para mí
or 33 on the Panda did like, I mean, he plays a really, really great Panda. He plays a really great a lot of heroes, but his Panda is also fantastic. You know, another micro hero, big surprise, StarCraft god. You know, he provided them a lot of disable and catch, which they otherwise lacked. And people think of Panda as more like a team fight and less of a lockdown hero, but I mean, his Panda stuns were just like instant off the tornadoes, and it was just really good.
It was definitely very good. The Winter Wyvern,
Radiant
that
team
performance
back.
begs the question. It's a hero that's very flexible, right? If Nine can play it mid, we also know that it can be played as support, obviously. Trent, is that a hero that should be first phase banned, or are you not that worried about that when you're OG?
I think it'll... Second, if I had to take a guess. I think they'll probably ban it then. I'm not willing to prioritize it that hard quite yet.
Tundra made their decision that they're leaving Nyx and Axe. So previously in the second game, they banned Wisp and Axe and gave up the Nyx. That didn't work for them. So they're leaving both Axe and Nyx to get one in the trade-off.
Yeah, and once again, the Abaddon, Fada's Abaddon,
5
being banned out, so
remaining.
he'll be playing a different hero unless he gets his hands on Nyx Assassin. Of course, we've seen him several times on that as well, but we'll see which one OG prioritizes, because they know that if they don't pick up the Nyx Assassin, Tundra will. Also, it's a lineup that makes you question whether Tundra, would they pick up Nyx or Luna if they had the chance, if OG goes for that Axe?
I feel like they definitely would. I think that would... Yeah, I mean, you have a great read on the draft right now. I think it's interesting whether or not OG will take Nyx, right? If they take the Nyx, then Fada's forced on a new hero. Tundra may play Axe, but I'm not sure how much Axe they've played this tournament. Looks like none.
None.
So...
Yeah.
Maybe forcing them on a new hero is not such a bad idea, but it's very risky. I think Axe has proven to be maybe the most dominant hero of the patch.
Radiant
maybe outside of Terrorblade.
Oh, there we go. That's the Axe. But how often do we see first pick go into such a big chunk of bonus time, Trent?
No, not very often. They, I guess, weren't quite thinking that this would be the answer. Maybe they were opting to perhaps take that Terrorblade on the earlier end of this draft for themselves.
Yeah, definitely not expecting the Terrorblade ban, so good on Tundra to kind of throw like an... I think a lot of people expected them, okay, they're going to ban Nyx this time, right? Yeah. Or they're going to...
Because they want TV, right? Like, it seems crazy that they're willing to do that, because you think OG won't first it.
But you know, they go the next level, right? They're thinking ahead. It's sort of like they know OG knows that we're going to ban this, so let's ban Terrorblade instead.
They're thinking game one, where they stole all their heroes, right? You know, they were ready to just take it again. So, and there it is, Nyx Luna.
Look at Shiver, man. She's got it.
That's why she's here.
Hey, watching Dota, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these first couple of bans, I mean, when we're talking about a meta developing between two teams, this is it, right? Who gets which one of these 6 heroes, basically. What will OG go now for? Now they have an Axe.
5 seconds remaining.
Will they still go for the strong lane with either, what is it, the Hoodwink or the Lina, of course, comes to mind?
I think the Hoodwink is very likely, for sure. It's a little bit better. Lina can sometimes struggle versus Nyx, but it's not so bad. Taking a look at OG's other heroes that they've played, there's a Lion that's not so bad against the Nyx.
They could Shadow Demon.
Yeah, but I mean, we've said they could Shadow Demon, but they never do so many times.
But it's early and it looks good.
But look how quickly these players are defaulting to their comfort heroes. I feel like that's the story right now. It's like, who cares if the hero is good? Like, have I won games on it before?
I feel like it used to be such a good hero for them though, because they like to flex it around. But yeah, that's true. They are the 4th overall, so don't worry about that. Get your core hero here that you really don't want banned out.
All right, so the top Sun Invoker. Seb Axe most likely could be Sumail. But Seb has more experience playing it, I think.
What I really like about this is that the Invoker puts the pressure on the
10
BKB timing,
remaining.
and then the Axe is there to play around that as well.
Oh, yeah.
So it's hard, you know?
Remaining.
You remember we saw a decent amount of Axe Invoker at the major, right? A Refresher, Axe, Cataclysm, Invoker, plus on the Axe call was like boom, boom, like 2 dead heroes to start every fight. So I think it would be smart for Tundra to find some sort of save. You know, Trent, maybe the Shadow Demon.
Maybe the Shadow Demon, yeah, exactly, right? There it is. Maybe that's the Naga Siren.
SD Luna, man. That's an old combo, man, and it's good save.
10
Could
seconds
also do
remaining.
like Avenge, but that's more of Nigma's hero, not Tundra's.
5 seconds remaining.
Or maybe we'll just have a game 5. You know, I'm sure nobody would be disappointed in that.
we're just
some
calling
Tundra
it, you know.
fans would be disappointed.
What do you
in that.
do against the refresher Ags Invoker? It's, I mean, you just everybody just dies at the beginning of fights unless they mess up.
Don't get Faceless Voided, maybe.
Don't get called.
Yeah.
I would also say don't get voided. Maybe that's worthy of a ban. But so far, Tundra is focusing their attention on a Beastmaster, so that kind of leaves the impression that they might be expecting a Sumail Axe coming out. We still have the Winter Wyvern banned on the side of OG. Bit of respect there. In terms of heroes played against the Invoker, a 9 previously in this series. It played up against Invoker as a Lina.
Yeah, Knoxville had a good stat for us. Seb is 6 and 4 on Axe in recent games, and Sumail is 2 and 3 in recent games. So probably going to be going towards Seb. I mean, I don't know. They both have a lot of losses on the hero, to be honest. Who knows?
You know, statistically, Chen is one of the best heroes versus Luna when it comes to win rates, which kind of makes sense in a playstyle sense. Because of, like, you know, she wants to do her thing in the jungle, and Chen tries to also like enable his own jungle team, but then also push towers on the earlier end.
Yeah, I'm obviously not a huge fan of the hero, but if it could work in this game, I think it's fine against both Nyx and Luna.
And you feel like they have already got a hero that can clear out all the stacks, or
that's Axe, right?
5 seconds
Axe can do it easily.
He could do it for sure. But is it good enough? Like, is that the hero you want to have that network
Radiant
boost
team
on?
back.
If it's a Sumail Axing, yes.
Yeah, I think with the Ag Shard, Axe has kind of become like a better carry than an offlaner in most cases. So if you can, I think, like, I don't think you need any more scaling from OG. I think Invoker Axe is enough, as long as the Invoker gets that
10 seconds
refresher
remaining.
Ags at some point. So this is what
5
like
seconds
LGD
remaining.
did a lot at the major. They would just play like the strength side laners plus the Invoker or TA on mid, and they would just hold lanes and play for, you know, play to delay the game until they got to a certain point where their mid hero was just OP, which is usually like Ags on Invoker.
The Darkseer has been left in for much longer than usual at this point. It's a bit hard for OG to work in because there's the Nyx Assassin, which can be like kind of annoying for the combo break, but if it's the only hero, it's not a real issue. And then for the side of Tundra, Nyx Darkseer is a very good duo, but I wouldn't say Darkseer is particularly good versus Invoker and the Axe.
Also, need to remember that Fada is most likely playing this Nyx, most definitely playing this Nyx now.
Yeah.
That we see the snaking Potom come out, so these guys are back on their comforts. There's still no Tidehunter in the pool to pair with it, but 33 is flexed one of the larger hero pools on Tundra, right? He also just looks good on every hero he plays.
Hey, I remember his off-lane Chen.
5
It's
seconds
been a while, but if
Nah,
you're talking about the
pass on that one. What else?
We're out on that.
Shadow
Hey, there's your Shadow Demon finally making an appearance against the Luna.
Makes sense. Old school combo, as he said. I mean, he's good, and he just brings the busts the brew back out, up a game.
Nice.
Really good. He
Feeling
was feeling it. Yeah. He's definitely a feeling it hero. And the, I mean, Yules is traditionally a very good counter versus the Axe, and with the Storm Panda, you've got a little bit of that. The toss up.
You could just play for like Aeon Disc timings,
10 seconds
right, on Tundra for the Axe Invoker. So you just have the Aeon Disc into, you know, Panda
5
Split or
seconds
Satanic
remaining.
or whatever you need to do.
I think they need one more annoying lane shover, like a puck or something on Tundra. And I really like their draft.
Yeah, if they could just push the tempo and play aggressive. My gosh, OG's going crazy mode right now.
Is that Sumail TA?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wait. Well, it has to be Sumail TA. Yeah. I guess. Okay.
Radiant
Okay, that actually sounds like a really annoying lane for a Brewmaster, to be fair.
Why?
Because of the like, if you have this side lane TA and she's just like splitting onto you, and then I feel like it's kind of hard for the Mirana to leave. But you do have the damage over time as long as you get the Cinder Brew off.
And Panda or Mirana will most likely rush an Urn as well.
10
I imagine
seconds
on
remaining.
lane. I don't like this that much. I also think Shadow Demon is kind of a weak side
5
laner, so
seconds remaining.
he'll most likely like be
OG's
Soxa playing into the
turn to
off lane with a
bat.
Seb Axe, and he'll be stacking the Ancients and the hard camp a lot. But I'm curious. my eyes are going to be on that top lane this game. I want to see how this TA versus Panda Mirana matchup goes, because if that doesn't go well, game could be hard. Game could be
10
hard.
seconds
Because
remaining.
the Luna Nyx is going to do. I mean, they could maybe struggle
5
bottom as well.
seconds remaining.
Nyx is not a good laner either, so.
Tundra are banning for a potential 5 axe or something here.
Or 4 Invoker.
Or 4 axe. Yeah, or 4 Invoker, that as well.
But as we heard from Milan earlier today, Thompson doesn't really play TA, so
10
it has to
seconds
kind of be a
remaining.
male TA.
It's the no-tail 5 position Invoker. He's been watching Mason's stream.
5
He's seen
seconds
it.
remaining.
It's
Help us all.
it's not bad. It's not bad.
Okay, trust you for it.
A little Invoker TA safe lane to end the day.
Yeah, to end your TI run, yeah. Perhaps extend it.
I've seen Sumail play this TA a lot. He also played it a ton at the major with Liquid. But he is one of the people that abuses that Ag Scepter build so much, and yeah, it can be insanely good in some games.
It delays the game for so long, but you're also against a Luna. And then I feel like if you, again, just some sort of split pusher with catch, like the puck. I know they banned it, but like the Lena's also still in.
Yeah. Lena's
fine.
not that great versus TA or Invoker, but it is a comfort hero of his. They kind of just blind picked it on 15 or their 3rd pick in the previous draft 2 games ago, right?
OG's turn to pick.
Didn't work out.
Okay, the last man. The only mid hero still in that Nine has played that is not Lina, by the way, is the Void Spirit. We haven't really talked about Void Spirit at all, and he kind of seems to have fallen off, but would it be an option here?
Trying to describe a hero like that, it could work.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I was gonna say Kunkka, but Kunkka's kind of ugly this game. But yeah, just
5
playmakers.
seconds remaining.
Ember as well, I guess, is in, right? Ooh, the Willow. I thought they might first phase this with the Axe, but because it's such a good combo with the pressure on the lane, so that means it is no-tail SD, right?
Yes, most definitely.
But, yeah, I mean, you just cast a bunch of spells, right? You battle hunger, you pressure.
10 seconds
Willow, when
remaining.
played right, is very scary. Like even at level 1, we've seen some lanes just get
5
upset, like that
seconds
Liquid
remaining.
game in particular, where the Willow just ruined a lane that was supposedly going to be very hard, just made it super easy.
Yay for Brambles. And Brambles on steps is the worst one to try as well.
What do we got?
A 9 hero.
Death? Nah. I don't know.
Void
Select your
Comfort.
heroes.
Taking on the comforts. I just want to say I think both carries are going to have a hard laning phase, and I think the one that manages to not get punished as hard is going to have a big advantage in this game. They're going to be able to take the top tower from TA when Panda hits 6. Question is how many deaths will Luna have before then?
Okay.
I think
Because I don't
Willow
want
lane
you
will be
guys to
hard.
predict. Just want to put that out there. You don't have to predict. It's been kind of,
What? We've lost predicting privileges?
We don't jinx it. I don't want to jinx anything here. I just want to know what's important for this game. So Peter, you're saying this top lane, that's the one you're gonna watch. That's all eyes on that TA versus Brew.
Yeah, I think Shadow Demon's a pretty weak laner. Shadow Demon TA doesn't sound like the best lane. I could see it getting pretty ugly, but
Your eye's gonna be on Trent.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good point. And then past that, probably just looking at how successful they are with the Sunstrike plays. Like what sort of a timing are they looking at with this Aghanim Scepter, and then utilizing their vision, right? They have the vision from the TA traps as well as some annoying things they can spam out to get a little bit of vision, but you're also up against the Moonlight Shadows. So in typical fashion, wards win games. Just one of those.
Okay, well, it should be an exciting match for sure. Some unorthodox heroes and lanes, but that's what we like. We like it exciting. Our commentary team is going to make it even more exciting as Lyrical and AY.
I can't wait. It's game number 4, Owie. We're all here. The sort of table has been set, and we're ready to eat up a smorgasbord of delicious OG versus Tundra action. This game number 4. How you feeling? Do you like the last pick? I saw that you were typing away in our little chat thing that you were thinking it was going to be a Void Spirit pick, and they ended up going for it.
I think it's the best pick for them. You have 2 range supports on OG, and Void Spirit in a counter. Evoker is bad against heroes that can sort of lock him down and just kill him. That's Void Spirit, Pot, Kunkka typically for middle. And Yeah, I'm actually liking this Tundra draft. I don't have that much information on Templar Assassin safe lane. I know people were spamming it in SA and in some NA pubs, and it did actually look really strong in lane just because Meld is such a value level 1 spell, or level 2 if you take Cyblades at level 1. So I'm interested to see how that turns out.
Okay, well, we as per the sort of ritual that we've garnered here, there's already a pause at the beginning of this game, so hopefully we'll be able to get into this one pretty shortly here. But it is something that's going to be really interesting to watch. Also, that combination later on, depending upon how this game goes, of the axe calls into Invoker Cataclysm. It's just been so often like this huge, indomitable, difficult to deal with thing that can completely turn a game back around. And they don't really have like great saves for it, except for trying to build into Aeon discs.
And you think it also just build a Force Staff, because like
that's fair.
Like you do have Shadow Demon Purge, which has some counterplay on the Force Staff. You also can't get Aeon disc for Shadow Demon Purge. I think that's pretty optimistic to think that Shadow Demon won't just be beside Dax. But I mean, your counterplay to it is out positioning them, right? Like if you have Split Off, if you're Moonlight Shadow, if your Nyx scouts them, all of a sudden dumb jumping you with the Cataclysm is much less realistic. Maybe you find Invoker, you poke him, maybe the Cataclysm is at the same time as the call, and the combo doesn't have as high percentage to hit. 3-3, he's actually going for the same build, just he's given a sentry by his team, probably to block a cap, and he just has that Helm of Iron well queued up.
Dude, they've done this every game. No item strat, it's the new hotness. I mean, it's looked pretty good. I think a lot of it has definitely been like the microing that we've seen of those creeps early on. I'm not sure if he walked quite within vision there or not.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. I wasn't quite quick enough to see when his smoke ended. I think he did it because they would have pinged him on OG, but they might have just said something in comms. Yeah, I think
30 seconds.
It's like an item that its effectiveness depends on your ability as a player, though, right? Like you can't just randomly go in and build Helmet of Dominator. If you don't use a creep to the full efficiency like 3-3 has been, then it's sort of a dead item, to be honest. Gee, I think this ward from OG, like in their own triangle.
Interesting. Well, it actually is going to scout Fada, who's going for a bit of a wraparound there, so that keeps Saksa alive. And it looks like it's going to be a trade-off there of 2 runes. Oh, wait a minute, Thompson going down. And they give, oh wait, cold snap, able to get him. Cold snap, they still get the kill into Thompson. I thought 9 was going to get the last hit. Fata ends up taking it instead.
Yeah, a clutch cold snap from Thompson. I mean, clutch, he got first blooded, but giving the first blood to your enemy mid laner is a big deal. Fada getting it, not as much. And look at this, they're just defensive tri-laning out from Tundra. Maybe they realize they have some read on this game that Axe could be a problem. So if he's going to be a problem, just shut him down now.
They're ready to go. Stun goes out there. Snaking has the follow-up arrow. Good sidestep there by Seb. Still going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, you hit the level 1 ones on Invoker like that, but you missed one.
Right?
Pretty funny.
What's going on, King? Something to say?
And honestly, this is a cool read because I don't know whether they thought TA would take, oh my god, that Milkshake is low dash. I don't know if they thought he would take Cyblades. But if he had taken Cyblades, the lane would have pushed into 3-3 and would have gotten free EXP. They are sort of zoning him now, though, with this meld at level 1.
And they'll be able to find that banish and try and go for the full encapsulation, but not really going to happen. Still, though, it's definitely not an easy lane. And he's still getting the XP, which is what you want to see if you're 3-3. But with no items, I mean, it's really weird. Gets the Helm of Ironwill now, as he's going to run out of there. It takes a lot of damage on his way out. So the lane, we'll see if it ends up coming under any better control. But they're actually going to send Snaking back up top now.
Snaking almost got his TP cancelled there. And, I mean, I don't think the tri-lane achieved too much. Like, it hurt Axe a bit, and it gave Luna a bit of a head start. But I think 3-3 was like perfectly fine during that. You're not going to win the lane with no items anyways. They go into Fada here though.
Fairy Fire afterwards, dropping down low. One more punch comes through and Saksa gets the kill. Nice pick off there. Yeah, an interesting way that this game is kind of going here.
Yeah, it's a weird start, because I don't know, did they think they couldn't win top at all or something? Because they sort of just sacked this lane, and 3-3, he hasn't brought out his Helm of Iron Will at all.
Yeah,
I think he's actually planning on dying here, and like he doesn't want his courier medal.
I hope he's playing on it, because he's definitely dead. Snaking is going to pull this creep wave after getting that courier snipe, and that should get them into a little bit of a better position now, as the wave is going to be underneath the tower. Sumail actually tries to spam it out, so this second round wave is going to be pushing into the tier 1, so it's kind of going to be looking like a bit of a double wave here. This bottom, Seb. Some damage. Skitter has to back out. A good stun. The turn, the chance for the kill, and they get it. Now Saksa, he can't stand toe-to-toe with this. 2 points in Lunar Blessing is a ton of damage. Finds himself another kill. They pop the salve. This bottom lane's going great.
Yeah, and I thought the Trilite didn't do anything, but something that happens in Dota, sometimes there's like sort of an invisible effect, you know, maybe Seb was a bit lower because he had to burn more regen early, and then it leads to this big double kill, and now Skitter, he's having a really good lane.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It is definitely a tough one. Now, if there is some salvation here for OG, it is definitely up top, where Sumail 22-10 right now versus the 9-2 of 3-3. This is with Mirana doing some stuff off to the side, but nonetheless, Sumail is definitely having a good game on this TA.
Yeah, every time 3-3 walks up into lane, he just gets meld struck. It's -5 armor for 12 seconds. It's one of the best level 1 spells in the game.
Wow. In the mid, they do have 9, who goes to pick up that bounty and stacks up some camps along the way.
That's cool. He stacked for his carry, right? Or maybe for himself on a hard camp, but just eking out a little bit more efficiency. He did have to start with the Aether Remnant mid. They got the first blood onto Thompson because of that, but that is a little bit of a disadvantage coming in to this lane. And Thompson, he's doing quite well in this counter pick today.
He definitely is. This is what you'd want to see out of a counter pick. Ooh, that was kind of nice as well. Takes off the Resonant Pulse. Only level 1 on it, but that's a little bit of extra pressure that you're able to get by Thompson, and actually going in on him right now. Has another round of Dissimilate, but not enough mana. Looking for the attempt. Has the stick charge afterwards. Pulls him back into there. Doesn't have enough mana. Oh, he's 10 away. If he was able to get that level 3 Dissimilate off, might have been able to burst him. Oh. Again, setting up. Fada actually gets the D-ward there.
Who D-wards that?
That's why. Always. It's because it was blocking the small camp. Oh,
he's blocking the small camp. He's like, ooh, bonus ward. That is so funny.
Pretty great for Fada.
I wonder why they put that ward, like on OG. It's something I'm very curious about, but it gets de-warded. Thing. Oh, play out to mid.
Bottom as well. Action going on. Do they find Thompson? Not going to be able to get him. And likewise, Seb able to get out of the trouble bottom. So a couple different aggressions going on there.
Whoops.
3-3, he's sort of been left on an island this game, but he's actually doing okay. He's level 5. He has 18 CS, 19 CS now, and I mean, he almost has his Helmet Dominator. You can't be too sad. You will die.
Yeah, can't get the block off there, and Seb goes down on the bottom lane. Skitter looking for this chase down. Fada does have 5 stick as well as Impale. Won't go for a turnaround there. Skitter, he's, I mean, gotten really close to free farm. He's gotten involved in 3 kills. 2 of them he took himself. Things are looking really good for this Luna.
Yeah, for sure it's looking good for Luna. It's also looking pretty strong for TA on the other side. They're both keeping up a net worth, and 3-3, he actually narrowly managed to survive dying there. He had 5 stacks on the level 50 HP. Mid lane though.
So again, round 2. Can they kill him? Thompson in trouble. Drops.
Dire's middle
taking the rotation, finding the things are looking quite good for Tundra in the early goings here.
And look at 9. He glyphs his wave so his catapult stays alive and then tanks a couple tower hits. He sends his stupid support home so it can refill bottle and Nyx for him. And you know, he's feeling good right now. Voidspirit as a hero is very strong when you have enough resources to make moves. The reason he fell off is because his laning got nerfed a little bit, which led to him having less resources, and then he can't make the same sort of moves that the hero wants to be able to make. He might just be walking home here. No, Fada doesn't want to commit the TP to mid to refill the bottom.
So what you're telling me is that, like, if he's able to get through that laning stage, it's the same strength of the hero that we've seen previously.
Yeah, I think so. If he can get through the laning stage, getting his bottle refilled or getting runes, it's still a very high pressure hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And meanwhile, Fada getting chased down a little bit. They tried to make it go onto Seb, but he has the Vanguard done. 9 TP. Turn, trying to get out of there. Void Spirit looking to clean up. Can they do it? They take down one, and Fada able to live another double kill for Skinner, but Thompson makes that rotation. 9 runs into him afterwards. Be a little bit careful about his positioning here. Can Thompson clean up? No, a chance. They jump over. Oh, he's stuck over on the high ground. Did they see him? They didn't quite spot him. Or did they? No, he gets away with the dissemble. And it's an Invis rune up top. Meanwhile, they catch him. Sumail looking for that chase down, thinking about popping the primal split, but don't decide to go for it. And this is completely shoved off the lane.
Like, look at 3-3. He has his helmet on there. He got sort of dumped in the lane, but he's doing completely fine. He's running at Sumail. Like, who would expect this? Stealing his EXP from the stacks even.
Thing to deal with. And Seb keeps on coming back down here. He's level 5 right now. Compare that to Brewmaster, who's almost 7. Thompson looking to turn this around. 9 is in the area. No tail down here as well. I mean, we've seen the importance of being able to take this tier 1 tower early. And it looks like after that rotation, they aren't going to be able to connect for any kills or any objectives taken.
Yeah, Luna, she's just going to move into the jungle. They're going to put their position 5 Nyx into the bottom side to soak XP. And look at 3-3. He's, because of this helmet of the Dominator, he's just taking over the enemy jungle and farming it. He doesn't care about that top lane. Mid lane.
Trying to go now. Dissimulate afterwards and then the jump away. Thompson does have the earn charges after one of those kills, but it looks like they are needing to buy a little bit of time. You know, this TA has to get into that Dragon Lance. Currently, the highest net worth in the game still on Sumail, but it does take a little while to get her online. Fada making the move up there, but yeah, Sumail, that's a trap setup. And Fada, recognizing that inherent danger, is going to back out. Seb looking for a cutoff now, or maybe just to cut the wave.
Is under attack.
A little miss there on the Sundown bottom as 3-3 is going to try and mount some pressure here up top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They scan out Sox's Darkweller. They're scouting him with the creeper. They see him. He's trapped in there.
Oh, chase. Up stomp afterwards. Got him in their sights. The rundown. Soxa in some trouble. Right hook's coming through. Arrow afterwards. And the slow and steady beatdown. They will take down that Dark Willow. And again, look also here. Fada, he spots Sumail. There's nothing to do there, surely. They need more.
Under attack.
And they're scanning. They realize that he's in the area. Let's drop down a ward, though.
The wagons are spawning, and it looks like Tundra have successfully kicked out OG from their top tower. Similarly, I think Seb, he has a lot of control bottom. Very tanky with his range up and dagger. They are picking. Are they going to try to defend this?
Top?
9 sleeping in bottom.
Oh, all right. Down bottom is where they want to go. Seb. They TP'd at everybody. Oh, they caught him. That is not what Seb wanted. As Skinner looking for that chase down. Arrow gonna connect. Splits the uprights between those creeps. It's probably dead anyways. And I mean, Sox is gonna come in to defend this. They're also bringing in more.
Dire's top tower is
and
under
they
attack.
kick out 3-3. Thompson is there. Misses on the tornado. Does hit the cold snap. Pops the split though, and now you can just run away with one of these creeps. They have the Curse Crown onto the Wind Panda. The Earth Panda tries to get away. Does kill him with the split, and that is enough for the finish. They kill them in the duration of that one, but they don't get the tower denied. Mid lane back towards mid.
What is this?
Sumail
I came here for
wants to chase down one now. This could be a big call. Seb can get there, but the stun comes out from Fada. Catches now, but have they stuck in a little bit too late? They get that kill, but it keeps Skinner alive. Now OG.
The jungle has
everything ever seen. The first blue spec get killed like that. Just a lot of damage coming out from the side blades.
Really impressive stuff from OG in that regard. And again, despite the kill differential, this game is on a knife's edge. That call just barely off the mark.
Radiant's
as they're
middle
able to
tower
get the
is under
astral
attack.
step away. Tier 1 tower being assaulted, and this is the strength of this axe and why it's been so good for so long. As you get this Vanguard, you can just stand here and keep it going, but can they keep him alive? Fada gets hit by the spit. They have a really good Centaur in there. They can go for the stomp if they want to. The Eclipse comes out now, trying to bring him down low. Cold snap on the Skitter. No, he's completely out of mana, but
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Looking for more now. They've already taken it down to 1. It's the axe, but they'll also find the kill on Deny. OG still very close together as they're going to kill the Centaur, take the tier 1 tower, and then back out.
OG, they're just bringing the numbers to these fights. They bring everyone, and they managed to overwhelm Tundra, who, I mean, they also brought everyone, but they didn't have the Brewmaster split there. They managed to use Eclipse, they trade out for Seb. I think you're actually okay trading Void Spirit for Axe, but OG definitely come out ahead just because they also got that tier 1. Don't stake him up.
Yeah, Seb will get that call, and that should turn into a quick kill. So OG striking back and making some solid plays here. 3-3s. He's gonna get rained down by Sumail. Look at those side blades.
From miles away.
And move in and take his life afterwards. OG, they want to go to TI. They are not giving up anytime soon at all.
I think a big point of contention that's going to come up soon is this Ancient stack. Because OG, they have Axe and TA, two of the best Ancient farmers in the game. And Luna, she really wants to stack to accelerate her game as well.
For a catch, they're not going to get it on the sock set. I mean, does that mean that you need to start? I mean, they're already taking the Ancient stacks, actually. So it looks like Tundra a little bit quicker before anything can really happen there. But then on the opposite side also, they were able to get the D ward on the blocks of the Dire Ancients.
I guess it's not that big an Ancient stack, but I think just the Ancients in general this game, both teams farmed the Ancients so fast that you can see exactly, like they're trying to ward up the Ancients of OG, and then they're trying to break the triangle of Tundra. And Fada's getting caught here by Thompson.
By Carapace looking for a stun turnaround, but Fada will go down, and Thompson just constantly making these moves around the map, trying to find these pickoffs. His own net worth is hurting a little bit for it, but he's building into that Midas. Staying a little bit ahead of the Void Spirit to boot.
Seb does have his Blink Dagger. It was scouted by this deep ward from Tundra's side. So I think they'll be ready for a smoke that I think OG will inevitably do as soon as they have this big timing on Axe. Maybe wait for TA's Dessa, which is also coming on the courier. Any kills will lead into Roshan. You have Invoker Alacrity and TA with a Desolator.
15 minutes, they spot Thompson, run around, ghost walked. Snaking will back out of there. And Tundra playing very close together right now around this triangle. As you said, they recognize that inherent danger of the big opening coming from the Axe Blink, and so they're just playing together and farming to get to that next set of items for themselves.
Radiant are scanning.
They're trying to get into the Manta, but very even again. Tundra, no, one game away from going to TI. Two of these players have never been before. And on the side of OG, of course, looking for a return visit. The first one they're going to run into right here is going to be 3-3. Not an easy kill, but all of OG is there. Seb looking for a big call, but they're playing around this ward right now.
Radiant's
and they're going to spot him. 3-3 tries to hide, jump forward, able to catch. The Spike Carapace comes out, and now the Eclipse. Seb in trouble. Seb, he's dead. Oh, no save. Last second by No Tail. But 3-3 going to run in. Can they find anything else afterwards? They eventually bring down that act. Able to get the stun on the Sumail. And there he is. Void Spirit on the back lines. Jumps for Soxa. Tries to find the kill. They're able to get the SDLC onto a product. Goes for the right click. Gets the kill. They take down the TA. They do lose two in exchange, but the arrow coming out afterwards. Sidestepped away from that one. 3 for 2 is the exchange.
Invisibility.
OG. That is not the blink reveal that they wanted.
Really good bait up and patience from Tundra there. They completely baited OG into the position, and Skitter was ready. You know, he has the 4 points in the beam, getting the clubs off, sort of bursting through all of Seb's tankiness because you have the Vanguard, but you don't have any magic resistance. And I mean, not too bad a fight for OG because they forced the Brewster, but I think Tundra are very happy about that. They're even setting up on Seb top here.
Ooh.
A little bit risky though.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, other heroes coming in. Looking for that stomp afterwards for Soxa or No Tail. Tornado not going to connect, but Snake King leaps away. Does he get out of this? No more leap charges, has stick and mech.
I was gonna let the cat live, He looked at
Snaking taking one for the boys.
There you go.
I think OG are gonna do Roshan here. There's no Brewmaster split.
Dyer's
They should feel
bottom tower
confident
is under
in their
attack.
ability to control the map. Yes, he's setting up the
Radiant's
double wheel
top
to Simone. They're
tower is
just
under
gonna hit it. Tundra are gonna get some compensation for this in terms of like back pressure and their water pushing in. Maybe their top time's living longer. Oh, Fathers is caught out there under the
Yeah, they had him with the poison coming from No Tail. Got him with the demonic purge.
Yeah, I think this is
just couldn't go anywhere.
Sort of like expected in the draft, right? Anytime you have a carry TA
Dyer's
and you have
bottom
any sort of
tower
long
is under
cooldown,
attack.
I think you sort of know that the enemy's going to get this Roshan at some point. Top's just setting up because it's so secure on the Roshan already.
Roshan has
This would be
fallen
really
to the
nice for
Dire.
OG if they could catch a kill
Dyer's
here.
bottom tower
And
is under
9 going to be
attack.
slowed at the start. To get
Dyer's
him there.
bottom tower has fallen.
Assimilate, tries to jump, but the cold snap, very annoying to deal with for 9. Thompson walks up the hill, runs to that Aether Remnant, and he's going to get out of there on 9.
haste.
Seb, now coming to try and contest these stacks, though. Stick around long enough. A little bit scary, he gets a little greedy. The Tonto, good catch.
Dyer's bottom
Sumail,
tower is
looking to
under
try and play
attack.
cleanup here now. Spike Carapace, not going to walk into that one. Waits for it to wear off. Sumail gets the meld hit, gets the kill. 3-3 now completely out of mana. And in a world
Dyer's
of hurt, is going to
bottom tower
get
is
ran
under
down
attack.
and killed
Radiant's
yet
top
again.
tower
So
is under
OG,
attack.
after getting that Roche, very open to moving across the rest of the map and punishing. And, well, we're seeing some more
Radiant
of the shenanigans
structures
coming
are
in towards
fortified.
mid.
Oh my goodness.
The
Radiant's
the
top
Dominator
tower
creeps
is
are
under
pressuring
attack.
it out. And the illusions
Dyer's middle
afterwards
tower
from
is
the
under
Luna.
attack. Radiant's top tower
Oh
has
my
fallen.
God.
OG, they were so quick on that play. Thompson TP bottom, showed there, and
Radiant's
then
top
immediately
tower
ran
is
into
under
the enemy
attack.
triangle. They're catching Snake and top here too.
Tries to find the right angle, leaps into a root, but still manages to get out of there.
They pinged him out though. Seb still wants to look.
Dyer's
Well, he's
bottom
thinking
tower
about it.
is
How's
under
that Blink
attack.
Dagger? Taking a little gander. Hello, Snaking. How are you? Jump the taunt. Oh, he can't see him, so he can't attack. Oh my God! I can't believe that just happened. What an interaction.
So normally I think during this, OG would have gotten a huge net worth swing, but as you mentioned, 3-3 pulling the waves to Luna gave him a huge spike in net worth. Like they sort of lost their triangle, lost kills, and the net worth graph didn't really change. I mean, OG got a slight advantage from the kills, but way less than you would expect from Roshan into kills, into stealing an enemy ancient stack. Oh, and now 3-3's picked the Alpha Wolf creep. Probably gonna make that follow Luna just so she can farm even faster.
It's quite an increase in the amount of damage that you've got. She is trying to, next on Skitter, get into that BKB. Obviously, doesn't help you against the call, but a lot of the other damage will be imperative. As we see Fada, again, doing the Fada things.
Oh, you thought you were
3, 8,
winning.
and 9 right now on this Nyx Assassin. Making a little bit of space for the team.
I would like to see a buckler come out from someone on Tundra. I feel like it's very important. The last 2 times Brewmaster has split, or maybe even 3 times, Sumail has just meld hit the wind one and just right click the rest of them down. And a buckler would provide so much EHP for those pandas. I mean, 3-3, his ults have been very effective, but it's hard to play Brewmaster when all your pandas get low like that.
Maybe a Wildwing Ripper at some point or something like that could be cool
Yeah,
to
I can
pick
see
up.
that. That would be good. It would also break TA's refractions very quickly. Who has picked up the egg and then scepter? He's going to be able to play all over the map with this item.
Afterwards, going for the shard. So OG taking advantage of this timing now. They've got just under 2 minutes left of the Aegis. They're going to pressure forward, try and get
Radiant's
this tier 2
middle
tower
tower
here.
is
Seb
under
looking
attack.
for an opening.
Radiant
Obviously building towards that
structures
Manta style that
are
we've seen be so effective, but they're going to
Dire
pop that
structures
glyph.
are fortified.
Counter glyph used by OG, and both of the side lanes being pressured out. As the BKB's completed,
Dire's
actually
top
disassembles
tower
the
is under
Dragon Lance
attack.
to get that finish for the Luna.
Radiant's
So
middle
they
tower
are
has fallen.
ready and prepped for this fight that they think is going to happen pretty soon here.
They do still have Aegis for a full minute on OG though, so it's not so easy to push into them. You would have to get a very good engagement.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Fada,
Then
again scouting.
Dire are scanning.
They have a ward there. You! And able to connect. Have the bruise split afterwards if they need an arrow. Gonna be off the mark, connects onto that Scorch Spirit. And, well, Seb is going likely to fall, although Sumeli jumped back to the trap. Able to catch him. That fight was going on with Void Spirit, keeping the rest of them away, but now they have the lift up onto TA. Thought buys back into this one. 9, dissimulate, tries to jump away. They're keeping Sumail isolated away from the rest of the fight. But Fear on to 9, down low. Can he lift that Century again? This guy just doesn't die. Whether it's the Wyvern or the Void Spirit, he is out of there, but he'll get chased out by Thompson. Jump forward, they finally bring him down. 3-3 shows up. Wants to get the slowdown. They buy back now onto 9. Skinner, he's down low. Has that BKB available, has to pop it. Down to such low HP. With that illusion being used by the S, he gets out on 15 HP. And now Sumail, well, he's stunned, but do they have enough left in the tank to get the lift up there? The Yule Scepter, already 3 are dead. Sumail all alone trying to get out of there. He has another psionic projection in 2 seconds if they can make it work. But the stun is out. That's going to be the Aegis down. They were able to kite him that entire time. In 1 more second, he can get away, but no, they won't be able to do it. That was unbelievable from Tundra.
They just kited a fight, and you know, they pulled an OG. They have all the heroes on low HP, and they won that fight. However, it was quite costly. They did buy back onto 3 heroes to win that fight. Whenever that happens, what it means is the gold will probably stay around the same, or maybe even slightly in favor of Tundra. But more importantly for them, the EXP goes all the way back to 0 because, you know, killing heroes are higher level than you gives a lot of experience. The other important thing is that 33, he almost has his Aghanim Scepter and his level 18. He's going to be really strong in these fights. We can even see Skinner, he gave him farm priority on that triple range creep top. Not many carries would let your offlaner do that.
Well, it is definitely an incredibly strong timing. He does pick up that Wild Ring Rick Burst, so anything that they can get with this toughness aura to try and boost up that armor as they jump forward. Seb finding onto 1, and with Thompson there as well. Oh, he's 200 gold away from the Aghanims, but they will shut him down before 3-3 is able to get it. He does have this creep though, which might be able to go for a little tornado action or something along that.
I mean, it's going to pull the wave away, so it can't push the top tower at the very least.
OG, so frustrating to play against this.
The other result of the fight is if you use 3 buybacks like that,
Radiant's middle
you are
tower
not going
is
to have
under
buybacks
attack.
for this big next second Roshan that's coming up. We saw the effectiveness of Shadow Demon against Luna in that last fight, almost killing Skidder basically solo. And if you don't have buybacks, like OG can just throw their bodies at you, win the fight just to secure the second Aegis.
Now, Sumail can sense that there's something coming their direction. This could be a great fight for OG if they can sort of wrap around onto them. Just sending out the 1 Luna illusion. Saksa might have caught sight right there of snaking. There's the banish. In for more afterwards. The dust not going to connect, but Nyx Assassin shows on the trap. Jump forward, tries to get him. Able to break it. The root and Fada dead again.
No buyback for Fada here. Punishment for having to buy back to win that last fight. And OG, they're just going to swarm over the map here. They caught 9 mid.
Looking for the chase down. 9 hoping to back away. That is a huge creep wave that keeps on following it around. But the Cursed Crown comes out and sun striking the creep. This is what it's come to. The Luna Illusion's trying to take down the rest of these ones. Look at all the dives. Oh my god. Socks and No-Tail, take a chill pill. Look at them.
No, that's just good play right there. I mean, the enemies being annoying, trying to eke out any efficiency. You know, you punish them for it. They pulled the wave, they got him low, deny all the creeps. Thompson, he's just hunting everywhere along the map. He understands that he has a Midas and 9 doesn't. So if he just hunts him and stops him from farming, he's slowly going to grow his network advantage on him.
9 gets caught there, right on top of this ward, does expire. And looking for a jump. Oh, good tornado. He missed one earlier. Thompson, don't know if he's going to be able to catch up to 9 though. Seth thought about a blink, but decided not to go. So a 5,000 gold lead for OG still in this game. We've seen them lose these leads over and over again throughout this series. Do you think that they have the tools to like close this one out though? They've got like great vision inside of the Roche pit. You know, they've got this axe that's been the be-all end-all.
What do they call Dota here?
Trying to find it. Those Luna Illusion's gonna do some good work, but they catch the arrow afterwards onto the Invoker. And now the lift up. Oh man, out there for a while. No-Tail goes down. We've got 30 seconds to roast, but look at them. They're going to smoke up immediately afterwards. That was under a ward. So OG, recognizing the danger, they're going to back out, try and play the map. Roche not up yet.
Seb now has his manta, and his shard. He's been a little bit quiet for a little bit in this game. His team giving him a bit of farm priority to hit that strong timing.
How big of a deal is that going to be in these fights?
I think it's going to be a big deal because it makes it so that it's hard to use the Brewmaster Dispel. Right now, the idea for Tundra is that if Luna gets disrupted, you can dispel the illusions and instantly kill them. But then there's a second set that you also need to dispel coming in for the axe. They call it snaking.
Looking for him, wanting to get that kill. Dual Scepter afterwards, living for the moment. The sun comes out, the call is there. They caught Fada too. Both those supports dead without buyback. Oh man, what a huge win for OG. And Snaking and Fada a little bit out of position. They get punished hard.
And straight into the Roshan for OG. This is sort of the difference that's happened this game. When these big fights happen, when you use your split or you pick off these supports without buyback, OG are able to chain the play into getting an objective. Meanwhile, like Tundra, they got 2 takeoffs there. They're really good kills, but they didn't really get any map control from those kills or objectives. I mean, mid-tier 1, it's a good one for sure, but it was sort of a dead tower at 28 minutes anyways, and now OG, they're stealing the enemy ancients, they're getting the lanes in. Tundra, they're doing a good job split pushing the side lanes, but it's looking a little bit scary for them now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It is potentially very difficult now to try and hold off against this. They do manage to find the ward on the side of Tundra, taking that one out in just a moment here, most likely, if they actually leave the base. But up top, 9, they're hunting.
Good ward set up to find him.
They spot Thompson there. They see these heroes. Oh, jumps away. Nice play by No Tail, trying to catch him. 9, dissimulate, hoping to escape. Can they get him out of there? Still hiding, TP away? No. Tornado is on the mark. Thompson able to catch. He has another dissimulate. It might take a little while here, but eventually,
he's portable, dude.
Dude, just stand still. Stay in the trees, 9. Stay in the trees.
They don't know Pepe laugh, you know? You're just hiding there. He doesn't have a TP though, so it is going to be a long time. This Essence Ring really putting in work this game for 9. Able to heal full amount through Spirit Vessel.
That is just not fair. We're going to be honest. That's the way it goes.
Pop Fada toss. Just a annoying little bug on there.
OG definitely dominating the map right now. You can see Tundra trying to get some presence out on the rest of this area and try and pressure these lanes, but it feels that much more difficult for them. You are getting towards a Scotty Luna.
And I think the Tundra, they do have some timings coming. As you mentioned, the Scotty Luna. But also, Void Spirit did pick up his Aghanim's. If they can find a fight where Skipper can hit people without being disrupted, because 9 is able to like jump No Tail on the backline, I could see them taking these fights. I mean, Brewmaster is a very scary team fight here with his Aghanim's.
Snaking, double leap into getting out. Had Cold Snap, but didn't have vision. So they managed to again dodge the engagement. Said Aghanim's done for Void Spirit. Going to TP on back home. How long do we have left on this Aegis? 2.5 minutes.
Illusion!
And OG making slowly but steadily the lanes pushed out and then taking these objectives. They get that outpost and now likely could look towards bottom. But actually a bit of a fight there towards mid. Sumail's shown up now as well. Fada again in some trouble and gets hit by the melt strike. The right clicks, the rundown, and eventually again they squish the bug. It's been a rough game for Fada.
Just a classic Nyx Assassin game though, to be honest. Just
fair.
You just run around, you be annoying, and then suddenly hit these big stuns and mana burns and you have high impact. They do have Glyph here, which I think they're going to have to use against these Luna illusions.
So annoying. Silence into the Remnant, pulls back in Sumail. BKB done now for Axe. So Yule's no longer an answer. What do they have left in the tank? Sumail, Alacrity, they do pull him in with the Remnant, but the disruption's there afterwards. Scotty done.
They have no disruption though. This is actually a timing for Tundra. Every time Shadow Demon uses his disruption, I think it's pretty good time to take a fight.
Yeah, 3 more seconds left on that one. So they won't have it again for a moment. Jump forward, 9 gets the lift. Trying to get out of there afterwards. We'll be able to arrow. Oh, great save! The last second by No-Tail, able to make Mail. Trying to drop down. They get the lift up on Axe. He didn't
Radiant's middle barracks
they
are
got
under
these guys
attack.
one Skitter away and able to punch on Thompson. Finds that kill. Big polo afterwards. Takes down Logan to get another.
Radiant's
No, not
bottom
yet.
tower is
Fata
under
will
attack.
eventually fall, but Luna able to lift. Nailed down so low after the lift. 100 HP. They want to get that kill, but it's not going to happen. They pulled them back in. Drew is gone.
Yeah, 3-3, he has no buyback. They killed him before he could get off that second primal split. And Tundra, they know this fight is lost right now. They're gonna sack their middle racks, potentially even a second one, because they do have that tier 2 on bottom. And Skitter's, he's instantly
Radiant's
sprinting to
courier
bottom.
has been killed.
Trying to finish this one off right now. He does have enough for the Aghanim shard, so maybe that's just what he was trying to do. Get that and then come back home. But OG not gonna let up. For another initiation, the pullback onto him. Seb ready to go. No
Radiant's
BKB.
middle barracks has fallen.
But we'll start spamming out the glaives. No-Tail. It's that disruption afterwards. Silence onto 3. Not bad. 9 pulls back to No-Tail. The disruption is done. There's no save for him. Skitter able to find that kill. They get the stun on Seb as he jumps. The Aegis wearing off now. 9 trying to back out. So many glaives
Radiant's
everywhere, but they
courier has been
haven't gotten
killed.
that mid-melee racks.
Dire's
So
top
OG
tower
win a
is under
huge
attack.
fight, get a 16,000 gold lead, but still not all of the objectives they wanted. That was still just the second Roche, though.
That was, and I'm honestly surprised that they didn't get one or more racks there. Usually when you have Desolator plus any carry with Alacrity hitting your base, it means your racks are dead. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression coming in from No-Tail, sort of blinking into your enemy to try to get those Luna illusions. You know, he wanted more than just this set of racks. He wanted to kill his opponents and get the racks, and it sort of backfires on him.
Die, Mongrel.
And 3-3, he's actually picked up a gem. This usually means if you're behind and you pick up a gem, it basically means you're all in. You will lose so much map control if you die with the gem. Thinking he's getting caught on top.
And trying to get out of there, gets off that Moonlight Shadow, has the Yules afterwards to try and live. Oh, the jump. Wait, they got the stun. Toxin's in trouble, the right clicks come through, they got him dead, and now trying to turn on the board. Skitter is godlike. Despite being down 13k gold, they're actually making these fights work. And on the other side of the map is Sumail, who doesn't want to show up for this one. So they lose 3, and again, it's Thompson that goes down. Tundra finding a way to fight in this game.
Dude, these guys get stronger when they're down like 15k gold. Because I swear, during these qualifiers, they've constantly taken these insane engagements where even though the enemy has like 2 full tier 4 items on them in terms of gold, they're still winning out. Like that was a clean 3-0 engagement coming out from Tundra. They didn't even use Eclipse.
Dire's top tower
They're
is
the
fallen.
pressing high ground.
Oh my god, Thompson doesn't have
Radiant
buyback for
are
50 seconds.
scanning.
Can they get this? There's also a scan, so they know that nobody's up there waiting for them. There's no like
Dire's
double
top
meld
tower is under
play that's
attack.
about to come out. They also have that gem, so starting to hit this tier 3 tower. I mean, God, can you really go for anything? Oh, the pullback. Seb doesn't get him with the call. Good reaction. So they force everybody from OG back, and it looks like Tundra are going to be content with that.
Fada's still looking though. He understands it's still 5v4. They might still have a fight here if OG steps a bit too far out.
Those illusions first. So many illusions. The SD illusions, the Axe illusions. I mean, they're all Axe illusions, but they're also all scary. Catches onto one of them.
This is one thing that OG has. Like, you can't really force Aghanim's TA back to base, right? Instantly, as soon as he knows his rack is safe, just TPs to bottom, pushes all wave there, and farms the map. Because of his ability to stay on the map and just keep farming, Sumail's actually almost level 25. A full like 2-3 levels ahead of both Skitter and 9.
That is pretty wild. And now has the Daedalus done. Yeah, Sumail might just be able to carry this one all the way through. The way he's playing is so good.
Yeah,
and
he's very farmed, but TA traditionally has actually been pretty weak against Luna. Luna being one of the heroes that can remove your refraction when you use the BKB very easily because of glaives. Just being high armor because of the stats, you know, he built Skadi Manta, and usually that matchup swings Luna's side. I'm not too sure about the carry versus carry matchup. Usually it's a carry Luna versus a mid TA with a little bit less priority, so maybe that changes it a bit, but I'm not too sure.
Tower is under
Alacrity
attack.
also probably changes a lot in the matchup.
A lot of potential things that come up, and of course, as we have seen time and again,
Radiant's bottom
potentially
tower
the
is under
dreaded
attack.
tier 4 neutral items, which are 10 seconds away at this point. So we'll keep our eyes on it. They take out another one of those TA traps that was in the pit, keeping this Alpha Wolf in there.
He's
waiting for the
putting
timing.
it in a sneaky hiding spot. There's a strip in the entrance to Roshan where you can put units and they can see into the pit, but you can't see them unless you're basically melee range of them.
Also can't see them on the outside. Yeah, that was close.
He's looking. He understands that if he catches no tail, there's a high percentage that Luna can just carry the fight. He'll get buffed up from, you know, some Alpha Wolf aura from the Helm of Donna coming 3-3, some control with the Bruce split, and Luna's strong in these fights.
Very scary. Seb's sending out these illusions. This is where, like, you know, creepy equilibrium starts to matter, things like that. Obviously, a ton of spam for both teams. They're going to send in the Forge Spirits and then immediately Midas that Alpha Wolf too. So now it's 3-3 takes over one of the Forge Spirits and they're going to battle to the
Radiant's
death.
It's
middle
stronger.
barracks
He's
are under
buffed it with
attack.
his Helmet Dominator, betrayed its creator.
Titanic almost done for Luna. Can Luna
Radiant's
do it
bottom
again?
tower is under
Another
attack.
round of this. Roche about to respawn right now. And they get an illusionist.
Oh, that's a big item.
Wow.
That has to be the best axe item, right? It just increases your damage so much if you're going for this Mantis Shard build.
Surely still Flicker, right?
No. It's better than Flicker on axe. Like, it's just so much burst in damage and controlling the map. Ooh, leg?
Another one here. See if this game can get back underway again, but which is up. The next tier of items are all there. I think that they're still missing 2 of them on the side of Tundra, but they're about to get potentially some of them from these ancients here. And bottom lane, nobody cares about. They can keep on pushing it with TA, one of the strengths of this build.
Yeah,
How do you see this fight going?
the next fight. I think it depends on the conditions that each team sees for the fight, right? Like, if you're able to jump no tail from Tundra side and burst them so you can't get disrupted on Luna, I think they can win fights even though they're down 16k. But OG, they still do have that dominant gold advantage, and more importantly to me, I think they have the map advantage. Just because of how like Manta and Axe plus TA's Aghanos functions, I think they should feel like they can always push in more creep waves than Tundra. This should allow them to have more vision and information, meaning it should be harder to jump no tail. And this is all Dota theory. In the actual game, in reality, like, there's a lot of factors going on, a lot of things to think about, and you can mess up. And right now, I would like to see TA sort of zap to bottom lane with Silent Projection and just keep Shat waving. He's very hard to kill between the Aghanims and the BKB right now.
Good.
That could be the moment. We've got a lot of voice lines. I'm very thankful that I muted all these players before the game started, so my ears don't just get completely blasted.
I love the choo-choos. I want more.
More choo-choos. Well, they're probably going to be coming right around the corner here. But yeah, God, very close in terms of kill score, but clearly OG with the lead in terms of that net worth. Is there anything else buyback status that we should be looking for? They don't have buyback for another about minute 30 for both Nyx and for the Mirana. And then likewise, Thompson doesn't have buyback for this next engagement. So if they are able to burst him, suddenly you don't have a whole heck of a lot of that team fight.
Yeah, and he has picked up the BKB, but if he's out of position, even for a second, hit by one Nyx stun, he will die very quickly. You know, Shadow Demon has saved, but even forcing Shadow Demon to cast a save onto an ally that's not Axe is a huge win. Ooh, Ninja Gear. I think, who's gonna take that? Okay, just for Mirana. She just wants to use it to scout out this Roshan.
Fair enough. Arrow goes out. The Satanic done on to the Luna. Anything else that's coming out soon? Yeah, there's the Psionic Projection like you're talking about to push this bottom lane here and then can immediately get back in a moment's notice. Seb finishes
Radiant's
the AC.
bottom tower
That
is under
also
attack.
heavily mitigates this amount of damage that Luna is able to do in these fights.
Good for my time.
Standoff will continue around Roche. Eventually, Tundra will have to either deal with this bottom lane or lose the tier 2 tower if
Radiant's
Sumail
bottom
keeps
tower
on
is
going
under
for these
attack.
plays of jumping down bottom and then coming back up again.
Yeah, we can see Seb on his axe. He's even sending Illusionist Cape to top, just being an absolute menace on the map.
But looking for an opening here. Moonlight Shadow going to be used. They're ready to walk up high ground. Bought a couple there, standing right in the middle. That was so weird. They just went in. I guess that they might have thought that one of those was real, but whatever the case ends up being, they revealed themselves. The smoke is done, basically, at this point.
And I think they should honestly count themselves a bit fortunate they didn't engage into like these beautiful wards from OG there. They would have all been in vision. I think the fight would have gone wrong, but they're going into that.
Jumps in, gets the silence, BKB reaction immediately afterwards. Taunt dead. 9 didn't stand a chance. He got obliterated. The rest of Tundra have to back out of here.
Radiant's
Gets the ulti out, and now immediately going to pop the split. 3-3, trying to do something here. He runs in, just getting eviscerated. Look at those Brewlings destroyed. It was gone in an instant. They buy back on the Void Spirit. Man, this minus armor, the TA spill damage, the AC, OG look impossible to fight into right now.
They did use that BKB on TA, so Tundra, they're smoked up. They understand that this is their timing. They see Sumail. No BKB edge. Pulls him back in, but Sam with the big call. The pull, but are they going to be able to bring him down in time? He has the turn, potentially, as the Titanic was all Skitter chasing down, looking for more. They have enough. They buy back on the Nyx now. Sumail down low, but they're breaking that Psionic projection. 3-3, trying to play interference for the rest of these heroes. Harry going to be taken by Costa. The hand disc afterwards, keeping him alive. They have to buy back on the Luna now. 9, very low. He doesn't have buyback afterwards. 3-3, no more split. He already used both of them. And there's the stun. There's the control. This actual illusion ripping him apart. The stun is out. They buy back on the Brood. Gem on the ground. OG, undeterred. And Seb, he's showing why Axe is first banned against OG every single game in his qualifiers ever since he had that. I think it was his game versus it had to be versus Enigma, right? I don't quite remember who's that verse, but he's looked so impressive on this hero. Of course, an iconic hero with his Seb call at TI, but even the first pick off onto 9, he predicted where 9 was gonna jump with his Astral Step and called him before he even got there. Like 9 did not have time to react with the Simulate or a second Astral Step or even his Yo Scepter there.
Now looking for one last hope here from Tundra, but this third Roche looking likely into their hands. Skitter, throw it out. Possibly an opening here from 7. He wants to jump forward, catches there on the Luna, interrupting those. Sumail gets the Aegis. 9 doesn't get it. Skitter now trying to turn, hoping to do something here, but Sumail right on top of him. There's the Hurricane Pipe. Look at the hits from downtown. They can't take this guy down. The chase down continues as OG just spilling the damage out. They're taking down all of those Brewlings. One by one, they're falling. Saksa hides off to the side, able to dodge away from the Glaives afterwards as Skitter hopes to escape in the Trickster Cloak. But eyes on the prize. OG might have spotted him over there in the angle. No, he's hiding. He's away from it. But still, none of them died. OG lived through it all.
Classic laning juke spot coming in from Skitter here. They actually can't see him because there's a little bit of fog that extends there, but he has no TP for 45 seconds, and OG, they're looking dominant. 9, he managed to snatch the refresher shard, but he actually tried to use it that fight just to finish on Saksa, and Saksa lived anyways.
Well, it has definitely come to their time right now, and it's off the back of this Seb catch that we've seen on the Axe. Seen from him time and again. Gold lead continues to mount. OG, they got signs of life here in this game number 4 after a very frustrating game number 3. I'm sure they are looking very dominant in this one.
And the only one with buyback on Tundra is Snaking, so he's gonna have to be the one who split pushes all the lanes, sort of buys time for his team, and maybe like front lines in the team fight somehow. Honestly, at this point, like, I don't know how they take the fights. Sumail, he's dishing out so much damage with the safe lane TA. He has a enchanted quiver, makes it really easy to hit these melt strikes. But more importantly, they're just spamming illusions at them, like punishment to Luna players. You know, this is how it feels.
True, man. It's deadly. They pull back in onto Sumail again. Arrow afterwards, but what's the follow-up? Oh, Fada wanted to do it, but the root, it gets him caught. Saksa again
Radiant's
on
bottom barracks are
making this Dark Willow look good. The illusion spam right onto their face, looking for the Sunstrike kill afterwards. Not gonna connect, but look at the chase down. Sumail just obliterates, deletes Fada, and then the Psionics projection back.
Are under attack.
They take down a set of racks on the bottom lane here, and your illusions just aren't as strong. There's nowhere near as strong. 38,000 gold lead, looking out towards the mid lane. OG doing it.
His safe lane TA, it's looking really good this game. I think SA was the only region, that other region I guess now, that was using this hero. Maybe I should say abusing this hero, because Sumail, he's managed to control the map, keep his farm up, and pretty much be part of every kill after he got his negatives.
One last grasp here. Tundra trying to hold on, but OG doing everything that they need to. No-Tail is there for the save onto Sumail. They turn their sights to the tier 3 towers. OG dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure that this one's a clean finish. But is it going to be? No-Tail jumps in, but they're able to catch there onto the broom. They slipped up down onto Snakey. 9 pops the BKB, trying to bring down Sumail. They kill him once. Now, but that is the buyback. On afterwards, they have BKB back up in 5 seconds for Sumail. As 9 trying to jump in and finish off Saksa, but he's away again. And just like that, they are setting their sights back and actually retreating for the moment. Okay, OG taking this very carefully. I mean, again, it's their TI life on the line. You have to play this one safe.
I think they recognize that Tundra were desperate there. I mean, they've used their mass smoke, I believe. And, oh, wait, Fada still has one. They actually have a lot of smokes still left in this late game. But if your opponent smokes and you, and they're desperate, they use buybacks or committals.
The jungle
sometimes
has
the best option is just
desire.
to wait it out, you know? It doesn't matter your 40k gold ahead. Maybe we'll have a higher percentage fight when we get to choose a fight in 1 minute. You don't have to do exactly what your opponent wants in Dota.
Enough. Again, that veteran mentality, knowing what it is that they need to do, and only taking the safe fight at this point is what's going to ensure them the victory if they play it correctly. And Tundra, they're hoping for a miracle at this time. Can they get it? Skitter spamming it out. The illusions! The illusions! Look at these illusions! Silence afterwards on a Sumail, but they can't even find the real heroes. They're literally just going to kill the buildings with the axe illusion. Walks forward. There's going to be the catch. The BKB out. Seb blows up Otto potentially one last time. Is there anything else left in the tank? Trying to find a target to stick on to Sumail, standing tall there. The BKB, she's still in hand, ready to go. The save comes out. Another taunt there. On to Skitter. He is going to die. 2 minutes gone. And just like that, we're going to move into a game number 5. As all of Tundra die. We catch one more time on the snake. He's called.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. OG
As should be
victory.
expected, honestly. Watching these games, they're so back and forth. You can see the teams. They're really evenly matched, just with different high points. That's what makes this series so interesting. You know, Tundra, they're pulling out some cheesy creep wave foes. OG with a very solid early game, and it all accumulates into some insane games. And yeah, game 5 hype.
I don't know what to expect in this next one. I mean, I don't know if I was expecting it.
time imagining that someone like Nine and Skeeter are going to be that good at preparing mentally for something like this. Like, that's going to take a lot of good captaincy from those. You know, we heard the voices are typically Fada and snaking, is what 3-3 said in terms of like keeping things calm. So to me, their job is massive here to try and ensure that these like relatively newer players in terms of playing at this caliber are going to be ready in this game 5. And part of that could come from, as Peter said, just slamming down that comfort pickup. Like, yo, we know this is busted. This is our stuff. Just give me Wyvern.
I can just. Sorry. All the draft is here. Nice. I was just gonna say I could see Seb, like, you know, giving them that pep talk right now, just being like, dude, guys, like, we got this, and then they probably all believe him. You know, that's what it takes.
I would. Yeah.
I don't know who that is on Tundra, but hopefully he's there.
I think it's snaking.
Yeah, probably.
That's what Netta said. Yeah.
Yep. So we got the IO Axe ban once again, and on the side of OG, they're thinking long and hard. Will they ban the Abaddon? First pick goes the way of Tundra, so that means that they've liked the Nyx Assassin. They love the Abaddon, of course, as well. And Terrorblade and Luna both in the pool. And previously in this situation, correct me if I'm wrong, I was gonna say they picked the Terrorblade straight up, but this time around, OG putting a stop to that.
Next time, right?
It's gotta be, right? I mean, isn't that what we believe? He's what, 2-0 with the Nyx first, so yeah.
Switching it up.
OG's turn to pick.
That has yes, Undeadly is best hero, I think.
Templar Assassin.
This is interesting to me though, because it's Thompson, as we said, where it's like we basically don't expect this to be flex mid. You know, it's just not really a Thompson hero to me. Well, I mean, to anyone really. I mean, perhaps they could shift lanes or something, but it seems like OG are just saying, you know, we believe in this, like, you know, this TA safe lane, the HFN strats.
I wonder what the go-to hero is for them versus TA. Are they gonna take their
Viper off lane? Is that just bad?
No, I think Viper is fine. It's a little worse against Nyx, but yes, the Winter Wyvern.
The confidence.
Yes, game
slam it down.
It's good. It's good. I mean, if he plays in mid, obviously it's good, right?
And even like, they committed to a 1 TA, so even 5, it's probably going to have a good game.
Thompson doesn't really...
Or 4, to be fair.
Go for it, Peter.
No, I was going to say, yeah, you're right. It's like definitely a safe lane TA, right? Because Thompson is not going to play TA.
Yeah.
And that's why we're gonna learn right now what Nine thinks is really good against the Winter Wyvern mid, because surely that's what they're gonna ban out. They have already banned out the Invoker just now, just
5 seconds
have
remaining.
that cleared out. I'm curious, what else is good against Winter Wyvern mid, because we've seen it do so well both times we've seen it so far.
They banned the Thompson Pugna before, which kind of makes sense. I could see Lena maybe being another hero.
I think like a heavy farmer mid could be good. I'm not sure which heavy farmers Thompson likes to play, but Winter Wyvern probably doesn't push towers very quickly, nor does
maybe
he
morph
clear stacks that much. So, or, I'm sorry, he doesn't rotate very well either. So he probably just wants to farm with max Splinter Blast and get to his bots and stuff. So yeah, Morphling could be. Oh, it's banned. Yeah, they just banned it. Yeah. I'm just thinking of like your greediest mid Thompson heroes that he would like to play. I'm not sure.
Still have the Luna band. So we're gonna see something new from Skeeter.
Yep, no Luna or Terrorblade.
Thompson weirdly avoids some heroes that you think would be really Thompson-ish, like Storm Spirit.
Remaining.
Why isn't Thompson a Storm Spirit player? You know what I mean? I'm just thinking like these greedier, like,
it's the one
can do whatever
he
heroes.
Play.
Yeah, this guy's pulling out Earth Spirit mid, but Storm Spirit, no.
Storm would be very good against Wyvern, I think.
That seems very strong. There we go. Yeah, but Thompson doesn't play. That is strange.
Could potentially see Darkseer from 7 Mad this game. I know that OG is not committed to their 5 position playing Nyx the way Tundra is. Darkseer is a hero that Seb likes to play a lot, and I think the hero is very good. Also seems fine against what Tundra has at the moment.
10 seconds
Yeah, and they banned out that Shadow Demon, which also looks good because it's a pretty good hero versus the Abba
5
as well, especially if they end up making it core.
And a nice save for the Winter Wyvern Curse as well, so another good one. I mean, it's all just at this point, I mean, putting all that all the lessons that we've seen in the last 4 games to work here in this game 5. The ultimate exam. Luna now banned, Viper banned as an offlaner potential for 33. It does mean that Tidehunter is still in the pool. Tidehunter and Moran, I gotta mention both, as Tundra does like that. And if you're saying go back to comfort for Tundra in this game, that's comfort right there.
Turn to pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either of those heroes for their draft. Those heroes are very well-rounded, so if they're looking to play comfort rather than... Generally on first pick, you kind of want to counter-pick your opponents, but, I mean, this is your last game, right? Like, just do your thing. Pick what you want, play your heart out, and hopefully it's enough.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I wonder if they're expecting that that Tide, and they're thinking like, oh, we've already played the No-Tail Disruptor. We have the Seb Doom maybe, because it's very obvious that that's being left in.
Too much heal for Doom, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Abba and Wyvern. Maybe that's the way they should go then, is some of these Spirit Vessel builders, Shiva's builders, perhaps of their own. Because that was something they were lacking. They like eventually got a Scotty, I think, on the Naga that game, right? But other than that, it was like the heals were just in full effect the entire time.
Yeah, I feel like Darkseer with Shiva at some point would just be ridiculously good. Wyvern is kind of slow. If you like hit him with the back into the wall, he'll kind of like sort of be stuck there.
There he is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, he got Pando so many times in the second phase, and finally slips through.
Seb loves this hero right now. It's one of his favorites, and yeah, I was very surprised to see that Shadow Demon ban. As much as that hero did well last game, I think that the only reason that hero did well is because he was laning against one hero. Shadow Demon is just an abysmal laner, and that's why generally he's only a 4 position, because he'll just go to the off lane and with some mana regen just spam Shadow Poison or stack camps and catch up later. It's not really like that guy that you want to have on your safe lane to secure your carry free farm, because he's just too low damage.
It also might open up for like a later pick for the Ember too, as like a more of a like a Thompson hero, right? You got the lawnmower plays.
Yeah,
seems kind of okay versus Wyvern.
I definitely think it's good versus Wyvern. I think you kind of like we mentioned Storm Spirit, like the same way that you can just jump the back lines, Ember Spirit can do that, especially once he gets Aghanim Scepter.
And the bonus HP from the Iron Shell and the Darkseer, because I mean, we assume Seb's gonna rush that Eggs, because it's so strong right now. It's basically like a giant Midas for Darkseer.
You sure you're not? He might just go no items Saladam.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the first rush, right? We can't not too fast in the Eggs. Sorry.
So far, actually, this qualifier, Seb's only played Darkseer once. It was their first series against Team Nigma, and it was actually the game they lost.
Turn
so,
to pick. Mirana.
Not the greatest success rate so far, but that also goes for the Mirana this time around, because Snaking this series is best of 5. He's played Mirana twice and lost both of those games. So we'll see if he's on the winning side this time around. Pango picked up OG.
We're back. 10th pick 5. 10th pick Disruptor, like game 1 for the loss. Is that what's happening here?
10 seconds.
It's possible. I'm not sure what Tundra takes here. I do like what OG's having. I think this Darkseer Nyx combo is potentially just too good against this Abaddon. Then again, I'm sitting here doubting this Winter Wyvern mid, you know, like I did in the previous series or the previous game. Proved to be OP. I know OG overrates Pangolier massively. Like, they just love this hero on Thompson. And they pick it into, like, terrible matchups, right? So, Ursa is...
It's not a traditional hero versus Darkseer in lane that you think of, but a lot of the ones that we used to talk about are kind of bad right now. Like, doesn't really look like a good Lifestealer game just because, like, the Pango and stuff, but then it's also, like, Jug's just kind of rough. So, Ursa gives you Roche, too.
Yeah, I feel like it was a tough pick, and Ursa is not so bad. So, see how they round it out with their final pick. They're going to take an offlaner for 33. Maybe that'll be the, you know, the difference maker. Because Ursa is just kind of neutral for me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that is really interesting, though.
What is?
Just this Ursa. I don't know. It feels kind of, because usually when you see Ursa, there's like this big reasoning for it. Like, I feel like it's going to bully the offlane hero, or we really need to take Roche. I guess that's part of it.
He does go Diffusal Blade, and I think the Diffusal Blade build is quite good against TA, because you can sort of like, you know, she runs out of mana, she can't Refraction, which is kind of good.
It double hits Refraction too, right? Like the TA, the Diffusal thing?
Yes, yeah, diffusal. And when Ursa attacks TA, it'll take 2 refraction charges, which is good. But, you know, the surge, right? That can be pretty annoying. Ursa can get kited. They do have some stuns. They have that Winter's Curse into arrow combo again that they had in a previous series that I felt like was really good.
And it like you can just save yourself the enrage from just being like blown up by the TA too.
OG has no save at the moment, right? So that arrow could be devastating. Ursa does also does give them the option to, you know, play that Roshan, right? Which TA loves to do as well. So deny TA the Rosh, maybe that's an advantage for you.
I like the Panda ban as well with the Dispel, because like they're gonna rely on the Ion Shell. It's just kind of how it is when you play with Darkseer.
Yeah.
And that one's a little bit more reliable as a counter. Like, I think the whole like Wind Panda having Dispel is like kind of a meme when it's like counter picking a Warlock. Like, I don't know if that's as relevant, but Ion Shell's always gonna be relevant.
Dire team pick.
Alright, so what's 33 gonna play? What's still left in the pool?
They're still tied, but if he ties, they're gonna disrupt her.
Yeah, I'm not sure they want tide. Let's see. Let me check his pool.
Turn to pick.
Alright, they're just tied.
They're gonna tide. They got their stuff.
They got a disruptor?
I like that better than Sand
Disruptor did get much better now because it gives you a way to kill Tide on her.
Yeah.
Alright, Tide cannot get Ravage off.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. And Disruptor is kind of nice against the Batten, not necessarily in laning phase, but in mid to late game, the kinetic field, right? It's kind of like Clockwork Cogs where it displaces movement, and you can't dispel that with a Batten shield.
No, so Disruptor! Far, I don't know. There goes Disruptor indeed, good call.
They're gonna tie, they're gonna disrupt her. I think both teams knew it, and they just thought about it for a bit, like, yeah, that's fine. I'm good. So there's our 10th pick, Disruptor. Will it lose again, though? Because it wasn't successful with their Naga combo in the first match.
It was not. All right, 5th game, deciding match. Who's going to get millions, potentially, in Romania in October? Trent?
Yeah.
I am going to ask the question.
Give me a team. Oh, okay. You want me to say who I think is going to take it? I mean, I think OG are showing some serious passion in these last couple of games. I feel like they're definitely on point. I think they just, much like 9 slamming down the Wyvern, they're slamming down this TA, and I do think it looked very strong. I think they were prepared for the Tide as well. They literally banned every other offlaner. I admire the confidence of Tundra to still go for it, but I think OG are going to have the cooler heads in this one if I was forced to pick.
Winter Wyvern is OP. Mirana and Tide will play harder on the lane versus TA, which they did not do in the previous game. This is, you know, they know how to play this lane. They've won this lane many times this qualifier. Tundra with the big upset is going to TI. Let's do it.
Split panel. It's gonna be an exciting one. There is so much on the line. I cannot understate that. There's literal millions here up for grabs potentially in the grand finals. 5th game. It's now or never. Let's find out what's gonna happen together with Lyrical and AUI.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And yes, Owie, it all comes down to this. One final game, one final draft. You have some strong opinions about it, that's for sure. You want to tell me what you're thinking when you look at these? Is there any like heroes in particular that stand out?
Yeah, so around like 4 months ago, I played like 20 Winter Wyvern mid games, and I thought this was absolutely
You did it.
Good. Yes. I mean, 9 did it independently, but we joined up and talked about it at some point. But the hero that I actually like playing against the least on Winter Wyvern is actually Darkseer. Because part of what allows Winter Wyvern to take such long fights and kite your opponent is the slow going out for arc burn. Darkseer, not only does he put you out of position with the vacuum and potentially a wall, which slows you a lot, just having Surge on a hero like TA or Pangor allows them to run you down. Also, I think Ursa into Darkseer is a very bad choice from Tundra. I think they should have picked Gyrocopter. The hero is getting steam with a new build. Eventually it will come into meta. I don't know, it's had bad results, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. Like, I feel like you got 2 melee heroes against a Darkseer that you see. You could win the lane super hard, and Darkseer kicks Ursa out of the lane, and he's good versus him in game, so I don't quite understand it.
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. I'll say that like the thing that I'm really curious to watch is like how those first couple of levels go. That's going to be, I think, probably one of the things that determines a lot how this goes. And honestly, Seb, he's a Darkseer specialist. This guy knows how to play against these heroes. If there is one nice thing, at least in this game, for the side of Tundra, it's that there isn't like that great wall hero necessarily, right? Like you're going to be able to maybe get some auras, that type of stuff. But there's not like that Terrorblade or that Luna or whatever else it is that comes out that's like very annoying to play against. Oh, weird D ward situation. They get the double stun into the D ward. I guess that he knew that they were coming in for that. That was very bizarre.
Yeah, Saksa just caught a little bit of fodder just before he placed that ward, and he showed again without the ward in his inventory. So because of Tempinio, that Daniel, he placed a ward, and then he does put that one down. Yeah, I don't know. This game, a lot of it just comes down to Winter Wyvern on 9. I think the hero, its weakness is supposed to be its lane, but 9 has looked fantastic on it. And I think he should do pretty well versus Pangolier. Maybe even win this thing quite hard.
It'll be interesting to watch, that's for sure, if he can make that happen. And then, of course, up top, as we're going to see the spam start to come out, it is already Saksa in the area. They're zoning Seb out of the lane, actually, which is pretty bad for him. But at the very least, they're sort of setting up for a potential to get this pull back behind the tower. So seeing potentially some of the strength in the early goings here, as Skitter's going to pull this creep wave through and back towards mid again. Already both heroes getting relatively low. This could start to get a little bit scary for Thompson. They have another point in Splinter Blast. He has to back out.
He does have that Fairy Fire, and Wyvern, he doesn't have the best kill threat, I'd say, early. You know, he has 48 damage right now. So we'll see how that goes. I think TA right now, it's being a little bit underrated in terms of how strong this hero is in lane. If you just click on this hero, it's 305 MS, 6 armor, and 65 damage at level 1 right now. Like, this hero is a really strong laner, and Meld is one of the strongest level 1 spells in the game. So I think this pot of tide, they might be in it for a bit more than they bargained for. And 3, he doesn't have a salve left. He's rushing that helm, but he's very low right now.
Yeah, he has it coming out now. And there is a salve that's on Mirana, back in base rather, which will be ferried out probably in the next little bit here.
This is
but yeah,
this is so smart from 3-3. He was so low, he couldn't hold the weight. Oh my god, that gets so good.
Dude. All right, that's on you for the miss one. So it's not going to be anything going on there.
Yeah, this is on me, guys. I'm sorry. But 9, he couldn't hold it in front of his tower because he was so low. So instead, he pulls it all the way around and effectively does like a pseudo pull where he's going to deny 4 creeps from TA, and Snaking had a double wave to play up onto Sumail with, so he could still get CS in this lane. Oh my, we see Winter Wyvern go even in lane, and he looked absolutely bonkers. What's it going to be like when he wins his lane?
It's going to be scary. That's what it's going to be like. And I think that, you know, if you get into that timing that much more quickly, obviously, yeah, there's ways you can surge away people as Snaking is down a little bit here. No mana, but we'll just be able to tank through that Thunderstrike. But, you know, the Witchblade coming online, eventually that Aghanim Scepter, we've seen how dangerous it can be. And these heroes, I mean, they have really good for, like, disengaging in a way, but until Blink Daggers come out, it might be hard to get on top of the Wyvern. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's the surge though, right? This is that one huge factor that I mentioned earlier. I think it will play a big role in this game. Something else I want to mention is that in both games, 3-3 has gone for that Helm of the Dominator rush. We saw it be really effective when he played Tidehunter against Sumail's Leshak, for example. You know, it reduces the Edict damage, it reduces the right-click damage, gives you a time on Leshak. TA sort of hits you with Side Blades, which are effectively doing cure damage as based on the armor of the creep you hit. So it helps just meld when you get hit like that, but not as much if you get hit by Side Blades.
Right.
As a result, like, look at the CS. It's 6 CS for Tidehunter to 22 for TA. And this here, I know, it's one of the strongest safe lane laners in the game. Like, they were spamming it at SA, they're spamming it at NA pubs, and no one expects it, but this here's a monster in lane.
Keep that pressure on. Really frustrating to deal with. And this 3-3 Tide, he just has to be really careful about his positioning, making sure he doesn't get hit by those Side Blades.
Manning up.
Trying to go for it. Hobson. backs out of there. 9, they are going to be able to get that water rune though, and that
Radiant's
should
middle tower
stop
is
this.
under attack.
Fada actually comes in for a little bit of
Dire's
contention now.
structures are
Onto Thompson with the creep wave coming in. Can they go on him again? A chance, a hope?
Radiant's courier has been
Opportunity here
killed.
for the kill as the right clicks come out. I got the shield crash. 12% incoming damage. Fada down low. Oh, Thompson
Radiant's
away.
courier has been killed.
Unbelievable.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Tom's just holding on to his spells there. He has a wand, barely gives him enough to live. And, you know, he baits Fada into death there. That's a big comeback because when you're losing the lane, any sort of kill like that matters a lot. You can see he's only 300 net worth below Winter Wyvern, and he is slightly out-CSing 9, even with that early solo kill.
That is very good for Thompson. And right now, how close are we? They're both very close to level 6s. You can see up top, the Ursa is definitely winning the lane against the Darkseer, but it's not as dominant as you might expect in some of these other matchups. As they will jump in there and try and put a little bit of harassment onto Saksa. Trading out these hits and trying to build up stuff. Not that much mana left, but oh, Skittery has to be careful. Aphotic shield, but these double ion shells, they find that finish. Can they get a second one? No. Saksa able to make the second kill. Will turn, and the 2 cores end up going down, but it was the Darkseer that died first.
Yeah, but you're a Darkseer spammer, Lyrical, right? I feel like
Yes,
if
I
you
am.
pick this hero early, you're expecting to sort of get dumpstered in lane. Like, Ursa, he can farm in this lane, but that's not really the problem I have with the matchup. They're going back onto Fada here.
Hoping to get him. Can they get him? Surge forward. Not gonna be able to go for it. I agree. I think that part of the problem is just like how good this Nyx assassin is at enabling his lane. Like a lot of the heroes that would normally be pretty good, it makes it tough. But I agree. There's like so many of these other ones that might have been better. Ooh, good ring around the Rosie there. Snake King able to escape.
He does sneak that both the Arcane Rune and the Bounty Rune away from Thompson, so he has an empty body to work with. And something we've seen from Winter Wyvern is he does a lot of harass damage in the middle lane. Snake King, he's rotated up top. I don't think he feels like he can really pressure bottom lane at all this game. Yes.
Oh, the arrow. Yo, the King comes in, takes down Seb, and gives him the tip afterwards. All right, the bad tips are coming out. We're getting spicy here in this game number 5. Arrow round 2. Oh, it's gonna hit just on a little creep.
Look at this, Tundra. They want to tri-lane up here just so they can prevent TA from taking over the Ancients. They've already dropped the Sentry Ward. Saksa will go for the stack, but they'll stop it. Even blocking this hard camp, it looks like. Anything to destroy the economy of TA, because this hero, it really looks strong in their last match.
All right.
It was devastating.
Oh, Skitter's going Battle Fury.
Yeah, that is different. That was not what I was anticipating.
Fada's getting gone. Trying to punish him for his insolence, going to the triangle, but he just TPs away.
Oh, Saksa could have maybe popped Spike Carapace there.
Oh, onto the shield? That would have been that would have been a clutch play there. And he even Fada tipped Saksa because he knew he was dead there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's weird, right? Because bottom lane, they glimpse up 3-3. He does Kraken Shell off the Meld Strike.
He walks away from that one. 3 points up in the Kraken.
It's weird because people look at those plays like, why didn't you realize? You're a professional player. It's Saksa. He had like 3 accounts on the top of the support MMR, 3 accounts in the top 20 MMRs in the world or something. But Dota is such a complicated game and you're thinking about so many things, it's easy to make these small mistakes.
And it's also a point in time now where how many hours have they been playing Dota continuously? Like, not just within this series, but the previous one as well.
There is definitely some fatigue factor coming in here. I like what Skitter's doing here. He's dragging the creep wave off to the side. I mean, Seb, his lane's looking nice, but Skitter, he's still maximizing from the lane. He's going to be a very strong Ursa this game.
So 8 minutes in, it's about 1,000 gold lead for Tundra. There is this Battle Fury Ursa that we're going to be seeing in the next little bit, which is going to allow him to scale, but it does feel interesting. It feels like Tundra are more confident in their late game potential. I mean, again, with Ravage, with an Ursa Battle Fury, having Wyvern and how strong that hero's looked, I'm kind of inclined to believe that they have a strong late game. I don't know, what do you think?
Oh, arrow to mid though, Thompson. Yeah, the Winter's Curse is very short with no units from beside you, so they don't manage to land that arrow. I would say late game, I don't know, Darkseer's sort of a beast, like, and they caught 9 here. Do they have enough to kill?
The Ion Shell slow and steady burn down. They thought that 9 was safe, so they canceled the TP, but this Ion Shell slowly whittling him down. They try and stay on top, but the turnaround of Photic Shield with the arrow. 3-3 died at the same time, but they're able to chase down and kill Saksa.
And Skitter's here. He's chasing the Thompson.
Nowhere else to go. Skitter has another jump in 3. The right click's coming through. One more punch. And Thompson gets the bounty rune before he ends up falling.
And a brawl going on in this game. Meanwhile, 3-3, he actually falls bottom to let Misu kill him. Sumail, there's just too much going on in this game. Action everywhere. And Skitter, you know, this sort of unorthodox Ursa build, I'd say, getting 3 in the Earthshock. Ever since that spell got nerfed, I think people usually take less points in it.
Radiant's
it lands in
middle
the counter.
tower
Look,
is under
Fana,
attack.
he's solo smoking just to take the enemy ancients away. He's gonna drop a ward on the high ground, drop a sentry, and like just keep denying this ancients from the enemy TA. Skitter, he's getting out on top.
Does have enrage though. They drop down that wall,
Radiant's
looking to jump up to the
middle
high
tower is
ground.
under
Seb has the
attack.
vacuum for afterwards. Skitter realizes can't go for that play, so he's gonna back out of there. Thompson doing a little roly-poly action as Fada tries to escape, but the Winter's Curse afterwards. They have arrow. Now on a Nyx Assassin taking a ton of damage. Arrow afterwards connects onto Seb. Do they have enough to bring down the rest of them? The Splinter Blast, Seb down low. Seb going to fall. And Snaking living through this. Everybody's so low. They take down Fada in the head. Now looking for more. Static Storm is down, but the right click coming from Skitter. They pull him back in. Snaking falls to now no-tail turned upon. So far it's a 3 for 2, but it's going to become 4 as Tundra take the fight and execute perfectly.
Yeah, and honestly, Ursa, with this fighting build, he's going for Battle Fury, which is really greedy, but he's giving his team some compensation by going for this much less greedy max Earthshock build. That is pretty cool because he wants to keep scaling with the Battle Fury, but he doesn't want to be a useless, you know, piece of crap if you go for the max W build with Battle Fury. But they go Skitter.
Overextension. Does he live through it though? Oh, the search forward. Skitter's in trouble. It's not going to come in time though. Great play coming in, but will they be able to punish? Yes, they take down Seb. Now turning on to Saksa. Looking for a couple more right clicks. 9 hides out to the trees and on a killing spree. They lose that Ursa, but manage to get a little retribution.
Right, so I think they're okay with that on both sides. That's the sort of play where after it happens, you're like, okay, it's okay, guys, we got the carry. Or it's okay, we traded you for 2 and you're going battle for it, you can catch up, you know? These are the things that are sort of said in the comms, or the sentiment is shared. Where, because you want to keep going, right? It's game 5, there's a lot of pressure, you need to keep your communication good. Dota, he's looking tall. Level 2 glimpse.
Trying to find somebody. Not going to get it though. Going for the deny right there, snaking. Taking away the vision. I mean, those little plays to take away the sentries is definitely important when you're playing against this Mirana.
Yeah, the Mirana, like there's going to be a huge sentry war this game because you have TA traps, you have Portal Invis, and that vision, it's been very hard for both teams to like, push forward on the map I feel this series. Like we can think about the games where OG had leads. Even in those games, there weren't enough sentries to like deward everything, and you can still take these fights from behind. 3-3, he's just been pulling neutral creeps to his own hard camp in the triangle and farming them very efficiently. Despite his very hard lane, he's actually pulled ahead of Thompson in net worth. And Tundra, they have a 2k lead, honestly, sort of out of nowhere. And there's some kill trades, and it took a good, actually, it's not out of nowhere. They had good kills, they won a team fight. What am I talking about? But 3-3, really with the efficiency, looks good.
Well done, you're nailing it, dude.
Yeah,
don't worry.
It's, you know, it's game 8 for these guys. I've casted 5 games and I'm fatigued. Like, I'm imagining having to play this. It's way harder.
Top tower
and
is
like,
under
oh my god.
Well, I'm looking now for an opening as OG are all heading down bottom. There is still the Ravage available. Scouts out no-tail there, but the rest of the team moving into position, and wow, they just dropped literally everything. Hold embrace though, and the Winter's Curse is trying to turn it. Static Storm's about to wear off. Do they have the Ravage in time? They do! Connects onto 3. Thompson able to get that ulti off. They have the back wall, and the connect onto Fana, as well as Snaking. Both drop, but up on the high ground. It's 9, hitting away at these heroes. Has to jump away for the moment though. This uphill, trying to run, but it's not gonna happen. Ursa shows up though, the big bad mad bear, trying to find anything else here. Seb, no more vacuum. Thompson goes in a little bit aggressively, but with the Ion Shell, it might be enough. Fada has no more shield, a triple kill for Sumail, and showing the power of this early game aggression.
Look at this ancient stack. This is for OG now. They won the team fight in the air. They brought everyone. Tundra, they brought their heroes, but they weren't ready. That heroes TP in. Nine didn't have his Arctic burn up when the fight started. And so, Sumail, look at his network. He's got 1,500 above everyone on Tundra now.
Important plays. Very important plays for him, as Skitter taking a lot of damage there. Does not have enrage.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And it looks like he's going to have to back out and try and get some farm up. Oh man, OG, it has that feeling. They're sensing a little bit of blood in the water right now. And Sumail, a DD rune. What do they want to do with this? Is it right into Roche?
Double damage.
Oh man, if they can get this. Winter's Curse is back up in 5 seconds. Do they realize that this is happening
Radiant's
on Tundra?
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, the smoke up comes.
Dire
Got Moonlight Shadow. The wraparound is coming. Arrow goes out. Going to connect onto Roche, helping them take it that much faster. DD's still there for Sumail. Now looking for the follow-up. They're trying to take down the vision, trying to take down the traps. Roche is so low. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it in time. So Tundra have to give up that first Aegis. And OG, they're rolling.
Big swing of events in the last 2 minutes. OG just winning a team fight, stealing an enemy Aegis Act, and now pick up the DD in order to get Roshan. And I want to say a little bit of level-headedness, I think, coming up from Tundra. They recognize we don't have Ravage. We're like 50 gold off our Witch's Blade. Looks like gets picked off here.
Big blow up there.
I think it's always a good sign for a team's comms when they don't make like really rush defenses of objectives, whether that's TPing in one by one to the tower or like running into a Roshan fight that doesn't look good. OG though, they are looking very dominant on the map. I think the last like 3 or 4 minutes has been all about.
That is going to, at least for the moment, for OG, attempt to turn into a mid-tier 1 tower. 9. Able to sidestep, but pull back in afterwards. In some trouble, they got him. The wall is down and he is dead. No Tail able to live through it. The mech comes out from Seth, keeping alive. No Tail. And now giving the tip over to Fada, who's going to get caught fully encapsulated here in pain. As OG find themselves yet another 2 big kills. Tier 1 tower taken mid. OG, they're not letting off the gas.
Yeah, and we're sort of seeing a little bit of a difference coming out. Sumail, he's itemized for Dragonlance Desolator, and he's farming very fast. Ursa, who I think most people don't see as a really high tier carry, he has to get the battle for it. He can't really join any of these fights. I mean, he did contribute earlier with the max Earthshock, but OG, they're running over Tundra a little bit here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, again, it's less than 1,000 gold lead. The kill score is even. They are naturally going to be like having this little bit of an advantage because of that Aegis. But as you can see, in terms of XP, in terms of gold, it's the trajectory that we're looking at in the favor of OG.
They do have Ravage up now on 3-3. He's 1,000 gold from Blinkdagger. I think that will be their big comeback. In these fights, if they can manage to burst either Seb or Pangolier, I think a lot of the team fight from OG sort of falls apart.
Denied.
That is an opportunity here. Depending upon how it goes. We also have yet to see 9 come online yet with this Aghanim Scepter, which we've seen put to great use. But as you mentioned, one of the issues is going to be the surge away that comes out from it afterwards.
Yeah, we saw even in that last fight, there's a lot of repositioning coming. Oh, top lane. Sax is diving onto snaking.
Is under attack.
Oh, doing a little runaway there.
Not enough mana to TP from the king.
Oh, snaking. Runs into Thompson though. Just gonna dodge away from it. But with no more leap charges, that should be the end here of snaking. He eventually gets brought down. So OG clean up another tier 1 tower. Only 1 more remaining as they want to try and pressure up here top.
Just what I need.
And we shouldn't underestimate the Winter Wyvern, right? Like, the 9 has shown what he can do on this hero. It just, it's not about the network lead or anything. It's just like the map control and the momentum looks all OG right now. They take this tower, the heroes are positioned pretty aggressively, and more importantly, they can position in the enemy jungle while controlling mid wave. Controlling these 2 waves means that you have more creep pressure, and it just allows you to make more plays. They even took that tier 2 mid and took the enemy outpost very early in the game.
Wild, man, with this Ags, like you're talking about, it's going to be an issue for Tundra, but we've seen them come back from this before. We haven't seen their answer to this TA though.
Shadows.
And are they really gonna try and fight this right now? Moonlight Shadow, Saksa walking into this. They get that vision. Skitter looking for the jump down. One is Sumail. Aegis still a minute left on it as they go into all of them. Tries to find this kill here on the no-tail, gonna get glimpsed. He's not going back to the bottom side of the map. He's staying here. Do they realize it? Thompson going to get that roll off. Good static storm laid down, separating the rest of them. Able to pull back in here if they want to. Seb looking for that opening. Only 2 points up in vacuum. Catches onto Fada, but nothing else afterwards. And 9, he's the real target that they're trying to go on. Winner's Curse just to try and escape, but it's not going to happen. OG, they find the heroes that they need to, and now going into the tier 3 towers, they're looking high ground.
No, it's looking good for it. They even had that Abaddon illusion from the wall to get the Curse of Avernus onto the tower, so just doing a little bit more damage there. And that fight, there was no Ravage. 3-3, he was trying to get his Blink Dagger, maybe a little bit of communication, maybe a little bit of stress, but they were not all on the same page and ready to fight there. You know, in that fight, it started a little bit of king on king violence as, like Sumail, he shows how strong he is. He 3-shot snaking, and then he just killed everyone in that fight. Just constantly outputting DPS, and it doesn't look like Tundra really have an answer for him right now.
4,000 gold lead right now for OG.
Illusion.
And again, as Tundra, you come into this one, you go up 2-1 in the series, feeling like it's just going to be able to get cleaned up. And 2 games in a row, this Sumail TA is leading the way. Top net worth, making the plays that they need him to. And the rest of OG playing flawlessly to boot. Can they pull out another come from behind victory?
To be honest, a bit confused by Tundra's reaction to TA. I feel like this game, if I look at the heroes, this might be a later pick on TA. Maybe the Wyvern counters there or something.
Bottom tower
but Sumail, he looked like he had such a nice lane, and he's just like chunking through the heroes. There's not any real like refraction breakers that he's scared of. And with this Aghanim's build, he's going to be able to join his Nyx onto kills basically anywhere. Look at top. Saksa just sets up. Oh, 9 flies away.
Heads up play by 9.
This is one of the combos that they use in SA. They have Nyx Assassin roaming, and then some random trap, and Tia would just come in for the extra oomph to get the kill.
Well, it's definitely deadly. Skitter trying to get towards that BKB still needs a little while before it comes up and online. But you can see that Tundra, they're dodging away from these fights, but every little minute that passes by, it feels like OG is gaining a little bit on that net worth lead. At some point, they're gonna need to take a fight around those timings, and now they've got the Darkseer Aghanims. This is such a huge moment for them. 300 bonus HP, the charges last 20 seconds longer.
I love how
hypothetically it's crazy.
I love how Seb has Tundra's voice line just so he can spam it at them. It's an extra level of mind games. I mean, the voice line usage has definitely been the best from OG in the past few years, right? Like they've used it to the highest potential. And even next level now with your enemies' voices being added to the game so you can spam them at themselves.
I mean, let's be real. That's just for the audience. All these players have Seb muted. All these players have everybody muted. There's no way you're gonna let them get in your heads like that, most likely. But yeah, it is the way to go. It is the next level play, as the saying goes. But DKB now, how close are we to Aghanims on 9? And then also for Force Staff, man, if they can get these like defensive items too on OG, it's going to be so impossibly hard to stay on a target. Nyx Assassin almost has Aghanim Scepter going towards Diffusal Blade for Pango. This one is looking so good for OG in this Game 5 Grand Finals.
Yeah, and you know, Winter Wyvern, it looked completely broken in the last game. But looking at the draft, like we're really seeing that OG theory crafted how to deal with this annoying bird, right? You have the Darkseer, both the Vacuum and the Surge to counteract him. Last fight, he hit a Nyx with the Arctic Burn, and then he got stunned like 3 seconds later from a late spike Carapace. And most importantly, I think the last pick Disruptor, it's really coming in clutch because anytime Tundra, they're a bit unorganized in their tower defense, the glimpse means they actually kill. Anytime Wyvern's trying to kite them, he glimpses them out of position, they kill him. It's not, doesn't feel like the same as last game where they're just barely unable to kill this Winter Wyvern Abaddon combo.
Well, it is going to be now the unpause and any other timings that they're looking for. You can see Tidehunter and 3-3 is immediately queuing up the refresher. They know that if they want to win this game, it's got to be off of crazy outplays. And a scan bottom
They picked up the
They're
blink.
running.
Sorry, the BKB on Skitter. Combined with the blink on Tidehunter, they want to go down. They see Seb.
This could be huge. Good vision. Arrow! That reveals their positioning. Looking for a jump. They got him. Ravage comes out. Oh, but the psionic projection. TA gets out of there. They're going to find Seb. Big back wall back. And actually, they got to be careful. Tundra need to back out.
They got nothing.
BKB out will kill No Tail, but that is a Pyrrhic victory at best. Body blocks now coming in from the illusions. All right, they have Winter's Curse. You got to be careful about this one. With all these illusions, they can rip them apart. Seb gets turned on now. Gets hit with that Winter's Curse. Looking for the Splinter Blast dead. Trying to make a little bit of a comeback here, but look at Snail and blows up the Ursa. Stand a chance, and now 9 jumped on afterwards. 3 dead for the price of 2. And with that, OG take a more commanding lead. That was the timing for Tundra, and they missed it.
That was... There's got to be some nerves or communication breakdown because you're smoked up. You have Blink Ravage. You have vision of your opponents. And Snaking, he just sort of tosses out an arrow. That lets Sumail sort of use a psionic projection to get out. It makes Darkseer step back just a little bit. They don't have the arrow to fall upon the Ravage. He gets this huge 4-man vacuum wall, and the fight's lost. I mean, Snaking, he's looked phenomenal on his Mirana this entire qualifier, but sort of a rare misstep from him. I don't know really what caused this breakdown.
I mean, maybe it was somebody making a call, we need to get vision or something else, who knows? But that's one of those moments too where you think about all these smokes that we've seen where you like drop the ward as you walk in. That high ground, that's the perfect spot for it. You see all of that. But OG take advantage of the misstep, and they're the team that's playing a little bit more cool and calm and collected right now as they head into the Roche second round. Roche and they get even more of a net worth lead now. And the surge forward, they're looking for a catch for a kill. Snaking, pull back in. Oh, Disruptor, you can't leap out of that one. They find the King, bring him down. 21-15, and all of the outer towers taken. I mean, OG, are they just gonna go high ground now?
I think they are. I think they're ready. They still have all the lanes pushed in just because of how fast that Roshan was. And, you know, Tundra, they're making some mistakes, but OG, they're just so on top of punishing them. I feel like there's a lot of other teams you would have, you know, you can make these small mistakes, but OG, with how aggressive they are and how fast they are pushing forward onto the map, like, these small mistakes have just led to this huge lead, and again, they're just hitting high ground. What are they scared of right now?
Not a damn thing. 3-3 down there trying to farm up towards that eventual refresher that we know he wants to get towards Sumail, though. Comfortable standing here, taking down this tier 3 tower.
Nine has egg in him. He's gonna kill this wave, TP back, and sell his bottle.
Radiant
a little bit of time for Tundra, maybe a glimmer of hope, but it's looking very scary for them right now.
They glyph the wave so he can't get he can't get it. All right, now he's gonna get it as he comes on back home. And oh my god, Sumail just hits
Radiant's
so hard.
bottom tower
That is done. Snaking gets caught, he gets killed. Oh, every time it just gets interrupted. These misplays from Tundra. Drop another one.
It's just so hard to play the style of Dota that Tundra's been playing, moving OG around the map against Notail's Disruptor. Usually, picking your 5 position last is seen as sort of a drafting mistake, but OG, they're showing what's up here. Like, they're destroying, and I think a lot of it is on Notail's Disruptor here.
A really good choice. A hero that hasn't been seen much through the qualifiers, but making its presence known here in both the lower bracket finals earlier and also grand finals now, looking at quite strong. And I mean, we might be in for some real shenanigans here in a moment. We've got vacuum AoE on Darkseer. He can go in with that Aeon disc now. Saxa has the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, you've got to stay so spread out right now as Tundra. Burrow looking to try and take a second set of racks. They don't even have the Earth in with them. He needs to get towards that Blink Dagger. A couple hundred away. This creep wave will give it to him. But afterwards, no buyback. It's going to be an all-in play that they have to make. Can they bring down Sumail twice? BKB with the whole team behind him with the surge. OG, they just back away. They recognize that this was a timing for Tundra and they're not going to give them the fight that they want.
The thing is, this game, how Dota works is the team with more lane shove generally gets more information. It's like a sentiment I keep saying because I think it's really important. Right now, OG has more heroes that shove lanes already in the Darkseer and TA. If they take these racks, Light
jumps back in, finds him, muted, silent. They take him down. Godlike Sumail now trying to pull back in Fada. They've got control. He's gonna jump back and away, but that is PKB down from Sumail, but no more buyback on this Wyvern. And Fada trying to get out of there. The ulti's gonna be popped, but they're gonna run him down. The stuns, the kills. It's all feeling like it's coming up OG here in this game number 5. They walk up high ground again, take this second set of racks. They have buyback on the Abba, but no buyback on the Wyvern. And they can't fight without the Wyvern. It's so much of their damage.
No, they absolutely can't. And Sumail there, just with a psionic projection, teleporting behind the Wyvern, coming from this unexpected angle. They combo that with No-Tail's clutch Zag Storm, and they just burst him down. Ooh. They do have a ward here, though. This is the fight Tundra are looking for. They have the vision.
Is this the person you want to go on? They jump for No-Tail, but he gets the 4-step away. He's living. Now he got it in an awkward position. Vacuum back catches. Skinner gonna pop that in range, but all of the right clicks coming in from Sumail after the fact with that Hurricane Pike. Tries to get out of there. Buyback comes from Disruptor. They didn't use Ravage. Tundra holding on.
A gift from the
It's just so difficult though. I don't even see what the play is here.
Yeah, it has to be some amazing Winter's Curse into a big Ravage, right? They do still have the team fight spells to bring it back, but it does look really hard. I mean, Sumail, he's just so farmed here. Is this... How much GPM does he have right now? It has to be something insane. He's... Okay, he's only at 800. It looks more than this. But that's because there's been so much fighting. The thing about this game that's impressive on Sumail is how much gold he's taking away from his opponents while farming this much, I think.
It's been very oppressive, is the feel from OG, who have come up with answers for this stuff. And I mean, you look at him when he has that Ion Shell on, it's what, now up to 3,200 HP on the TA, and Thompson ready to jump. They got the Sonic projection afterwards, catches the Ursa. Where's the help? Cold Embraces out. Now afterwards, the Winner's Curse, only catching onto one, and they turn on the Skinner and Rage out, trying to run away. He hasn't been able to do anything on this Ursa. The chase down comes to Mail, finds that kill. That is what they needed. They bring down 1/9, but the rundown continues. There's no buyback on this Ursa. OG, they're so close they can taste it. They want to look for this finish here as they move up and try and take down this tier 3 tower. The big Ravage comes out, but the roll up from Thompson, able to live through it. The turn back, he won't jump in from Thompson, finding that kill yet again. They're gonna buy back now on the Snake King. Thompson keeps on running in. The right clicks, 3-3, no Ravage left, nowhere left to go really. They're trying to buy time for this Ursa to come back in, and there is no more Aegis. As they chase down, but Thompson jumps in, still living through it, trying to get all of that regen back. Tundra, they're holding on to their high ground. It's a 20,000 gold lead at 30 minutes.
Good.
But they won't give up yet. Again, TI hopes this is what it all comes down to here for them.
Good, I linked.
Unreal. Tundra, after looking so good, they just don't have an answer for this TA Aghanim Scepter in the safe lane. And a bunch of bounty runes left over for Sumail. Just to further increase that net worth lead.
And Sumail, he almost has his Daedalus. And the thing about that fight was Sumail got ravaged, he got full arrowed, and they still just couldn't bring him down. The damage from Tundra, it might be there if you have all your heroes hitting, but a lot of it is mitigated by the fact that No-Tail, he went for this 4-staff. You have Surge, and they're catching 3-3 here. No blink dagger.
Down. Uses the headband, tries to get away, but the glimpse pulls him back in. Thompson goes the whole length of that peninsula, trying to get the roll up, but they will run down and kill 3-3, finding themselves another. Fada goes down to boot. They have buyback on the Tidehunter, but you're using all of your expenses. And another tip, dude, you're about to knock him out of qualification for TI. Soxa just no mercy. No mercy at all, as they're ready to run up high ground and try and take this down. Skinner looking for an opening now. Get the meld out, 9, Winner's Curse, hoping to do something. The buyback comes from the Tidehunter. Arrow afterwards, but the BKB didn't get it out in time. Skinner BKB runs forward, tries to break down this Nyx assassin. It is not gonna happen. Jump forward, there's the stun that they need. They take down Skinner, he buys back now. They keep on chasing it on this one. Thompson trying to find 1-9, he gets him. It's a godlike spree. They can't get anything. As one by one, all of Tundra falls. OG OG doesn't even die,
Dire's
and
middle tower
GG
is
is
under
home.
attack. Bottom barracks.
OG are going back to TI to defend their title.
OG.
Just an amazing game coming out from OG here, and they're showing that they deserve this. You know, sort of echoing sentiments from, I think, for TI8, they also barely managed to qualify. I think it was against Wind and Rain back then. Who was on it? Like, Brio... I don't remember who was on that team. But they won 3-2 there, and again, here, winning 3-2 to go defend.
One life like this. Let's live it up. One